weren't strangers, and I remember this like it was yesterday. He said to my buddy Bobby, he said, "You guys call yourself this boy's friends? He could have alcohol poisoning." And without missing a beat, Bobby said, "He doesn't have alcohol poisoning. He's like that all the time." And and I just did things like that, and I never had been much of a ladies' man, and so I didn't have that deal kind of tying me down. And some of you older guys like Skip may remember a time when you could do cool stuff in America, like join the circus or ride the rails. It was like the Great American Adventure back then. And my Great American Adventure involved a 74 Volkswagen pop-top van and a summer on the road with the Grateful Dead. And I saw a lot of stuff on the road with the Grateful Dead. I'm not so sure it was all really there. But I packed everything I owned in that 74 Volkswagen van, and we hit the road, and we were on our way to New York City. We were coming from Columbia, South Carolina. We'd taken a detour. The Dead wasn't playing that night or something. We stopped at Farm Aid, and Farm Aid was in Columbia, South Carolina, and we were selling grilled cheeses in the parking lot of Williams-Brice Stadium. And we left Columbia, headed for New York City, and we got as far as Dunn, North Carolina, which is a little town outside of Fayetteville, and we stopped at a Stuckey's and a Hardee's in the same building. Now, I'm from the suburbs of Washington, D.C. I'd never seen anything like that. I was amazed. And it was just the strangest thing to me, but we were pumping gas in that van, and the engine in those things is in the back, and it caught on fire. And when the fire hit the gas we just put in it, it blew up. It exploded. It burnt to the ground. The only things left were some balloons, and you can figure out what those were for, and a Bob Dylan CD. And I think I still have that Bob Dylan CD, but here I am on the side of the road. I'm 20 years old. Everything I'd accumulated in my life was in that van. I had on a pair of cutoff shorts and a Jerry Garcia T-shirt and no shoes. And I called my mom and I said, "You're going to have to send me some money to come back home." And she did. And I went back home, and nothing got better. Dad had gone to treatment when I was in the 8th grade, and he'd gotten sober, and by the time I got back home, he was drinking again, and it got bad, and sometimes it would get violent, and sometimes it wouldn't. And it was about this time that I met a young lady, and she was going to fix me. She was responsible, but the deal was she was moving to West Palm Beach, Florida. Now, my parents afforded me every opportunity in the world to succeed, and I found an art school down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida that accepted me. I can't draw. I can't color. I can't paint. I got a 3-year-old. It's just not artistically talented. I don't know how I got into that school, but nevertheless I did. And I hold to the fact that alcoholism is a family disease, and I can probably give you some examples of that. And the first one is that my parents loaded up everything, and they took me down to Fort Lauderdale, and they went to that school, and they paid the bills at the school. And then we went over to the apartment complex, and they paid the bills at the apartment complex. And then they went to the bank, and they gave me a checking account and a checkbook, and they both hugged me, and they both said, "Son, we love you, and we know you're going to do good." And we left that school, and they left, and I never went back. I rode that as long as you can ride it. They started calling 6 or 7 months later looking for report cards, and I didn't have any of that stuff. But what had happened to me while I was in Florida was the things that I did, the things that I saw in that house that I swore I'd never do, I began to do those things to that young lady. And I can remember waking up, and my roommate's there, and there's a hole in the wall, and there's broken glass, and he's looking at me. But I don't remember. I don't remember anything. But he's got that look, and he says, "What's wrong with you? You spit in her face last night." And I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. But I know I can't stop. I hope I never have to feel what it feels like to try to apologize for something you don't remember doing ever again. Somehow I convinced her to come back to Virginia with me, and we went back to my parents' house, and we rocked along doing that for a while, and I wouldn't work. I would just lay around drunk in my room and just cause problems and get in trouble with the law, and just despicable things that I would do when I was drinking. And sometimes I might be the life of the party, and then I might spit in your face. Those kind of things. And I left one New Year's Eve, and I just left her. And that's what I do, just kind of like the tornado. I'd mess it up, and then I leave, and it's your problem. You can fix it because I don't care. Because when I'm gone, it's not my problem anymore. And and she left, and she was gone, and I started to spend a lot of time in southeast Washington, D.C. And it was on one of those days that I let a guy stick a needle in my arm. And I'm not here tonight to tell you that story. There's a reason that I even bring it up. But from that day, it wasn't 3 months that I was living on Skid Row, southeast Washington, D.C. on 3rd Street in an abandoned house. And if you've ever lived on the streets, I don't really need to go into the details of that. I just did all the things that you do when you live on the streets, and the main thing I did is I became a criminal. I learned how to become a criminal. Here's the young boy with all the potential, who's was the Episcopal acolyte, and whose parents provided him all these opportunities to succeed. And I'm on the streets digging in trash cans and just doing whatever it is I have to do to survive. And my mother would come down there at night sometimes looking for a little boy, and sometimes she would find me, and sometimes she wouldn't. And I had a friend of mine who had grew up down the street, 5 houses down the street from me, and he'd moved out to Steamboat Springs, Colorado, and he was out there coaching high school basketball, and he found out about my situation. He called my mom. My parents were getting ready to move back to Greenville, South Carolina. My dad had just retired from his job, and my brother was going off to Virginia Tech University, so, it sounded like a good idea to me. I don't know if any of you have ever been to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. I'd never been there, but I saw some pictures, and I was, living on Skid Row. Steamboat Springs is a heck of a lot prettier than Skid Row. And but I had to get detoxed, and that was a tough deal. And I got detoxed, and alcoholism, the family disease, kicked in again. This time they bought me a brand new car. They gave me another checkbook, and they sent me to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. And they didn't have any of that poison out there, at least not that I could find. I looked, but they had vodka, and I tried to drink all of it. I left a bar one night in that brand new car, and I heard a loud crash, and I felt something hit me in the face. And when I realized it was the airbag, I wrestled it down, and the car was still running. And there's like 2 cops in Steamboat. I mean, there's like 600 people in that town or something when it's not ski season. So the car was running. I did probably what you would have done. If the car was running and nobody's around, I drove home. And, it wasn't long after that. There was blue lights and sirens and all this commotion. And I was just drunk enough and dumb enough to walk out there and see what was going on. And the next thing you know, I'm handcuffed, and I was at a wedding not long ago in D.C., and the guy who put my shoes on me that night while I was handcuffed was telling Kimberly the story. And he put my shoes on me while I was handcuffed, my roommate, and they took me to jail. And 3 or 4 days went by, and Mom wouldn't answer my phone calls, and Mom and Dad were going through a divorce, and Dad was drinking again. And I thought, well, if I can get my drunk dad on the phone, he'll understand. He'll send some money out here to get me out of jail. And finally I did. I got him on the phone, and he sent the money, and I got out. And my roommate came and picked me up, and he threw the newspaper on my lap. And the front page of the Steamboat Springs Inquirer, or whatever it was called, said, "Oil trail leads police to drunk driver." I had busted that oil pan in that accident. They'd followed it into this apartment complex, and I guess if I'd have stayed in the house, I wouldn't have got caught. But if you're the high school basketball coach and your roommate's the oil trail guy, that doesn't work out too well in a small town like that. So, needless to say, he asked me to leave, and I did. I went back to Greenville, South Carolina. My parents were there, and And like I said, they were going through a divorce, and I didn't want to be a part of that. I'd been to Greenville before because my whole family was from there, but I kind of fancied myself a city boy, and man, they like NASCAR and fishing and hunting, and I didn't like any of that stuff. I liked Skid Row and liquor and winos, and so I had a friend of mine call me, and he said his mother was a secretary where my father had worked in D.C. growing up. And he called me and he said, "Hey man, I'm down here at Coastal Carolina University, and my parents have bought this condo down here in Surfside." And he said, "I got an extra room. Why don't you just come down? They pay the bills. We won't even tell them you're living here." And man, I said, "Bruce, I'll be there in 2 days. But you're going to have to come get me because I don't have a driver's license." And he came to Greenville and picked me up. And I came down here to Myrtle Beach and got a job up at Broadway at the beach at Joe's Crab Shack bartending. And got a doctor down in Georgetown because I had bad back problems from that accident. And, I can remember I was at work one night and I was in his car with no driver's license, and he called me, and I'd been working, 3 or 4 hours, and he called and he said, "I meant to tell you, man, please don't drink and drive in that car. That car's still in my mom's name." And I said, "Man, how long have we known each other? I wouldn't do that." Now, I'd been behind that bar for 4 hours. Ain't no telling how drunk I was already. But that's the last thing I remember till the next morning when I woke up in Horry County Regional Medical Center with 3 broken ribs and a fractured bone in my face and a blood alcohol level of 0.29 at 7:30 in the morning. And I don't have any idea where I was going or where I was coming from. And they took me to that car to get my golf clubs out. And it was the first time in my life I'd ever been scared of what alcohol could do to me. That car looked like one of those cars they set outside of a high school at prom time to keep kids from drinking and driving. And I was scared till I got to the pharmacy and filled that prescription they gave me and went to the liquor, to the beer aisle and got some beer. And interesting thing happened. I called my mom. She'd been on me about getting a job. And I said, "Mom, I need $500. And she said, "Well, I'm not going to be able to help you this time, son." That had never happened in 24 years. Never. I never had to ask more than once usually. I said, "Look, you've been on me about getting this job. I got this job at this nice restaurant. I got to have black pants and black shoes and a white shirt, and I need $500. I got to have 2 outfits. I'm not going to be able to help you this time, son." "Well, I can probably get by on $250. "Well, son, I'm taking care of myself now. I'm a member of Al-Anon. You're going to have to take care of yourself." Now, I don't know who those Al-Anons are, but I'm going to Greenville to find out. I can tell you that. And the solicitor in Myrtle Beach, he had the idea that I was going to spend 30 days in jail or 30 days in this treatment center that Mom had picked out. Al-Anons are funny that way. She'd had it all lined up. All I had to be detox, though. So they come get me, her and my aunt. I had this aunt who was like a mother to me, and they come pick me up, and they run me back up the road to Greenville to detox, and here we go off, and I ask them, "Where is this treatment center?" "Well, it's in Mayberry, North Carolina." Mayberry, North Carolina? That's like the Andy Griffith Show, right? Like, that's not even a real place. And I can assure you that it is. They got Floyd's Barbershop and all that stuff up there. But, we get in the car, and we're headed to Mayberry, Mount Airy, and my dad had always told me I needed to be in some kind of sales, and I did the best selling job I'd ever done in my life up until that point, between Greenville, South Carolina, and Charlotte, North Carolina. By the time I got to Charlotte, I had a bus ticket and was dropped off at the Greyhound bus station. See, going to treatment scared me to death. I got on that Greyhound bus and I went back to Washington, D.C. to Skid Row because that didn't scare me. And that court date got a little bit closer, though, and jail scared me. And I don't know why I had the treatment center's phone number, but I did, and I called down there, and I got a lady named Carol on the phone, and I had always been able to manipulate women. And I got Carol on the phone, and by the time I hung up, I was crying and begging, please, can I come back? Please, can I come? And they let me come, and, I got there, and walking up to the porch, if any of y'all have ever been there, I'm walking up to the porch, and there's this little old man sitting on the porch. And he's got this box, and he sounds like Darth Vader. Scared me to death. I was scared. And, I stayed scared of that guy for a week or so, man, but that old man taught me a lot about love. And he taught me as much as I'd let him teach me about the disease alcoholism. And, I was in that treatment center. It seems like I was there about 7 days. And I was in one of those meetings, and they read how it works. And they got to that line where they say, we beg you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. And I disqualified myself from Alcoholics Anonymous because I was scared to death. And but I needed a letter for this judge down here. And so I did what they asked me to do, and I got the letter. But Mr. B did a great thing for me. He sent me back to Greenville, South Carolina, to what's still today my home group, to another old man who'd been sober longer than I'd been alive. And the old man was waiting on me when I got to the door, and he put his arm around me. He said, I've been waiting on you. And he walked me up to the front row of our home group, and he sat me down. And he said, this is where you sit. You keep your mouth shut. And, I spent the next 4 years doing everything he told me not to do, except sit on the front row. He would say, leave that girl alone, Jay. She's trying to get sober. And I'd go sit right next to her. Say, hey, how are you? Or whatever. And, and I came to the meetings drunk, and, it was just terrible. I just, I ended up living in this little apartment. This room is what it was. The bed folded up into the wall. And, but there was a church next door. And those Al-Anons met in that church. They met on Friday nights. And, it was a Friday night. And I'd had just enough. It was one of those been awake 3 or 4 day Friday nights. Been up all week. But I had just enough courage to finally go over there and tell them. Because I knew what they did is on Fridays they sat over there and they told my mom, don't give him any more money. Don't let that boy come home. Don't answer the phone. If the police are looking for him, just call him. Tell him where he is. I knew that's what they did. And I was just tired of it. And I was going over there to tell them. And I jumped the fence, and I stormed in the back doors of that church. And the room was full, and there was a guy at the podium dressed like I am tonight. And it was Monday night. And that's when the AA speaker meeting was, on Mondays. And I don't know if you ever been drunk in the back of an AA speaker meeting, and they all turn around, and you're like a deer in headlights back there. And I'd been a nuisance around Greenville AA for a while, so I knew a lot of people. And I tapped this guy that I knew named Richard on the shoulder. When you're in that situation, you got to ask for help, at least to get out of it, whether you want it or not. I said, Richard, man, I need some help. I can't stop drinking. And he came outside and he said, well, why don't I go in here and get Bob? And we'll come over and flush that garbage down the toilet, pour all that vodka out, and we'll take you to detox. And I thought, man, here we go, another drastic proposal from Alcoholics Anonymous. Everything y'all wanted me to do seemed so outrageous. And I looked at my watch, and it was about 8:15. And I said, Richard, you probably need to be in that meeting. I said, so why don't you go back in there and you come over at 9, and I'll just have all that stuff gone. I won't throw anything away. Well, they never came. And but page 30 of this book talks about pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. And I'm going to give you my definition of that. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been awake for God knows how long. I got a big jug of grape Kool-Aid and a big bottle of Gilby's vodka. And I got to get a drink down. But when I chug it down, it hits my stomach and I throw it up. And I chug it again. It hits my stomach and I throw it up. And I take one of those needles I was telling you about and I start filling it up with that vodka. And I start shooting at my veins. And I can't stop. I cannot stop. I don't want to be the way I am, but I don't know how to stop. And, I can remember living in that apartment, and my mom would drive by there. And I spent a lot of time peeking out the windows. And I would see her. I would see her drive by. But she would never stop. She told me later that she was scared to knock on the door because she's scared I was going to be dead. And, I lived my life like that. I got into some trouble, something about stealing a lady's purse, and I got caught and I went to jail. And I ended up in jail, and I called my mom. And by this time, active Al-Anon, every time I called her for something, she had some treatment center picked out. Like already lined up, all the information, all the ducks in a row. I'll come help you, but that's the only help you're getting from me. And I wasn't going back to treatment. I'd already been to Hope Valley, and Mr. B taught me everything I need to know. I need to go back to Alcoholics Anonymous. I got a sponsor. I got a seat on the front row over there probably still. I don't need to go to treatment again. I need to go back to AA. I surely don't need to go to treatment for 6 months in the middle of nowhere in Georgia. And she would just hang up. Well, when you're ready to go, call me back. And it took 10 days. And I just couldn't take it anymore. And I said, come get me out of this jail. I'll go anywhere you want me to go. And, they wouldn't even take me home. I mean, they wouldn't, the bus station trip taught them something, I think. They just wouldn't even, they just picked me up, pepperoni pizza in the car, change of clothes, Georgia. We turned onto what has got to be the longest dirt road in the southeast, down in Louisville, Georgia. And we get out to this place, and I call it AA boot camp. It's called the Bridges of Hope, but you can't speak unless you're spoken to. You got to carry your big book with you everywhere you go. You got to sit with your back straight up and your feet flat on the floor. And if little Johnny's got 20 days and you got 18 days, little Johnny can tell you whatever he wants, and you got to do it. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. They line all the new guys up along the wall under 30 days when you eat. And you sit, all the guys who got more than 30 days are eating, and all the new guys are along the wall, and you got to sit there with your big book reading it. And they'd go, hey, boy. Some like 19-year-old little kid calling you that. Hey, boy, what are the first 3 words on page 112? And you think you're going to do something fantastic, and you flip over there and read this book. Those are the first 3 words. They'd say, shut up. That's right. Shut up and read. Man, I did. And I was facing a lot of time in prison. I'd been on probation when I'd gotten all that trouble. And so I'll shut up and read rather than go to prison. I mean, I did that. I did that for 6 months. Every day I did that. I was drunk in 3 days when I left. And I was homeless, and I was living in this car that I had borrowed the money from a guy in AA to get the car, and not paid him back. And I had stolen a license plate off of a truck from one of my grandfather's trucks, and I was living in this car, and it's wintertime and it's cold. And my grandparents' business was here, and their house was right next door. And I would park that car in the morning, like 6:30 in the morning, out in front of my grandparents' house. Because I knew at 6:30 in the morning, my grandmother would be in the kitchen. She'd be making breakfast. She'd be reading the upper room. She'd look out that window. She'd see her favorite grandson out in that car. And she'd come out there. And I'd say, what's wrong with your daughter? Grandmother, she won't let me come home. Now, I know you raised her better than that. Can't you call her? I mean, it's cold out there. I don't have anywhere to go. Who does that? I did that. That's what alcohol does to me. And, I did that for I don't know how long. One morning I couldn't take it anymore. And I called the guy named Arch. And I said, Arch, I don't know what to do. And he said, well, I do. He said, why don't I come get you and we'll take you to an AA meeting. And Arch came and picked me up. And he took me to the meeting. And you guys did the same thing you'd always done. You just hugged me and you welcomed me back. And you said it was going to be okay. And man, I started doing good. My family let me come to work for that company, and I got my own little place, and I was, 90 days sober, and I'm on the front row at my home group, and she walks in. And I know she's looking at me. I can like feel her eyes in the back of my head. But I know what they're going to say. So I don't even say anything. I just walk outside. There's this little bench outside our home group, and I go sit on that bench. And I think the daily reflection that morning had been about God's will or something. And I said, I'm not going to talk to her, but if she comes over here, it must be God's will. And she did. She came over, and we started to talk, and she said, hi, my name's Kimberly. And I said, hi, my name's Jay. And she said, you have beautiful eyes. And I told you I don't always hear what people tell me. What I heard was, can I have your phone number? So I wrote it down, and I gave it to her. And I don't know how long it was. A couple weeks went by. No, I didn't see her anywhere because I went to every AA meeting in Greenville looking for her. And she didn't call. Now, I'm sensitive alcoholic. Now, I had bathed every day for 3 months. I had on clean clothes. My feelings were hurt. And come to find out, she was in jail. So we're off to a good start. And, she got out of jail, and, I knew what they were going to say. And, but there just comes a point where finally my sponsor was just like, just take it slow. You're not going to listen to me anyway, And I did. I waited a couple weeks before I let her move in. And, I was playing on an AA softball team at the time. And, man, it'd been a long time since I got to, show off any athletic ability. So, well, first of all, I'd been thinking about drinking. Now, I moved her in. I'd never had anything of my own. And I'm 90 days sober, and I move her in, and now my bed is our bed. And my living room's our living room, and I didn't like that. And I was ready to drink and get out of there. But my ego was big enough that I wanted to go to the AA softball game and show off before I left. And so she could know what she was missing once I was gone. And we get down to the AA softball game, and I'm in the batter's box, and I hear all this commotion going on, and I look over, and they're taking her up the hill in handcuffs. And I thought right then, I might just marry that girl. Hey, when I drink, I get handcuffed. You got to have somebody who understands that kind of thing. It was a misunderstanding, and Kimberly got out of jail, and it wasn't long, and we were on probation, and it wasn't long till we both were drunk, and we were in violation of our probation, and we got thrown out of that apartment, and we were on the run, and I got a phone call one day from my mom. And she said, I don't care where you are or what kind of shape you're in, but Donna's passed away. Some of y'all may have known Donna. And she said, that old man and Donna love you, and you get to that mortuary. And I was drunk, and I got in a cab. I took a cab to that mortuary. And I walked in the front doors of that mortuary, and with his wife of 25 years in the casket in the next room, when the old man saw me, he put his arms around me, and he took me off to the side, and he talked to me about Alcoholics Anonymous. And when I left that mortuary, I wanted to be like that old man so bad. So bad. See, I always wanted what you had in Alcoholics Anonymous. I just wasn't willing to do what you did to get it. And, Kimberly and I left. We had to leave Greenville. The heat was on. And Mom was, I was just convinced that she was looking for the cops so she could call them and tell them where I was. And she'd had to try to have me committed. Now, I didn't even know you could do that to somebody. But they take me over to this hospital, and they interview me. And it's like a commitment. I guess if you fail the interview, they just lock you up in some hospital or something. Second best-selling job I'd ever done in my life up until that point. I asked this doctor if he'd ever heard of Al-Anon, and he said that he had, and I said, well, she's a member of that outfit, and she's been quit going to their meetings, and she's gone crazy. I said, she's the one with the problem, not me. You got to let me go. I just can't. And he did. He cut me loose. And you talk about, me and Sterl were talking about that at Intergroup the other day. She's mad as fire that day, boy. And Kimberly and I were on the run, and we ended up in a Skid Row hotel room in Columbia, South Carolina. And we were in that little 15 by 15 hotel room or whatever it was. And I can remember being in that hotel room with a young lady that I love more than anything in the world, and never feeling so alone in my whole life. I was just consumed with fear and ashamed, and I knew that there was a better way, but I couldn't force myself to do what you guys did. See, I would come here and I'd want everything to just be given to me. I didn't want to work for anything. And Kimberly had this bright idea to go back up to Greenville, make some money. Sounded like a bad idea to me. The cops were looking for us, and my mom was looking for me, I know, to call the cops, and I wasn't sure. AA might have been looking for us. I didn't know. And but we get back to Greenville, and Kimberly did this deal, and it went wrong, and the cops came, and Kimberly got arrested, and I got away. I just ran. We had made this deal that if one of us gets caught, we need to just, don't make no sense for both of us to be in jail. We can't get the other one out. So I just ran. And, I ended up in a treatment center down in Columbia, South Carolina. And, I guess it seemed like, I don't know how long I was there, maybe 7 or 10 days again. And they read that line again. We beg you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. In the foreword to the second edition, it talks about when Bill's in the hotel, and he has the thought that he needs to carry this message to another alcoholic. And I've read this book, the first 164 pages, and done the work in it with a sponsor. And me and my sponsor discussed that part of that in length, and we talked about how God must have created that thought for Bill. And I'd like to share with you the thought God created for me that day in that treatment center when they read that line, we beg you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Rather than disqualifying myself from Alcoholics Anonymous like I'd always done, I heard the second part of that, and thorough. I thought to myself right then, maybe I can't be fearless, but I can be thorough. From that moment to this moment, I've been thorough in Alcoholics Anonymous. What I found out is the more thorough I am, the more that fear is removed. The first thing they made me do is call my probation officer and tell her where I was. And she said, well, that's good. You probably need to be there. How long is the treatment? And I said, 28 days. And she said, there'll be an officer there waiting on you. We'll be there to pick you up. And I had to figure out a way to accept the fact that my journey in sobriety was going to start in jail. And I did that. I'd been around long enough to know that there was chairs up there, and if they needed to be moved by God, I'd go up there and move them. And if something needed to be done, I just did it. I'd watched the people in my home group. I'd watched the people in Alcoholics Anonymous for all those years. Even though I didn't listen to them, I watched what they did. And I did that. And sure enough, 28 days later, there was a couple cops there. And they handcuffed me and they shackled my feet. They were nice enough to handcuff me in the front. That's like a 100-mile drive in handcuffs. It wasn't very comfortable. And they took me to jail. And, I called my mom. And now, I hadn't called her for 30 days in treatment. And I hadn't called AA. And I hadn't called anybody. And I'd never done that before. I did what those people asked me to do at that treatment center when they asked me to do it, exactly the way they asked me to do it. And I asked God every morning in that treatment center to help me stay sober. And I began to get these thoughts that maybe I could do this. Maybe I was going to be okay. And I also began to get these thoughts that if I didn't, that my life was going to be like this forever. This was the way it's going to be. And I called my mother that day and I told her that. And I said, I know that there's no reason in the world you should believe me or put any faith in anything I tell you. But I can't prove anything in this jail. Please get me out of here. Now, I wanted to get out. Don't make any bones about that. I did want to get out of jail. I didn't want to be in there. But, she did. She came and got me out. And she said, I'm done. This is your one shot. She let me spend one night at her house. She locked up everything that was worth any value. A friend of mine had made arrangements for me to interview with the halfway house the next day, and I did that. And I got into that halfway house, and, I wanted to go back to work for that family business, but they wouldn't let me. And a few months went by, and they let me go back. And, I was about 3 months sober, and I got to face my first hardship in sobriety. That aunt that I told you about, who was like a mother to me, she got sick very suddenly and passed away, and I had to go to the hospital, and I had to tell her, I had to say goodbye. And I went in that room, and I held her hand that night, and I said, Janie, it's Jay, and I just want you to know that I'm sober, and it's okay for you to go if you have to go. And one day at a time, I'm going to try to stay sober for you. And you guys have helped me do that. You've helped me keep that promise. And I walked out of that emergency room, and I looked up, and the little old nurse was a lady that I knew from the Alano Club in Greenville. She put her arms around my neck. She hugged me, and she said, it's 10 o'clock, and they got a meeting over at the club at 10:30 where they turn off all the lights and they light candles. Why don't you go over there, Jay? And I did. And, so as an example of doing the work and Alcoholics Anonymous being there, it was things like this that helped me to build that faith and that relationship with God that I was telling you about. And, it wasn't, Kimberly got out of jail, and we decided that we were going to try to make it work. And, my story's not an endorsement for relationships early in sobriety. It's just what happened to me. And Kimberly lived in a homeless shelter when she got out of jail. And then she moved into a halfway house. And God, what an example of going to any lengths she was to me. And, she did whatever she had to do. And, we stayed away from each other for that first year or so. I mean, we were kind of together, but our home group breaks into 4 different meetings, and we would go to different meetings. And on the speaker meeting nights on Tuesdays, we didn't sit next to each other, and the meeting was for the meeting, and we were going to put God and AA first, and not Jay and Kim first. And we've done that our whole time in sobriety. We've put God and AA first, and it's worked out. It's worked out. We rocked along in that first year of sobriety, and I can remember standing in that courtroom and 6 months sober and facing all those charges. It was time to pay the piper, and I was facing some prison time. And the judge just extended my probation. Well, man, I'd been on the run from probation for so long, I had like 3 weeks left. And that was it. I paid him one more little time, and probation was over. And I got a driver's license back. I failed the driving test 3 times. Not the written test either. Now, the driving 3-point turn, 3 times that 3-point turn got me. But I got my driver's license back, and I got in this big book, and I began to take these steps. And I got to that inventory process, and the fire was lit, because I found out why. You know what I found out in the inventory? I found out why I did the things I did. And I found out that I didn't have to do them anymore. And, Kimberly and I were a year sober, and we got married. And it was an AA wedding, and our families were there, and our home groups were there. And I can remember Kimberly's grandfather putting his arm around me and saying, I couldn't be any prouder of the man that that my granddaughter has chosen to be her husband. 1 year in Alcoholics Anonymous. A year earlier, my mother had said, if you come to my house, I'm calling the police. And, we got married, and we celebrated a year sober all in the same week. And, I celebrated that first AA anniversary, and the next day, Kimberly and I were in an Old Navy, and we were shopping. I got a phone call, and it was his voice was just hysterical on the other end of that line, and it was that father I told you I hated. And he said, son, I need you to tell me how you stay sober. And, I called Sterling, and I said, Dad needs some help, and I need to go out to Kentucky and talk to him. And he said, son, I know this is your father, but this is another alcoholic, and you need to make contact with Alcoholics Anonymous before you go out there. And I did. And got a hold of a guy named Patrick and a guy named Eddie, and we hooked up. And I went out there to visit Dad, and he wasn't doing so good. And the next time we went out, Kimberly came with me, and he still wasn't doing very well. And we left, and I was crying, and I said, God, Kimberly, I feel like there's something more I should be able to do. She said, Jay, all you can do is love him and be a good example of Alcoholics Anonymous. And, I set about trying to do that. And, it wasn't long after that Kimberly and I, we had to go to the hospital. And Kimberly got cut from hip to hip. And all this screaming, and they handed me this little boy. And, I was always taught that I got to live my way into good thinking. I couldn't think my way into good living. And I'd been taking the actions in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I held that little boy. And the first thought that came to my mind was just fear of, am I going to be a good father? What am I going to do? And it just went away that fast. See, because you all have taught me to be a good member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And if I'll do that, I'll automatically be a good father. And I'll be a good husband, and I'll be a good son. And, we rocked along, and we got that baby home from the hospital, and I got a phone call. And it was my aunt from Kentucky, and she said, I hate to do this to you today. She said, but your father's in Baptist East Hospital with a blood alcohol level of 0.39 on suicide watch. And there's nothing I can do. I got that little baby, and I can't go. But you see, because of good sponsorship, I was told to make contact with Alcoholics Anonymous all those months back. And I called Patrick. And I said, Patrick, man, I can't get out there, but Dad's in Baptist East. Patrick said, man, I'll go get Ezzy. Visiting hours are at 6:30 over there. I sponsored a guy who went through that place, and Patrick went over there for me. And, that taught me right then how big Alcoholics Anonymous was and what this deal is really about. And, I guess a couple weeks went by, and Dad called, and he said, you'll never guess what happened. A couple guys from AA showed up over here the other night. And you guys had taught me a little bit about ego at that point, and I said, isn't that great how God works in Alcoholics Anonymous? And that's kind of all I said. And, and Dad went through treatment, and he got sober. And but Kimberly and I had left the house that day, and we were just driving around, and I was upset, and my mom was going through a hard time then, and my brother was in that magical wonderland between college and responsibility, and my dad's on suicide watch. And, and I told Kimberly, I just crying, and I said, she said, what's the matter with you? And I said, I just never thought I'd be the most responsible member of my family. And she looked at me with all the seriousness that a wife can look at a husband with, and she said, sweetheart, you're not the most responsible member of your family. I am. And I need that. I need that from time to time. And but Dad got the opportunity to come to Greenville, and he got the opportunity to go with me to my home group, and he got the opportunity to go home and meet his grandson. And we were walking back to the car. And he was getting in his car, and he stopped for a minute. He turned around and looked at me, and he said, son, I just want you to know that I love you, and you're a good example of Alcoholics Anonymous. Thank you. And gosh, I can't tell you what that's meant to me. And it wasn't long after that I got a phone call from Kentucky, and it was Dad, and he said, I'm going to be celebrating a year sober in a couple of weeks. I'd love for you to come out here and share your story with us. And I've got to do that at all his anniversaries, so that's been tremendous. I've got the opportunity since I've been sober to work with guys and to stay on the firing line of Alcoholics Anonymous and be active and work with guys and see their lives change. And, that Al-Anon mother who our relationship was so strained, she's at my house all the time now, I know there hadn't been a day in 5 years that she's driven by my house and been scared to knock on the door. Not one day. And, I'm in a business now. I was able to leave that family business, and that family business are customers of mine. So I get to deal with her on a work basis and on a motherly basis, and that's a struggle sometimes. But I'm able to do that. And last December, Kimberly went to the hospital, and they cut her again from hip to hip, and this time they handed me a little girl, and it was my 33rd birthday. And I guess God doesn't want me to forget that little girl's birthday. And Kimberly talked the other night, and she talked about holding that little girl and looking at her, and thinking if she ever grew up to be like her, she'd kill her. And I was thinking about that. If that little girl grows up to be half the woman her mother is, she'll be lucky. She'll be lucky. I have the Serenity prayer on a little plaque, on a little banner that somebody gave me, this fancy thing hanging next to my bed. And Kearns asked, my son asked me what it was, and I told him it was the Serenity prayer, and he calls it the Serenity prayer. But we've gotten to do that. And he likes to pretend. And sometimes he's Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark's the guy who cuts my grass, and I sponsor another guy named Big Todd, big guy, and Big Todd parks in front of the house in the same spot every time he comes over to read or go through the book. And Kearns has this little car, and sometimes he parks there and gets out, and he's Big Todd. And Kimberly called me the other day, and she said, your son's in here on the couch on his knees with his hands folded. And I asked him what he was doing, and he said, I'm Daddy, I'm praying. And, It's such an amazing ride. It's such an amazing deal to get to see those kids and to know that as long as I stick close to you guys and do what you guys do, that they don't ever have to see me drink. And I'm going to tell you a story about an amend I got to make to my grandfather, and it was one of the best amends that I got to make, the most rewarding. And there was a number of years back where he had been the mayor of a little town up outside of Greenville for a number of years. And I got in a lot of trouble in that town one day. And, they took me in front of this judge, and my grandfather was in there. And my grandfather told that judge, he said, if you'll let him go, and you'll let him, I'll put him to work, and how he'll make this right. Now, what I heard was, if you let him go, he's going to leave town, and I'll make it right for him. And that's what I did. And it was a year or so ago, and that business that he ran got in some trouble because of some things somebody else did, and he was in some trouble with the IRS, and I was able to, there was something that was important, very important to him and my grandmother that they thought they were going to lose. And Kimberly and I were able to write him a check for it, put it in our name and give it back to him. And it talks about direct amends. And because I can write a check, I don't think that's direct amends. But I went to him when I handed him that check, and we had a long talk. And I told him the kind of person I had been and the things that I had done, and that I wasn't trying to be that way anymore, and that I wanted him to have this gift from me for all the things that he had done for our family and for me. And he looked at me with tears in his eyes, and he said, I want you to know that you're one of the only people I can trust. That's what you all have done. You've given an 87-year-old grandfather a grandson he can trust. You've given me a relationship with my mother, a relationship with my father. You've given my brother, an older brother he can look up to. You've given my children a father and my wife a husband. But I'll tell you the greatest thing Alcoholics Anonymous has done for me and continues to do. You take a guy who hated who he was when he got here and where he'd been, and you've taught me and continue to teach me that it took exactly who I was and where I've been to make me what I am tonight. I tell you what I am tonight's an alcoholic who's recreating his life right here in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I want to thank you for letting me share it with you.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Make room. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Torgerson. I'm a recovered alcoholic. Oh, you guys nervous? I am. It's been a while. 2 months ago, Brownie came and chatted with me about coming to do this talk, so I've had 2 months to think about this. It would have been a lot nicer if someone would ask me at 9 o'clock this morning. I think that would have gone a lot better for me. I have a mind of an alcoholic, and I like to think. But before I get into anything, I'm going to start with a prayer here. It's called the Set Aside Prayer. Dear God, please help me set aside everything I think I know about myself, my disease, the big book, the 12 steps, the program, the fellowship, the people in the fellowship in all spiritual terms, and especially about you, God, so I may have an open mind and a new experience with all these things. Please help me see the truth. Amen. Amen. That's called the Set Aside Prayer. I do that before I do any work with any sponsees. I do it before I do any kind of big book study. What it does I think one of the biggest nooses around any of our necks is to think we already know everything. Whether it's, for me, it's because I work with a lot of people, and sometimes I think I know more than I do, right? And sometimes it may be someone that has a lot of time in the program. It might be some ideas you might have from a sponsor. It might be some ideas from things you might hear in the government. Who knows, right? So anyways, this invites us to have an open mind and a new experience with all these things. First and foremost, I would like to thank the committee again. Please, everyone. I'm going to pre-apologize. I may offend a few people tonight. It's not going to be my intent. The odd swear word might come out of my mouth. Not sure. Here's where my alcoholic mind took me last night. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I've been taking notes here for weeks on this talk, right? I'd take a few more notes, and last night I was trying to put this all together. I was trying to tie it all together. And I had about 30 pages of notes. So watch for the upcoming novel, Memoirs by Mark. And what I realized is about midnight last night, I had a little meltdown. I'm looking at these notes, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing, not at all, right? And I had this little meltdown about midnight last night, and I threw them all in the garbage, and I kicked the garbage can. I'm like, cursing Brandon, cursing AA. And I didn't like any of it, right? I'm going to take a bit of a different approach with everything here tonight. The reason why I didn't like my notes is I was looking at them all, and it was just to me, it was just another drunkalogue, right? And I don't like drunkalogues. I'm going to share a few things tonight that have to do with my story, but it's not my war stories that make me an alcoholic. And that was a really confusing thing for me when I first came into these rooms. I'd hear one person say, well, I'm an alcoholic because I got 4 DUIs. I'm like, well, I don't have 4 DUIs. Maybe I'm not an alcoholic. Then I hear someone else say, well, I'm an alcoholic because I spent 15 years in prison. I'm like, well, I didn't spend 15 years in prison. Maybe I'm not an alcoholic. Right? And I hear the next person say, well, I'm an alcoholic because I live under a bridge. Well, I'm not living under a bridge. Maybe I'm not an alcoholic, right? And what I realize is these war stories that don't actually bring us together, I think they separate us, right? What I wanted to talk about tonight, and here's me at midnight last night after having my little meltdown and kicking my garbage can and being all angry, throwing my notes in the garbage. And then about 12:15, I realized, like, what the hell am I going to say, right? I got nothing. So I got driven back into what I was taught, which was prayer and meditation. And I thought about what the topic was tonight, which is unity and recovery. And it's like, okay, well, what brings us all together? You know, like sometimes we don't even like each other, right? But what actually brings us all together? And it brought me to page 17 of our big book. And I am going to read from the big book tonight. So for you, those that don't believe the message comes from the book, this is going to be a long talk for you. And this has to do with unity and recovery. The feeling of having shared a common peril is one element in our powerful cement which binds us. But that in itself would never have held us together as we are joined. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. Right? Not my solution, a common solution. We have a way out in which we can absolutely agree. Precisely how we have recovered, right? We have a way, and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. So just bear with me, guys. I am nervous, so it's going to take a while to kind of shake off some of these jitters. I have a real real special bond with this particular group. As Dan said, I was here when it was a God-directed, intuitive thought. You know, it was basically two men having a conversation on the phone, and he was coming off a really hard relapse, and he was hurting. And we're going into the big book, and we're walking through some stuff, and he finally said, he goes, "We should really start a big book meeting." I'm like, "Yeah, you should, right?" And he's not the first newcomer to have a lot of enthusiasm, let's just say, in early recovery, and most of the time it pitters out, but me as a sponsor, I'm there to match those efforts. And I got a hold of my sponsor in Texas, and we got some information, and he went for it. He got going, right? And it's really cool to see the big book making a comeback in this city, because this is the only big book meeting in our city, and I do believe that to be quite important. Just going to share a couple of cool little notes that I wrote in regards to the big book. There's been 50 million copies of this sold, which I think is a really cool stat. 227 anonymous fellowships have picked up the 12 steps and the 12 traditions. Right? So this has been the driver of so many other fellowships. Named by Time magazine as one of the most influential books written in English. Library of Congress named it as one of the books that helped shape America. Arguably the most important thing to happen in the 20th century. Millions of lives have been saved by the message that's in this book. So that's a pretty cool deal. So the topic of unity. I want to talk about what brings us together, like we've just read in the page 17. We have one common problem. What's our common? We come from all walks of life here, right? We're normally people that wouldn't mix. We all have something called alcoholism. And we all have something called a common solution, as described from the big book. But what I want to talk about today is, and I'm going to be, I didn't want to get into my war stories at all, and I'm going to say a few things tonight that I would never say in a meeting. You're going to hear me talk about drugs, and you're going to hear me talk about a few things that don't belong in the meetings, frankly, because they just don't belong there. But I was told they do belong from a podium or on a 12-step call. So I will say some stuff tonight I wouldn't normally say. Where do I want to go with this? What does it mean to be an alcoholic? So, again, as I talked about before, I was never really sure what it meant to be an alcoholic, right? I always thought it had to do with the war story. And what I learned, as per the big book, is, and I'll share my experiences with each of these, is I have a 3-part problem. The first part of my problem is a physical allergy to alcohol. And it's something that doesn't get discussed that much in our rooms, right? What that basically means is when you take alcohol, ethyl alcohol, and you put it in my system reacts differently than the average person. This only applies to about 10% of the population. 90% of the people can safely drink, right? What that looks like for me is I plan on having 1 or 2 drinks, and I have significantly more. Right? I can look back at my drinking experience over the years. I planned on having 1 or 2, but I get thirsty after the first drink, not before. Right? I want more. Does anyone here have a food allergy? What happens when you, what's your food allergy?
Gluten.
Gluten. What happens when you have it?
I throw up.
You throw up. So let me ask you this. Do you think childhood trauma caused your food allergy? Probably not, right?
I could take that argument.
Okay, well, let's use a different analogy. Let's use the analogy of strawberries, being allergic to strawberries, right? It's a high likelihood that my allergy to strawberries wasn't caused by childhood trauma. I know that a lot of people have suffered childhood trauma in recovery, and I think it's important that you visit that, and I think it's important you get outside help with that. But not everybody. I don't believe that to be the cause. I believe this to be genetic in nature. I believe this to be handed down through generations. For me, if I look at my family tree and give it a good shake, there's alcoholics littered absolutely everywhere, right? I actually had a good upbringing, Here's the funny thing is, I went to a treatment center years ago and spent a lot of money to be there. But they came from the idea that all addiction is a result of childhood trauma. And they weren't going to let me leave until I came up with something. And I did. By the time I left, I blamed my parents for it, right? And again, I don't want to dismiss anyone that has had childhood trauma. I think it's something that's really important to deal with, right? I'm a big believer in outside help. But for myself, I didn't come from that. I had a good family. I had a good upbringing. I had good parents. They're alcoholic. My dad was an alcoholic, but he was a good man, right? My life wasn't perfect, but it was good. The allergy I believe to be is genetic in nature. And what happens with me in the allergy is it leads me into different things. In my early drinking, the allergy would, sometimes I'd plan on having 1 or 2 drinks, and I'd have 1 or 2 drinks, But as my drinking career progressed, pretty much every single time, when I planned on having 1 or 2, I would have significantly more, right? And then that led me into a world of drugs as well. I did a lot of cocaine, and I did a lot of other stuff. I slept around a lot. There was a lot of gambling. There was a lot of things, but everything always started with the first drink, right? And I would never really know what was going to happen. It's funny because there were so many people that would say to me, it's like, Mark, we didn't even realize you were that bad. We didn't realize that you're that bad. They would see me at 9, 10 o'clock, or earlier. But what would happen to me is I'd disappear and I'd take off alone. And I'd go buy a 40 of whiskey, an 8-ball of cocaine, go home, Percocets, sleeping pills. I spice the night up with a Viagra, right? So, and I'd wander around with a baseball bat alone, staring out my window, looking for cops in my trees. That's what I would do. That's where the allergy took me. That was no longer fun, So the physical allergy to me was, I like analogies, and I like the analogy is the allergy can be looked at like sex, like having sex with a gorilla. Once it starts, it ain't over till the gorilla says it's over. But it's a 3-part problem. That's only one part of the problem. The next part of the problem, because here's the deal. If I got an allergy to strawberries, pretty simple solution. Just quit eating strawberries, right? But the second part of my problem, or in any other alcoholic problem, as per the big book, is I have a mental obsession of the mind. And that's where my alcoholism lives. I have a mind that always wants to take me back to the first drink. Basically a sober blackout. I can't remember all the bad stuff that I've done, right? What goes through my head is somehow, someday, this time it's going to be different. Some examples. I'm actually just going to read something from the big book here, and bear with me, which I think truly helps explain the mental obsession. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. That's what makes me an alcoholic. Anyone that tells me in the past that they chose not to drink today, there's a pretty good chance they're not an alcoholic, right? What the big book's telling me is that I've lost the ability to choose. I'm drinking against my will. I was drinking against my will. Some examples of that would be my first DUI. And I remember making a deal with God. It's like, oh, God, please just get me through this. And I promise I'll never drink again. Right? And I was drinking again shortly after. I got a second DUI. It's like, please, God, just help let me get through this one. And I promise I won't drink again. And I was drinking again. And then there was another time I'm wired up to a polygraph test to see if I'm going to be spending 7 years in prison. Not a fun experience. And RCMP officer, about 6'4", he's there to break me, and I'm just praying, right? It's like, God, please just get me through this. And I promise I will never drink again. And I got through it, and someone else went to prison as a result, and I was drinking again. You know? There was a time in Mexico. I got, can't believe I'm saying this on mic. In Mexico, I got busted by the Mexican feds with a whole bunch of cocaine, and that doesn't go over very well down there. And I'm making a deal with God again. It's like, God, please, just get me through this one. And I promise, that's the most scared I've ever been in my life, right? I promise I won't do this again. And I meant it. Each and every one of those times, I would have passed a polygraph test. That's how much I meant it. You know, and I quit for my kid before, I quit for a woman before, I quit for a job before. Every time I meant it so much that I would have passed a polygraph test. Now, thank God the Mexican feds are crooked, and I was able to buy them off. And, but again, within 24 hours, I'm back at it, right? I've lost the ability to choose whether I drink or not. A good analogy for the mental obsession would be this. It's like a dog returning to its vomit, you know? It's like the dog knows it's a bad idea. It's like if you were to say to him, like, if he could talk, he's like, yep, this is a really bad idea, but here I go. And I'm not sure why, right? I'm really not even sure. I don't even know why I'm doing this, but I'm going to do it, you know? And that's the crazy part of this illness. I got a physical allergy, I got a mental obsession. And at the root of it all, and it's a part that we don't talk about that much, is the spiritual malady. I have a malady of the spirit, and this is how I feel in a sober state. I started drinking at the age of 12, and I think I needed one at the age of 6. That's about how far back I can remember where I didn't feel okay inside. I felt separate from other people. I felt alone. Even in a room full of people, I would feel alone. I was absolutely full of fear, right? Alcohol took all that away. My relationship with alcohol was absolutely wonderful and amazing. And it worked for me for a really long time. The big book clarifies this with 3 terms: restless, irritable, and discontent. This is how I feel in a sober state, right? That's actually what drove me into alcohol. It further clarifies it with some stuff that's called the bedevilments, and it's on page 52, and I'll just read them here. It asks me, were you having trouble in personal relationships? Were you having trouble controlling your emotional nature? Were you prey to misery and depression? Were you having trouble making a living? Did you have a feeling of uselessness? Were you full of fear? Were you unhappy? Were you having trouble being of real help to other people? Right? That explains me without alcohol. When I quit drinking, that's when my problems start. So alcohol worked for me for a really long time. We had a love affair. I liked myself better when I was drinking. And from ages about 12 to about 25, it worked like a charm. It worked great. I was better with booze. And then it quit working. Something happened along the way, it actually quits working. And that's where my troubles really began. I think that's the thing that people that aren't alcoholic will never really understand about us. It's like, why can't you just stop? It's like, if you knew how I felt inside when I wasn't drinking, you wouldn't ask me that question. It's the only thing that ever took away the pain. So for me, just quit drinking is like a form of torture. And that's, for me, I would try to hang on for dear life in this program, or even just in sobriety, right? And I never could for very long. For me, sobriety was a form of torture. I needed a replacement. I needed the 12 steps and I needed God, right? For me, just going to a whole pile of meetings didn't treat it. I always had the idea that outside stuff would treat my spiritual malady. And I chased money, I chased women, I chased power. My really good example of this is, and I think as alcoholics, we're really mislabeled sometimes. We're driven. The alcoholics I know are absolutely driven people. We got all sorts of willpower in every other part of our life, right? And a good example of this for me was I got involved with a group out in Victoria, BC, Bear Mountain Condo Project. And I wasn't even a real estate agent. But I got involved in this project and I was able to, through this obsessive, crazy mind of mine, I was able to sell 44 condos in a really short period of time from my basement in Alberta, right? And that was as much as their entire staff combined on site. So the ownership group was a group of NHL players. And they had me come out there in honor of what I was doing. And these guys are household names. 2 of them are in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Big deals, right? And they have this dinner in my honor. And I'm thinking, I have arrived. This is it. This is my moment. And I'm sitting there with dinner with these guys, and it's about 6 or 8 NHL players. And like I said, a couple of them are Hall of Famers. And I'm sober. And I'm crawling out of my skin. I feel absolutely worthless. I feel like I shouldn't be there. I don't feel like I deserve to be there. And the only thing I'm looking at is, where's the wine? Right? That's all I'm staring at. They're talking to me and I'm just like, coming out of my skin. Right? The spiritual malady. Coming out of my skin in a sober state. Pour myself a glass of wine, guzzle it. They're looking at me. Right? Like, are you okay? And about halfway down in my second glass of wine, I'm like, yeah, I can breathe. I can talk. Right? And then I became the man that they'd known. Before I was just a scared, frightened 12-year-old child, sitting there with a bunch of men thinking that I'm something that I'm not. The spiritual malady. So I believe that's what we all have in common. 3-part problem. I don't believe that our war stories bring us together. I believe that they push us apart. What else do we have in common? What we have in common, I believe, is a 3-part solution. A 3-part problem, a 3-part solution. 1 is recovery, which is the meetings and the 12 steps. 2 is unity, which is meetings and fellowship. Service, which is sponsoring other alcoholics, helping, this kind of stuff. Chairing meetings, sharing hope, right? I was in and out of meetings I was in and out of AA for 7 years trying to get sober. And I wasn't getting it. And I'd go to meetings. I remember getting drunk right after a meeting. I was in a church basement and I'm new. And I'm hearing one person after another, after another, after another. One guy's complaining about traffic. The next guy's complaining about his wife. The next guy's complaining about his job. And everyone's just complaining and complaining and complaining. Right? I'm like, if this is recovery, I'm taking my chances out there. You know? And the thing is, I kept coming in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. And the only thing that I was being told was go to more meetings. Go to more meetings, more meetings, more meetings, more meetings. 90 and 90. And I remember doing about 100 meetings in 90 days and wanting to put a bullet in my head. Meetings was not treating my spiritual malady. I needed to do the full program. And that's the promise that was made to me by my sponsor real early. Promise that I make to anyone that I work with is I draw the circle and the triangle, recovery, unity, and service. And my promise to anyone that I work with is if you live in the center of the circle and the triangle, you will not drink again. Whenever I call my sponsor out in Texas, and usually to whine about relationship issues, he always asks me, before he gets into anything, it's like, where are you? Plot yourself. Where are you in the circle and the triangle? Are you getting to meetings? When's the last time you took a newcomer through the steps? Are you starting your day with prayer and meditation? Are you doing inventory step 10 and 11 at night? Right? Are you doing the deal? You know, what I find that is when I'm living in the middle of the circle and the triangle, all the assholes seem to just leave town. You know, this is a disease of perception. It really is. You know, my perception changes completely when I'm doing this whole deal, when I'm doing this whole program. And why do I do it? I do it for the same reason why I drank and drugged. I like the effect it produces. In the doctor's opinion, it tells us we drink and drug for the effect. It makes us feel better until it quits working. And I needed a substitute for that. So that's why I work this program like the desperation of a drowning man. You know, I do the whole deal because I like the effect it produces. I like to feel okay in my skin. Right? I want to go around this world in a sober state. I want to be excited about recovery. I want to go live a really cool life. I think that's what God meant for us to do. Right? And that's what I do, is I try to live in the center of this. I certainly do not do this perfectly, by any means. But I have a program that can get me back on track. I welcome the suffering now. This program is easy when life is good. You know? But the suffering, it always drives me deeper back into it. I knew I was coming up here a long time ago, and you know, last week I went and did another step 5 with my sponsor because I'm trying to clear the channel. I'm trying to clear the channel. I was a little twisted up, right? You know, I'm doing the deal. I spent a lot of time in prayer and meditation the last couple of days, you know, because I like the effect it produces. I needed a substitute. I'm going to talk about hitting bottom and some of the important players in my life. I hit my bottom when I had everything. And it didn't make sense to a lot of people. I hit a external bottom in my early 30s. I was broke. I had a business that was on the verge of bankruptcy. I was living in a friend's basement on a blow-up bed, and life was not good. That to me was my external bottom, right? But I had it in my mind that I had a case of the onlys. If I could only just get the girl. If I could only just get the job, if I could only just get the house, if I could only just get a nice vehicle, right? And through my 30s and maybe a little bit of luck and a lot of hard work, I got everything I thought I wanted. And I remember being in Maui, looking in the mirror and staring at myself. I'm like, shit, it's still there. You know, it's still there. I had everything. I had absolutely everything. I was there with a beautiful woman. I had money. I had everything. I think bottom can come on a park bench or on Park Avenue. You know, you see millionaires blowing their brains out all the time. The external stuff does not solve my spiritual malady. I went about a 30-day stretch. I was completely spiritually sick, and I had no idea what was going on. I'd been in and out of the doctors for a long time, and I was labeled as PTSD, manic, bipolar, depressed, right? All these different things. And I was given all these different meds for all of it along the way. And at the end of the day, I got to find out I'm just a garden variety alcoholic. right? I haven't done anything for a long time. But there was a period of time, that 30 days, and the bottom hit in Maui, and I went for about 30 days, and it was really hard to explain. But I thought I was going to die every minute of every day for about 30 days. And my eyes were all swelling. And there was a lot of fear. I remember going to the doctor and I'm like, there's something wrong. I'm dying. I was actually writing my obituary, right? And I remember getting these blood tests done. I'm fully expecting them to be fatal, right? And the doctor's going, you're okay. I'm like, I'm not okay. Clearly I'm not okay. But it's funny that, and I was a self-proclaimed atheist and a self-proclaimed agnostic, but I really wasn't. I would pray if I had too much drugs and I felt like I was going to OD. I'd pray when I was in the courtroom. I'd pray for a girl to come into my life. I'd pray for a girl to leave my life. So I don't know if I was really agnostic or atheist after all. But the funny thing was I knew exactly where to go and what to do during that period of time in Maui. I started doing the Lord's Prayer at night because I didn't think I'd make it through the night. I thought I was going to die. And a few things happened shortly after that. I think with all of us, there's a defining moment, whether it's a conversation, a phone call, wandering into a meeting, a chance conversation, a Facebook post, whatever it may be. There's a defining moment which changes your entire life. For me, it was a click of a mouse. I was dying in the rooms of AA. 7 years in and out, in and out, in and out. And I clicked on to an online meeting. And it was not like a meeting I had ever been exposed to before. Everyone was very friendly to me at first. And, but they were a group that they really didn't care about how I felt. They really didn't care about what I thought. The only thing that they cared about was me taking some actions. And the deal was with this group is that you were going to be assigned a sponsor that day or leave, right? And I was pissed off because didn't they know about my feelings and how important I was? But I was intrigued. It was the first group that would rather step on my toes and stand on my grave. And I got my first sponsor there. And it was a female out of New York. And she took me through this work, and she was saying some stuff that I'd never heard before. And she took me through this work at a really rapid pace. And I got well quick. Something happened. It was almost abnormally simple. Didn't make sense to my intellectual mind. And it went really good. And I remember they really pushed us into working with other people really quickly, right? And I remember calling this lady after the fact, again, wanting to discuss relationship issues. And this lady was very blunt with me. And the question that she would always ask whenever I'd call is, did you help another alcoholic today? And if the answer was no, click. Conversation was over. Now, I personally don't do that. I'm harsh, but not that harsh. But what it did is it taught me my ultimate pathway out of this. Right? If selfishness and self-centeredness is the root of my problem, then getting out of self is my answer to this. And I was a skilled manipulator and I was a skilled liar. And it was the first person that told me the truth. And it launched me into sponsorship is what it did. And I was absolutely frightened. I was frightened to sponsor people and I was scared. But I brought these ideas back to Medicine Hat about doing the work quickly, announcing yourself as a recovered alcoholic, following the instructions of the big book as per described. And I was welcomed with open arms, and that's the rest of the story. So, no, that's not what happened. I got a lot of pushback. And I ended up going back out one more time. And then I came back in again. And I launched into this program. Right? I started sponsoring in 2 months, and I have not looked back. I've taken, somewhere between 50 and 60 people through this work, either in a sponsorship or a co-sponsorship position, because I like the effect it produced. And unbeknownst to me is a lot of these people are staying sober. A lot of you are here today. And thank you. You're the ones that are keeping me sober. There's been many times I've thought about leaving this fellowship. It's there's been some old timers that have made things fairly difficult. And there's been a lot of gossip. And there's been a lot of slander. And but when you start seeing people get well quickly, man, there's not a drink or drug like that. There's absolutely no drink or drug like that out there. So thank you for all of you that have stayed. There's 3 people I want to draw attention to that have been influencers in my recovery since my original sponsor, who I've moved away from. Around 4 months sober, I started listening to the audios of a man, Chris Raymer. And he was talking in a fashion I've never heard before. He was very blunt. He was critical. He told the truth. And I listened to him. Tape after tape after tape after tape. I kept listening to him. He worked at a treatment center in Texas. And I became a sobriety stalker. I listened to one of his tapes quite clearly, and I listened to where he worked at, and I found out the treatment center he worked at. So I went online, and I found his email address. And I emailed him, and he answered. And I emailed him again, and he answered. And we started talking on the phone. And then about 1 year sober, I asked the big question, will you sponsor me? And he didn't say yes right away. He says, let's talk about what that's going to look like. The last thing he needed, he speaks all over the world from the podium. And the last thing he needed was a high maintenance sponsee. And I've been with him for 5 years now. And he's been a huge influencer in my life. He's a cool guy. A lot of you I know have listened to him. Dale's been a big influencer as well. I remember when I came back to the meetings here, and I was sharing the message of the big book and that you could get well in this program quickly. I'm like, oh, Dale's going to be pissed, right? Because he intimidated me because he knew what he was talking about. And I was already taking a lot of heat. And I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to say what I'm up to. And I remember him saying very specifically to me, he goes, that's all a product of good sponsorship. That's all directly what's in our literature. You're doing things right. I'm like, oh, thank God. I got an ally finally, And Dale's been a big influencer. And, I don't talk to Chris that much. I talk to Dale quite often. And the word sponsor is actually nowhere in our big book. It's not in there. I have different mentors. I have a variety of mentors that I go to. And third guy, he's here right now, Greg. Pastor Greg. I met Greg when I think I was about 8 months sober. And one of my friend's kids had just died. Due to an overdose. And he spoke at the funeral. And he spoke really well. And I listened to him and I heard him. And the next day, I'm driving. I'm still in the oil patch at the time. And I'm driving home. I'm driving to Brooks. I pull over to the side of the road and I call the Dream Center. I'm like, not even sure exactly why I'm calling you. But I heard you speak yesterday and I'm involved in AA. And what I'm finding is I'm working with a lot of people and I'm finding a lot of them have a difficulty being fully honest with me on their step 5. Would you be willing to get involved? And he's like, absolutely. And he made some calls to some other priests and some other pastors and Greg's gone on to do 50, 60 step 5s. Yeah. So he's been a huge, huge influencer in recovery and Medicine Hat here. I know some of you have done your step 5s with him. I know I have too. And I remember going to see him with my step 5 because I didn't feel comfortable. There's a couple things I held back on, right? And I remember going to see him to do my step 5, nervous as I was tonight, maybe more. And I'm holding this document like the secret CIA document, right? And I let it all go that day, And he's like, if there's a name for it, someone else has already done it. And it was good. But I remember a conversation that I had with him. I showed up with a big book and I gave it to him, and he's like, "Can I be honest with you?" I'm like, "Absolutely." He goes, "I got a bit of a beef with your program." I'm like, "Oh, what is that?" He's like, "You got to tell everyone you're sick for the rest of your life." I'm like, "That's not true." And I opened up the big book and I showed him the very first promise on the big book, which is the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism. And then I showed him why the book was written. So this is precisely to show other alcoholics how we have recovered. And then I showed him on page 90 of the book. It's like, we are to draw attention to ourselves as people who have recovered. He's like, "You know what?" He goes, "I didn't know any of that." He goes, "I was under the impression that you had to tell everyone you were sick for the rest of your life." I'm like, "That's not a message of hope, right? I'm well today. My life is good." And I think that that's a message I want to give to the newcomer, is you can get well, and you can get well quickly. The obsession can be removed, right? I have a daily reprieve based on my spiritual condition. I can never safely put alcohol in my body. Abstinence is my only answer. That is not what recovered means. It does not mean cured. Right? Doesn't matter how much spiritual work I do, doesn't matter how much time I have in, doesn't matter how many people that I sponsor, I can never safely put alcohol in my body due to the physical allergy. We talked about that. That physical allergy never goes away. Recovered has to do with the mental obsession. I do not obsess about alcohol. I've went through some really hard times in sobriety. I know some people, their life has become absolutely on fire in sobriety, and I welcome that. And I think it's absolutely, I love hearing those stories. I've been challenged a lot in sobriety. My mom has died, my dad has died, my uncle I was close to, my aunt I was close to, my family's been torn apart. I had a long distance relationship, long term, basically get shredded, But my story from the podium is, during all those times of hardship, not once did I obsess about drinking. And I think that's the message of hope that the newcomer needs to hear, is that we have a solution during the bad times, right? Not just the good times. Recovery is easy when things are good. But what are you going to do when the tide turns? Right? What are you going to do when she leaves or he leaves, or when you lose a job or a family member dies? Right? This program, this book gives me a solution for that. What's my life like now? I can walk this earth a free man. I couldn't do anything before. I was so riddled in fear. I went to Las Vegas 6 times in the last 12 months. Now, that would make an addiction counselor's mind explode, right? My sponsor tells me that trigger is the name of a horse and it's dead. If you work a good, strong program, you can do stuff. I'm not reckless. All my trips are based in recovery. I've got tons of friends in Las Vegas in recovery now. I think that's what we're meant to do, is go live a really cool and exciting life in recovery. Right? I don't think it's supposed to be dull and boring. And what I find is the more people I work with, lack of power is my dilemma. The more people that I work with, the more people that I try and help, I'm given power. Right? I don't even know how this thing works. It's just bizarre sometimes to me. But before I go on a trip, I'll make sure I do some work with somebody, right? And I'm lifted up. My spirits are lifted. And I can go do that work. And I can go travel. And I can go do some really cool things. My life has purpose. Before, my purpose was making money, chasing women, power, right? All external stuff. There was there's a group that I created a few years ago called Solution to Recovery. And basically what it was is we're having such a difficult time sharing the message. And it was originally me and Ryan H. that just started sharing a few audios. And a few more people, and there was a few more people, and a few more people. And then I created I didn't want me to be known as the trusted authority. And in the middle of the night, this name just came to me, Solution to Recovery. And I went and registered the domain and started sending some audios and stuff from there. And this thing something really crazy started to happen. And my sponsor sponsors 35 men from all over the world, and he had these 35 men added to it. And what ended up happening is these articles I was sending out, Google started to block me because it got too big. They thought I was spam. This thing just kept on growing. There was a real need, a real want for a solution, right? So this girl out of Calgary gave me a hand, and we got this thing up and going and moved it over to MailChimp. And this thing is, I've got 250 people on this list here now from all over the world, and I didn't see that coming. I didn't see anything like that coming. That wasn't my plan. And it's pretty cool because with MailChimp, you send an article out and you can see where it goes, right, throughout the world. So I'm looking at this, and I send an article out, and some are more popular than others, and you can see this world map start lighting up as these articles get forwarded, and I'm staring at my screen like a little crackhead, right, watching this thing go across the world. So, but it's, it's cool, right? I didn't see any of this kind of stuff coming. My life has purpose. My life has meaning. I'm going to finish with an article here. I think I got time, right? Yeah. This is someone from my sponsorship lineage that lives out in Toronto. And I condensed this article because it was fairly long, but I want to finish with this. I like the article, and maybe I can mend a few fences that I might have burned down here. It's called Confessions of a Big Book Sponsor. And I condensed this. I remember asking someone in the fellowship a few years ago, "Are you working your program?" He replied, "Yes, I went to a meeting today." I responded, "No, that's not what I'm talking about. Are you working with someone?" He said, "Yes, I have a sponsor." I replied, "No, that's not what I'm talking about. Are you working with a newcomer?" He said, "I'm just a few months sober. I'm only a newcomer. This is a selfish program. I need to work on myself first." I never saw him again. Who am I? I'm a Big Book sponsor. I practice a 12-step program as outlined in the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. The original recipe for recovery as practiced by the original 100 who recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. You can recognize me at 12-step meetings because I'm the one who brings my own Big Book. To show other alcoholics precisely how I have recovered is the main purpose of this book. I carry a common solution, a way out in which we can absolutely agree, and upon which we can join together as brothers and sisters in harmonious action. My deportment shouts that I am a person with a real answer. I carry no attitude of holier than thou. I do not talk down to the alcoholic from any moral or spiritual hilltop. I ask for no payment. I have no axes to grind, nor people to please. You can expect to endure no lectures from me. My only desire is to be helpful. I offer friendship and fellowship. What do I do? You will find me at 12-step meetings armed with the facts about myself. As an ex-problem drinker, you will see me making an approach to the newcomer, looking for someone who needs and wants to hear about our common solution, someone with an honest desire to stop. Someone who wants what I have and is willing to follow instructions as outlined in the Big Book. Someone who wants to be joyous and free of active alcoholism. Working with other alcoholics. I've carried the message of the Big Book to many alcoholics, and rarely have I seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Untreated alcoholics are unlovely people. My struggles with them are strenuous, comic, and tragic. Those who could not or would not see our way of life are often consumed by their temptations, which leads them to the gates of insanity or death. I have worked hard with many alcoholics on the idea that only an alcoholic can help another alcoholic. I have had many failures. I once asked another Big Book sponsor about their success rates, and she replied, "I'm 100% successful." Astounded, I asked, "How is that possible?" She replied, "I'm still sober." To me, that's one of the best kept secrets in our fellowship today. I often hear that this is a selfish program, but whenever I put my sobriety first, I could never stay sober. As Dr. Bob once remarked, strenuous one-on-one work with another alcoholic was vital to permanent recovery. Love and tolerance of others is my code. In the 12-step rooms, I've been accused of being a step Nazi, a Big Book thumper, a holy roller, a zealot, a big book page pusher, and recently I was called a steptard. I've been thrown out of groups and asked not to come back. I have been asked not to bring my big book into some AA meetings. I've been physically and verbally threatened by members of the fellowship for teaching the 12-step program can be learned in a week. I have been blamed for killing people with the big book. When confronted with such animosity, my program tells me to look at my part. Have I been crusading, righteous, or critical? Have I been engaging in frothy debates or windy arguments? Have I been demonstrating an attitude of intolerance? Yes, there have been times when I have been all these things, but I claim spiritual progress, not perfection. I am no saint. I confess that I am a big book fundamentalist. I work my big book like a recipe of recovery. When I follow the 12 steps instructions as outlined in the big book, it awakens my mind and I make conscious contact with a higher power. I must remember that when I focus my mind on what is wrong with the fellowship and the meetings today, then I become more restless, irritable, and discontent. I must remember that the meetings are filled with many suffering and untreated alcoholics, many of them with long-term sobriety time. Therefore, I practice acceptance and focus on what is good about the meetings and the fellowship. I try to see how I can positively add to the meeting. My only desire is to be helpful. Sometimes I have charged the meeting makers of killing people with their don't drink and go to meetings mantra. In return, the meeting makers make it sect have accused me of killing people with my big book thumping attitude. What I've learned is this. It is not the meeting makers that are killing people, nor is it the big book thumpers. It's the 20 to 30 years of abusive drinking and using drugs that's killing alcoholics and addicts. I must remember that I have no monopoly on recovery, but I do know that the big book solution works. Why do I continue to work with other alcoholics? Over the years, I've witnessed a fellowship grow up around me. I've watched a spirit grow in the eyes of a suffering individual and seen them recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I've seen them make a 180-degree turn in life, only to help some other suffering alcoholic do the same. This is the experience I would not miss. I know you will not want to miss it either. Frequent contact with newcomers of the big book sponsors is the bright spot in my day. A vision for you. Thus I grow spiritually, and so can you with the big book in hand. It contains all you will need to begin working with the alcoholic who still suffers. I know what you were thinking. I'm only a newcomer myself. I do not have enough sobriety time to be used of it to anyone. What could I possibly offer another newcomer? Maybe I should wait a year or two. Rubbish. By working the big book solution, you will tap into a source of a power greater than yourself. To duplicate with such backing what I have accomplished is only a matter of willingness, patience, and labor. Remember, your alliance is always upon your higher power. It will show you how to create the fellowship you crave. Ask in morning meditation what you can do for the alcoholic who still suffers. The answers will come if you work your program. But if you're on shaky ground, you'd better work with another alcoholic instead. Remember, you have recovered and you've been given the power to help others. You will soon find out that when all other measures fail, work with another alcoholic will save the day. Give freely of what you have been shown and join us in the broad highway of fellowship and spirit. You will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road to happy destiny. Trust God, clean house, and help others. That's it.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Good morning, friends. My name is Jay Stennett, and I'm an alcoholic. God is doing for me what I couldn't do for myself, because it's 11-something in the morning on a Sunday. I'm in New Orleans, And I haven't had anything to drink yet today, which for an alcoholic of my variety is an amazing, miraculous thing. I mean, we should all be drunk, right? And I mean, it's late in the day. That's the nice thing about New Orleans. You guys understand morning drinking. You go places, people don't even start drinking till like 10 o'clock in the morning. It's rude. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who had anything to do with getting my wife and I here. Van, Lisa, Judy have been incredibly sweet. There's a term, and it's beloved, and it means something that is very dear to the heart. And your AA community here is very, very dear to my heart because you've been so incredibly loving and engaged with myself. And I bring you greetings from Bill and Karen Cleveland and Matthew and Pip Mitchell. And, the weird AA family that I'm part of, we feel at home here. And I want you to know that you're part of our consciousness. And so thank you very much for all the kindness that you've extended to all of us over the years. I was living in my Pinto. And for the younger people here, a Pinto was a smart car that the Ford Motor Company crafted in the mid-'70s. Was highly flammable, just like the occupants. And I had no idea why I was living in a car. I didn't realize that what I was alcoholic. Now, I was the short guy in school. You guys all remember the short guy. I can't throw the ball as far. I can't run as fast. But when I hit 5th grade, I find something that I can do better than guys that are bigger, tougher, and stronger than me. Metabolize beverage alcohol. Obviously, this is a gift from God. And when one is gifted, one approaches it with enthusiasm. And I had no idea that what I was having an abnormal reaction to a substance. That this was not how most people function. Now, I don't know, how it is that you figured it out, but I'd like to suggest that if you want to figure out whether you're alcoholic or not, take what it is that you used to do for recreation and then compare it to what happens when 90% of the population does the same behavior. For example, by the time I'm 16 years old, my idea of a good time is to take a rack of Reds, high-powered, sedative, Seconal, and wash it down with a quart of Spagnotta wine. 90% of the population, when they exhibit that behavior, what happens is they end up in a coma at the hospital. With me, I'm looking for car keys and to make short-term romantic commitments. Right? Which brings me to another portion of this dis-ease, this that I didn't suffer from, but a lot of other people suffered from it, is a thing called blackouts. Now, blackouts isn't something that you ever hear about in junior high school health class. It's kind of like time travel. You just wake up in other places. And, I'd like to submit to you that if you wake up with a life form with which you were unfamiliar when you left the house in the morning, you may be suffering from something a little different. Now, most people, if they woke up, next to something, they'd go, I don't think I'll do this again. I just come up with coping mechanisms. I start calling myself a social sleeper. But so it's just odd. So I just kept coming up with different ways to rationalize my behavior. And what happened is that I reached the point where I could no longer justify what was going on to myself. My people hadn't raised me that way, and I violated the trust of anybody that ever put any in me. And I couldn't stand it. And I ended up, I'm 24 years old, and I'm running around stealing alcohol and gasoline and going from one place to another because I'm like a cat, and I don't want anybody to see how bad I've gotten, and I know it's going to get worse. And I got arrested again for driving under the influence. I was always under the influence. By the time I was 13 years old, my consciousness was only lames do it on the natch. The worst thing that can ever happen to somebody is to be a lame. Therefore, I'm never going to do anything on the natch. So I always, I like to drink Romalar before I went to 7th grade. It was a wonderful way to get ready for school. And, I knew that snack or nutrition break, I knew what kind of nutrition I needed because it went with the Romalar really well. And so anyway, that's just the way that I was. And at 24 years old, I'd been arrested and I don't want it to seem like I'm a criminal, I mean, it's like, let's be clear about this. We had criminal behavior described last night, okay? Me, it's public napping, drunk in public, it's just, but somebody was always going, get in the car, get in the car, get in the car. And so anyway, I'm baffled. I'm absolutely baffled about why it is that I can't control and enjoy my drinking. I can't understand why it is that I can't keep an apartment, keep a relationship, keep a job. I think that what I am is I'm just a bad guy getting what I deserved. And my father bailed me out of jail and over a vodka rocks at a hotel. He said, "Do you think you have the disease?" And I thought, well, I don't know. But maybe he'll pay for the lawyer. So I said, And he said, look. He said, I got a buddy I want you to talk to. Give him a call. You can stay with my mother down in El Segundo. So I drove down to my grandmother's house where all great criminals end up, right? Grandmas or whenever you meet a gangster in Alcoholics Anonymous, ask them, where do you live? Mother, with my mother. She's awful. So I'm at my grandmother's house. I give this guy a call. He says, meet me at the Howard Johnson's tomorrow morning at 7:30. Don't have anything to drink. And don't smoke any of that crap either. How did he know? So I meet this guy. He sits down. He starts talking about himself and talking about himself and talking about himself. How he had problems in his life, and then he met Alcoholics Anonymous, and then he didn't have any problems anymore. And it's talking about himself and talking about himself and talking about himself. I just want him to stop. Can't stand it. And so he's not stopping. So I figure I'll prompt him. I say, hey, look, do I need psychiatric treatment? Do I require religion? How about hospitalization? And he looked right at me and he said, listen, trick. He said, if you or your family can get the $3,000 that it's going to cost for you to go to treatment, go out and drink that money up. And when you're done, call Alcoholics Anonymous. They do it for fun and for free. And then this angel of mercy, this caring nurturer, got up and he said, if you want sobriety, you're going to have to go after it the way we went after your drugs and alcohol, kid. Find it in the white pages. Goodbye. And he left. He didn't even buy me breakfast. He didn't take me by the hand and walk me into sobriety. He said, go find it. So I went home to my grandmother's house, and I poured myself a water glass full of Davies County old-fashioned Kentucky bourbon with 3 ice cubes, and I knocked it down, and I called Alcoholics Anonymous. And that was on the 2nd day of May in 1979, and although I found it necessary on a number of occasions, I haven't taken the front drink, sniffed any glue, or done any of those other things that I found to be so consoling. So my story is that you don't have to drink or use 1 minute at a time from your first contact with the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, that's not all our stories, and there's no hierarchy about it or anything else, but this is just my story. I was invited. That's what you get. Okay? So anyway, I call AA up, and this woman goes, "Alcoholics Anonymous, can we help you?" She says, do you have a problem drinking? And I said, She says, are you drinking now? Now, I don't know about you guys, but I get really literal when I'm talking. I didn't have it pouring down my throat, so I was able to say, no, I'm not drinking. She said, we got a noon meeting happening down here in Manhattan Beach. Why don't you go down there? And so I ended up at this noon meeting. I showed up fashionably late, because if you're not invited to the pre-party, why show up on time, right? And so I walk into this coffee bar, and the woman behind the coffee bar goes, "You, upstairs." And I walked up these 12 steps into a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, and everybody started talking at me. And I can't understand, why are they talking at me? But you see, when I've been out busy, you can tell that I spent a lot of money getting my hair styled, 6-8 months ago. And when my hair's long, I kind of look like the Sphinx. My fingernails are out to here. When I light a cigarette, it looks like a napalm strike's been called in, you know. I got the zup-zups going because I haven't had enough to drink yet today. And everybody's talking at me. And the third guy that talked was a guy by the name of Butcher Joe. Now, you can always tell Butcher Joe. Joe Hacker. I kid you not. A butcher named Hacker. You can't make the... Anyway, and Joe looks at me, and he talks about crying the big crocodile tears when the family left. And inside he's going, yes! Now we can drink, and there isn't anybody that's going to get in our way. I understood that. And he talked about knowing just exactly how deeply to cut himself so that they'd have to take him to the hospital. And he could get the drink that he needed on the way. And he looked right through me and he said, you don't ever have to feel the way that you feel about yourself ever again if you're willing to do what I've done. And I bought the package right there. And the reason that I came here from Sedona is to tell you that you never have to feel the way that you feel about yourself ever again if you're willing to do what I've done. Now, this is a large group. There's a lot of time in this meeting. But I have been privileged over the years to come up against different things in my life where I've needed to turn around and go a different way and go to groups like the Al-Anon family groups and ask for help. You may be getting your ass kicked by something other than alcohol. This is not just about not drinking. This is a way of life that becomes more and more expansive. And the longer that we are separated from a drink, the longer that we are involved with spiritual principles, the more and more our behavior becomes aligned with a more spiritual way of life. But sometimes we need a little help with the food. We might need a little help with the gambling. We might need a little help with I don't know what it is that you may be suffering from, but if you are suffering, there are groups of women and men that can help you get out of that and get free from that. And they have a language particular to the problem. example. I end up in a meeting of Debtors Anonymous called Men and Money. I wonder if I qualified. Money in my family of origin was violence, absolute violence. That's what happened at the 1st and the 15th of the month. Things just got weird, and they got weirder, and I never got any training at all. And I'm sitting in this meeting, and a guy talks about hiding in clutter. I had every receipt for my business, but it was all stuffed in boxes and places all over. And I thought I was just insane. And these people actually knew about that. And they were able to show me a way out. So, and the suffering was alleviated. So I want you to know that my experience is that no matter what you may think is your secret thing that's kicking your butt, you don't have to suffer from it anymore. Just an opinion. It's mine. It's a really good one, and it should be yours. Another thing about, just because somehow I've gone down this wormhole about money. Alcoholics Anonymous is the only organization in the world that doesn't ask other people for money. And we are also one of the largest publishers in the world. And a large part of what we do with our money is that we take money from the sale of books and we use it for our operations. And we've been doing that from the gate. And people aren't buying books the way that they used to. Now, if you're working with others, there are these things called smartphones that people more and more are using to get their AA literature. Ask your sponsee, can I see your phone? Open your books. And see if their big book, their 12 and 12, their language of the heart, has come from AAWS or if it's a bootleg. And if it's not, get them to download it. It's a way that you can support Alcoholics Anonymous World Services. Just a little aside there. Yeah. So, I'm in this meeting of AA. And this guy has just convicted me, and the meeting is done, and something miraculous happened. There were 4 guys, this is Manhattan Beach, California, there were 4 guys that were going down to the beach to play cards and watch girls go by on roller skates. And they brought the new man along for entertainment. And they taught me everything that I needed to know about Alcoholics Anonymous that morning. They said, "This is AA, kid. We don't use no dope here." I was horrified. But they said, I'd gotten at that meeting that if I'd be alcoholic, that I had to stay away from the front drink. It's the first one that gets me. And that anything that leads me to the first one, I got to stay away from. So if I'm smoking a little non-habit-forming marijuana, sooner or later, Pepsi's not going to cut it. I'm going to need a beer to take care of it, right? They said that was drinking. Who knew? I thought it was cutting the cottonmouth. And if you're doing a little of that Peruvian marching powder, you need a double Bombay on the rocks with a twist. Just to take the edge off. They said that was drinking. And if you're being spiritual, and you're dropping a little LSD, I love chandeliers. You need a gallon of wine just to settle through the experience. And they said that was drinking. Who knew? Who knew? And so they told me, we don't drink, we don't use, we don't go with girls who do. What an order. I can't go through with it. So anyway, and they demonstrated to me. They demonstrated to me compassion for the alcoholic. We went back to the clubhouse. My car had been towed. They said, it's a new guy. Don't give him any money. It was, so anyway, so I came in on a Wednesday. Don't drink anything on Wednesday. Don't drink anything on Thursday. On Friday, I go to a couple of meetings, and then there was an AA dance. So when I came to AA, I had a good T-shirt, a bad T-shirt, a pair of Levi's, and some bowling shoes, and my full wardrobe. And so I got the good T-shirt on. I borrowed an extra $2 from my grandmother. I go sliding into the dance, and the women, they're like the women here this morning. They took showers. They've got perfume on. They're swinging their hips. They're snapping their fingers. I realize I'm 24 years old. I'm never going to get laid again in my life. And I go screaming out of the meeting, jump into the Pinto that I'd been living in, and I go driving towards the Stickenstein. And I'm headed towards the Stickenstein, not to drink, but just to find a woman who understands. And on the way, the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous happened for me. That still small voice inside of me said, this is not a good idea. Turn the car around. And I did. See, I'd never done that before. I'd never followed that still small voice. That voice that each and every one of us has. So I went back, and Larry was standing at the door, and I grabbed him and I said, talk program to me, please. And he got me a copy of the book Alcoholics Anonymous. I'd been too busy to pick up a copy. I didn't want to look like I was going to Bible study. And he talked to me about the book a little bit, and he shot, and then I shot home to my grandmother's house. I wasn't sleeping yet. It was only day 3. I'm just walking and sweating and smoking and walking and sweating and smoking. Start reading the book. And, I got hooked when Silkworth talks about the sense of ease and comfort that comes with a few drinks. How did they know? I wouldn't have used that language, but how did they know? A little further, I wasn't interested in that world war or that stock market crash or any of that stuff. I'm looking for a solution, and I'm not able to pick any of it up. But at the end of chapter 4, there's a story about a guy, Fitz Mayo, who's the third guy who stayed sober in New York. And Fitz was a preacher's son, and he was coming off a bad drunk, and his family's religious, and he just hates anything that's got anything to do with God, and he's in this crisis, and he hears this voice say, who are you to say that there is no God? And he gets down on his knees, and he has an experience, and he didn't drink. I understood that story, so I got down on my knees and I said my prayer. And my prayer was this: I don't know from Jesus or Buddha. I don't know the Talmud, the Torah, the Upanishads. Just please get me the top. I'll do whatever these dried up old geeks say to do. Just please help me not to drink. And I believe at that moment I'd finished the 3rd step of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. That prayer was perfect. I'm with you today. I went to the Alano Club the next morning. I got the bad T-shirt on. I'm stuck to a Naugahyde couch, smoking, waiting for the noon meeting, 10 o'clock in the morning. This woman walks in. She's got a bun in her hair and correct shoes on and black dress. She goes, "Oh, young man, you're new, aren't you?" "How can you tell?" She said, "I can tell you the secret of Alcoholics Anonymous in 4 words. What are they? Find God or die." Not that! Oh, no, not that. 37 years later, I can tell you the secret of Alcoholics Anonymous in 4 words. Find God and live. Live abundantly, live wondrously, live in dimensions that right now you may only be able to dream about. And when I say God, please don't hang something on me that's yours. I'm talking to you about an experience that I've had in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. And it's a short word, and I'll drop it here or there, but it means absolutely nothing except something that has happened in the interior of my heart, and that I have been able to experience with lots of people, but it doesn't need a definition. It doesn't need a definition. So this woman scared me to death, so I ran into the meeting, and I got a sponsor at that meeting. I needed protection. And I started reading the big book. Now, we could read the big book in the 70s unsupervised. We could. And so one day I'm reading with a buddy, and I see where it says that if you don't do an inventory, you're going to drink. So I run to my sponsor and I go, I'm going to drink. And he goes, what? And I said, well, I haven't done an inventory yet. So he gave me my 4-step kit. It was 2 pieces of paper, and he wrote a line down the middle of each. And he said, okay, kid, this is what I want you to do. He said, I want you to go home, and I want you to get really jacked up on coffee. Now, this is before Starbucks, so it took a while. You had to brew it up, and he says, and I want you to look at the door of the kitchen. And he said, I want you to write down who you hate, who you're afraid of, the sexual weirdness, we all got it, who you owe money to. He said, we'll get after it. Now, there's a lot of people you'll meet that act like an inventory is something really difficult. You know, that first inventory that I did, was it a fearless and thorough moral inventory using all 4 columns? No, it was the greatest hits. What needs to be on that first inventory is the stuff that when you put your head on the pillow that goes around and around and around and around and around and around. You know, this is not brain surgery. It's designed for alcoholics. There are people who act like, oh, we're so glad you've come to Alcoholics Anonymous. Welcome to our way of life. Please, here's the jelly donuts. It's like, but watch out for the inventory. Look, all we're asking any alcoholic woman or man to do is go home and make a list of who you hate. You do this every night anyway. I mean, come on. Her mother, her sister. It's for alcoholics. We're about this deep. Sam Shoemaker, the guy who was Bill Wilson's spiritual advisor, said that there's only one sin. What is it? What is it? He said it's thinking that you're different from your fellows. Now, the reason that I believe that alcoholism is more a disease today than I did 37 years ago is that I've heard a lot of 5th steps. And they're all the same. Some of us may be a little more flamboyant than others. But, we're alcoholic males. There's only so many things we can do to destroy ourselves. We're not that creative. Right? So my sponsor comes over, I read it to him, we burn it, we say a couple prayers, and then he sends me off to make amends. I'm 28 days sober, and I'm a fully vested member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I was 24 days sober, 28 days sober. I have the first guy ask me to sponsor him. I call my sponsor up. It was a very odd thing for you young people. We both had to be standing next to walls at the same time. I said, this guy asked me to sponsor him. What do I say? He said, Jay, you say yes. I said, really? He said, Jay, if they're sick enough to ask you for help, you can't hurt them. There is nothing more dangerous than an alcoholic woman or man sitting at home trying to solve their own problems. You can't hurt them. You can't. Well, I'm not good at it. Nobody is. Bill Wilson worked with hundreds of people trying to help them get sober before he came across that proctologist that shook a lot. Why should it be any different for you and I? Why should it be any different for you and I? But there is one person that you are designed to help save their life. And if you aren't available, what will happen when they pass through the room? They'll run screaming from me. So I launch out into this amazing way of life that we call Alcoholics Anonymous, and it has been an adventure. It has been an adventure. Now, every AA group is a spiritual entity. So what I'd like to do is ramp this one up a little bit. If you'd just be kind enough to just close your eyes for a minute. And just consider that 82 years ago, drug addiction and alcoholism is a death sentence. There is no way out. And then something happened. And one sufferer said, "You don't have to live like this anymore." And we've been shown a way out. Years ago, having this many people sober in a room was impossible. And yet we're running around this place free range. Think about your first sponsor. And their family. And the sacrifice that family made for you to have time with them. And those first people that you ran with when you were getting sober. And we get to do this for fun and for free. Thank you. I got a tape of a guy by the name of Al Latch, who Dr. Bob sponsored in the Oxford group. And then later on, after he got loaded and came back, Bob sponsored him in AA, and he talked about being at Bob's office and there being a big thing of pills behind Bob's desk. And he talked about all the different ones he ate to get him through the day. But his favorite were what they called goofballs, barbiturates. How did Bob get through the day so he could drink at night? He was a barblehead. And sometimes there's questions about alcoholics and addicts in AA. And I'm here to tell you that I've come up with a really good way of describing the difference, because there is one. And it's our relationship with carpeting. When an alcoholic's been out drinking, they come home after 5 or 6 days. They end up on the floor, and it's warm, and it's soft, and it's carpeting. For drug addicts, carpeting is a never-ending source of hope and inspiration. The thing that separates AA from any other spiritual movement is that we actually show people how to change. When you get involved with just about any general philosophy, what happens is that people will say, you shouldn't be sleeping with your niece. Quit it. Or they'll say, don't steal money anymore. Or they'll talk about some problem. You'll share a problem. They say, don't do that anymore. Don't do that. But what they don't show is what it is that we have, which is amends. We actually show people how to change. And if you haven't had that process of walking another person through showing them how to change, it's the greatest gift in the world. It's the greatest gift in the world. We know what it feels like when you say, I had to send the keys back to the landlord. My experience. I had a beautiful business, and I didn't know how to run the money, and I didn't know how to ask for help. And by the time I asked for help, it was too late. And I didn't know how to get out of that mess. But there was a man that I was able to go to who said, okay, this is what you do. You go and you look at him and you say, here you go. And you walk away from it. And it was one of the lowest points in my life. It's one of the lowest points in my life. And I'm still making amends for that. I'm still sending checks every month. And it's been 20 years. And that's how I get to live free. That's how I get to live free. There is a dimension beyond 3 that Bill talks about. He's talked about being rocketed into the 4th dimension. And we get to live there. And we get to visit the 5th. What do you mean by that? We get to live on the plane of inspiration. Well, how do we do that? Well, we pray and we meditate. And we help others. I'm a big fan of meditation. I really believe, pray and meditate the way you drank and used. Just try stuff and see where you end up. It's incredible. I'll give you an example. I'm living in Redondo Beach, California. I got the trophy wife. And I get invited to Sedona to go give a talk. Great. So I go give a talk in Sedona. And while I'm up there, when I get done with the talk, as I'm getting down, the voice says to me, "Move here now." Now, the reason I meditate is to distinguish the voice from the voices. And I sit down next to my girl and I say, "I just got told to move here." And she looks at me and she goes, "I knew that." And 6 weeks later, we're living in Sedona. We went back, gave our keys to realtors, said, "Make the place vanilla, sell it." And we're in Sedona without script or purse, man. We don't know what's up next. Now, she's retired. I'm underemployed, so, we did have a little flexibility. But, we did it samurai style. We put our stuff in a container, and we're there going, what's up next? And we ended up having a huge blow-up. This woman's my muse. And we had a huge blow-up, and I end up looking on the internet and finding a job that is as the program director of a retreat house in Sedona. And it ends up being the best job that I've ever had. And I get to invite people to come and put on spiritual programs. And it's every day. It's like I live in Oz. It's incredible. There's balloons and all kinds of stuff. And my heart has become open further and further and further. See, I don't know what your dreams are. I don't know what they are. About 15 years ago, my sponsor was having a party at his house on New Year's. And I started doing this thing where I every year I ask, if you could do anything in the world, what would you do? Anything. See, we have been raised from the dead. Literally. We have been called forth from a self-inflicted grave. And you have a purpose. You have the ability to save lives. And you have a creativity in your spirit that no one else has. You are a reflection of what is in a way that is beyond what anybody else has ever done. And all you have to do is open your heart and ask to be shown. And how do you do that? Well, you just, follow it. I mean, I'm best described in the book Alcoholics Anonymous as a queer chap with a strange idea of fun. I'm a historian. So I have been able to make the applications, and I'm writing a spiritual biography of Bill Wilson, but I've been able to create a symposium where all the historians in Alcoholics Anonymous get together and we spend a weekend together. I really like girls. And I got this wife that's completely off the hook. And we have, because of the processes that we've had, I was raised by wolves. I didn't have any dating chops. But we actually wrote a book on loving sober. And it's for free. You can get it on iTunes. And it talks about, I've been all kinds of different places on the planet, working with refugees, and there is no limit. We're sober. We can do anything. Anything. In the beginning, it was just put the plug in the jug. I like to call that first edition sobriety. Just put the plug in the jug. Everything's all right. Second edition. Well, we got problems. We got problems other than alcohol. We can work with those. By the third edition, people are finding out that they can have lives way beyond anything that the pioneers in AA thought. And now we have the children of the fourth edition of Alcoholics Anonymous. And you get to go back to school and you get to have business and you get to have beautiful children. You get to love in dimensions that people have never been able to love before. And all you got to do is just keep the first thing first. Keep going to the meetings. Keep working with others. Because it's in the sponsorship that we continue to change. There is nothing beyond it. It's the greatest, greatest gift that's available. And if you haven't done it, all you need to do is just get a book and crack it open and read what's there and do stuff. Or you can do what I did. I wanted to get better at being a sponsor. I was 3 years sober. The mooks that I was working with, they were, all running around, but none of them seemed to have the fire. So I took out 4 guys, Jack Prose and Fred Ellis and Kenny O'Brien, and asked them what their sponsors did with them, and I cobbled a thing together. Take an old-timer that you admire and ask them to lunch. And then ask them a question about themselves. They'll talk forever. And they can teach you some stuff to do. Now again, the other thing about Alcoholics Anonymous is that we show people here. And one of the dearest things that's happened in my life is having a meditative practice with my wife. So I'm going to ask my fabulous wife, Adele, to come up here. I want to give you my very best. I want to give you my very best. And that's what we get to do in Alcoholics Anonymous. So come on up here, baby. Now, here we go. So what it is that we came up with was this idea that 3 minutes of meditation will change your life. And
hi, baby.
And so I want to show you what we do. Anybody can do this. In our book it says, if circumstances warrant. Anybody ever had a warrant before? I mean, it's fairly serious. We invite our wives or friends. So if you've got a roommate situation, when my daughter was young, she'd come and hold the timer, and we just sit together for 3 minutes. So what we're going to do is show you exactly. So let's all just meditate together for 3 minutes. Okay? Oh yeah.
We do this before we meet with every sponsee. We do 3 minutes of silence before and after the meeting. It will suck all the drama out of your sponsee meetings.
And if it'll do it with them, just think what it'll do at home. So we're gonna sit here together for 3 minutes, and then we'll show you how we say a prayer after we're done. Okay, so let's just. If you just be kind enough to close your eyes. That where there is injury,
pardon.
Where there is doubt,
faith.
Where there is despair,
hope.
Where there is darkness,
light.
Where there is sadness,
joy.
O Divine Master, grant that I may not seek so much to be consoled,
as to console,
to be understood,
as to understand,
to be loved,
as to love.
For it is giving
that we receive,
it is in pardoning
that we are pardoned,
and it is
in dying that we
are
find eternal life.
Thank you. Fabulous, Adele Shea. If you have a primary relationship, treat it like such. The reason we're a couple is because we both aren't insane on the same morning. It takes 5 minutes. Make an experiment. All spiritual stuff, just make an experiment. Just try it and see what happens. But if you try that for 30 days, you will find what it is that Adele and I have found, which is that we never forget who the other person is. I don't treat her like someone else on the days that we do that. Dream deeply. You have a place in your heart that no one else has. And it is waiting to be opened, and it is waiting to be shared. This is the gift of sobriety. It's a really good time. It's fun. I mean, come on. We've been raised from the dead. You want to just be a better consumer? Huh? Adele mentioned yesterday that every 22 minutes we've got a timer that goes off, and what I do is that I take a look and I get in touch with my innocence, and I say, I love you. I love you. Please forgive me. no one showed me how to love you. And then I take a look at what it is that I'm doing at that moment. And I ask myself the question, am I coming from the highest possible place? Is the conversation that I'm happening at the highest level that it can be, or am I just talking about somebody else? I killed my television set 25 years ago. I don't let other people tell me what I'm supposed to be thinking. I pay attention to the life that's been given to me and the love that is presented to me each day. And the greatest love that I've ever been given is in Alcoholics Anonymous. God bless you all.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
And I think we get here just as confused about where God is as we were ever confused about anything else. As a kid growing up, somewhere I got a picture in my mind. Now, I don't know whether I dreamed it or saw it. But in my mind, when I was thinking about God, He was a tall, elderly gentleman, stood on a cloud up in the sky, long flowing white robes on, long white hair, golden halo around his head, and sun rays shooting out of that halo, and a big stick in his right hand. Now, I don't know whether I saw that or whether I dreamed it, but one of the reasons I thought God was there is because every time the minister talked about God, he always pointed up there, so I knew he had to be up there somewhere. But then what really confused me, I noticed every time the minister wanted to talk to God, he always looked down here. He points up. Hell, no wonder we get confused as kids about where God is. And I looked and I looked and I looked and I looked, and I never could find God because I never did know where He was. And it took the big book Alcoholics Anonymous to tell me just exactly where I'm going to find Him. Page 55.
You know, many years ago I was working for, not working, but I was involved in a halfway house in Tulsa, and I was heavily involved, and there was this young man there who'd asked me to be his sponsor, and he said, well, what do you think I ought to do? I said, well, it'd be probably a good idea if you had a job, you know, to start somewhere here. And he said, well, easy for you to say, I don't have any car, and I can't get back and forth with no money. Can't even ride the bus. And I said, well, I'll take you around and help you find a job, and then if you find a job, I'll take you back and forth till you can get a couple of paychecks, and then you can buy a car or do whatever you need to do. He said, fine. So I'm taking him back and forth to work, and one morning he told me a story that really helped me a lot. And he said, and this is the way the story goes. He said there was the 3 wise men of the East, he said, and they took from man the crown of life, the thing that would make us the happiest, and took it away from him. And they said, well, now we took it away from him, what are we going to do with it? I said, well, one of the guys said, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take it to the highest crevice on the face of the earth and the highest mountain, and we'll hide it up there, and he'll never be able to find it. The other 2 said, yeah, but you know how they are. They'll hunt and they'll search and they'll eventually find it. The third one said, I'll tell you what, we'll take it to the deepest crevice of the deepest ocean and hide it there, and they'll never think about looking for it there. But he said, yeah, but you know how they are. They'll hunt and they'll search and they'll eventually find it. The third one said, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll hide it within himself, and he'll never think about looking for it there.
Page 55, first paragraph.
Said, actually, we were fooling ourselves. For deep down in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or other it is there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves and miraculous demonstrations of the power in human lives are facts as old as man himself. We finally saw that faith in some kind of a God was a part of our makeup, just as much as the feeling we have for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but He was there. He was as much a fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, only there that he may be found. It was so with us. So we can only clear the ground a bit. If our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, enables you to think honestly, encourages you to search diligently within yourself, then if you wish, you can join us on the broad highway. Now with this attitude, you cannot fail. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you. A God of your own understanding is sure to come to you with an open mind.
It seems as though all human beings are born with some basic knowledge deep down inside themselves, probably lying at a subconscious level. And that basic knowledge seems to be able to tell us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. It seems to be able to tell us how we should live and how we shouldn't live. And I'm sure a lot of people would like to refer to that as just plain old common sense. I think others might want to call it innate intelligence. Some might want to call it the conscience, and others might want to call it the soul. And I don't think it really makes any difference what we call it, as long as we recognize the fact that it's there. And if you're anything like I am, as far back as I can remember, I've always been aware of that knowledge. There used to be times I would be getting ready to do something, and some voice somewhere from within inside me would say, "Charlie, I don't believe you ought to be doing this." And I wouldn't pay a bit of attention to it. I'd go right ahead and do it, and I'd just get in one hell of a mess. And that same little voice would say, "See, I told you not to do it in the first place." Now, if that's true, and if that's God, then what that means to me today, if God dwells within me, then I've got my own personal God. I don't worry anymore about whether He's the God of the Baptist church or not. I don't worry whether He's the God of the Catholic Church, the Hebrew religion, or anybody else's God. If He dwells within me, then He's my own personal God, and He and I can come together in very simple, very understandable terms. This is one of the greatest pieces of information that I have ever learned, is that I can have my own God, and He dwells within me, and my knowledge comes from Him, and through Him I'll be able to find that power. Now then, am I ready to make a decision? You betcha. When He was a God of justice, when He was hellfire and brimstone, I wasn't ready to make that decision. But throughout this chapter, my concept of God has changed entirely, and I'm beginning to believe He just might be a kind and a loving God. And just maybe He'll start doing some good things for me, not hellfire and brimstone. And now I'm ready to make a decision. And I don't think it's by accident that the very next chapter is entitled How It Works.
You know, back on page 45, it said the main object of this book was to enable me to find a power greater than myself, which would solve my problem. And Bill's going to sit down here now, and he's going to write some of the best spiritual information the world's ever seen, a little formula called, or proposals he called them, the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I can just see Bill there with the problem that he has. You know, we've got Protestants in AA, and we've got Catholics in AA, and we've got Jewish people in AA. We've got a sprinkling of Muslims in AA. We've got some Buddhists come into AA at that time. And how are you going to write a set of steps or proposals that's not going to offend some of these people? Quite a chore for a guy like Bill, or anybody, to tell you the truth. The Oxford groups were coming from first century Christianity. They had those 4 absolutes, and they were really, really strong. They wouldn't give you any slack at all. They were more interested in the letter of the law rather than the spirit of the law. Bill was interested in the spirit of these things rather than the letter of them. That's why it's a spiritual program. So Bill had one gigantic problem here, try to write these steps in order to, in such a manner that it wouldn't offend anybody, and he accomplished that through the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous.
These 4 absolutes that the Oxford group had said you were to practice absolute love, absolute purity, absolute honesty, absolute unselfishness. And these alcoholics were having a hell of a time being absolute anything except drunks, you know. And they said, Bill, we need to get rid of that kind of stuff. Also, they had made their own little steps, 6 of them, which came from the Oxford Group tenants. And Bill could see loopholes in these steps that the alcoholic mind was slipping through. And he knew that they were going to have more strength. And he knew they were going to have to be expanded. But he didn't know how far. And in trying to satisfy that bunch, in trying to satisfy the people from all different religions, and in trying to satisfy those who didn't want God in here, Bill had a terrible time with it. By that time, AA had really divided into, you might say, 3 factions. In Akron, where Dr. Bob was, they didn't have any problem with God. Dr. Bob was a highly religious man. He used the Bible. He insisted everybody he worked with use it too. God was no problem there. But the New York City people were an entirely different breed of cat. They really didn't want anything to do with God if they could avoid it. They would have preferred a book dealing with the mind rather than spirituality, period. And there was finally a third faction that had said, well, let's talk about God, but let's don't talk about Him too much. Let's come down somewhere in the middle of this thing. So Bill's trying to satisfy them all. And he said he tried and he tried and he tried and he tried to get started on chapter 5. This is going to be the directions on how to recover. And he said, I simply could not do it. And he said one night while in bed, leaning against the pillow behind his back, leaning against the headboard, pad and pencil in hand, trying to start chapter 5, he said, I finally just gave up. And said, I put down the pad and the pencil, and said, I prayed and asked God for help and direction. And he said, I meditated for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. And he said, then after a while I reached over and picked up the pad and pencil. And he said it felt as if the pencil had a mind of its own as it raced across the pages. In less than 30 minutes he had written how it works. One of the greatest pieces of spiritual information the world has ever seen. After he had written it, he went back and numbered these proposals, and he found out there was 12. He didn't set out to write 12. He went back and numbered them, and there was 12 of them there. Now, almost immediately after having done that, somebody knocked on the door. One of the guys in a New York City group had one of his sponsees with him. They knew that Bill stayed up late working on the book anyhow, so they had come by to see Bill on the way home. Bill could hardly wait to show this to this older member. Look at the new 12 steps. And the older member said, what in the hell is this? Said we only had 10 commandments and now you got 12. And he said 6 has been sufficient for everything up till now. And he said, I don't like it at all. And the fight was on. And they fought and they fought, and Lois finally came in and gave them a cup of coffee and settled them down. Then Bill presented this how it works to the other members, and that's when the crap really hit the fan. Because they began to say to Bill, this sounds too much like the Oxford Group Absolutes. You're going to have to get some of that stuff out of there. And they said, Bill, you're trying to give directions to people, and you don't have the right to tell anybody what they have to do. And build this and build that and build this and build that. And they almost destroyed not only the book project, but the little fellowship in its entirety. Now, Joe's going to read how it works from the original manuscript, which most of you probably heard before. And if he reads through there, I think you'll be able to see the differences between what Bill wrote that night and what the fellowship forced him to change in order to have what we have today. Let's go through it for just a moment and see the differences.
Can you imagine what kind of fight you would have if you left here today, went back to your group, and you had 12 sets when you left, but now you had 24? Be a little fighting going on, wouldn't there? That's what Bill was up to. And here's how it works, the original manuscript. He said, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our directions.
Not our suggestions, our directions.
Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They're not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a way of life which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we're like now. Now, if you have decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any lengths to get it, then you are ready to follow directions. At some of these, you may balk. You may think you can find an easier, softer way. We doubt if you can. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember that you are dealing with alcohol. Cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for you. But there is one who has all power. That one is God. You must find him now. Half measures will avail you nothing. You stand at the turning point. Throw yourself under his protection care with complete abandon. Now we think you can take it. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as your program of recovery. 1. Admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. 2. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care and direction of God as we understood him.
Over to the care and direction of God as we understood him. Remember that. We'll refer to it later on.
4. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5. Admitted to God and to ourselves and another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6. We're entirely willing that God remove all these defects of character. 7. Humbly, on our knees, ask him to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. 8. Made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make complete amends to them all. 9. Made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10. Continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our contact with God, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. 12. Having had a spiritual experience as a result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics, and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. Now you may exclaim, what an order, I can't go through with it. Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We're not saints. The point is that we're willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we've set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Now our description of the alcoholic.
That's the doctor's opinion, Bill's story, some of it in chapter 2 and 3.
The chapter to the agnostic.
Chapter 4.
And our personal adventures before and after.
Bill's story and those in the back of the book.
Have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. Well, Bill was a salesman, you know. A, that you are alcoholic and cannot manage your own life.
Step 1.
B, that probably no human power can relieve your alcoholism.
Step 2.
C, that God can and will.
The rest of step 2.
Now, if you're not convinced on these vital issues, you ought to reread the book to this point, or else just throw it away. So you can see that Bill his intention was not just a set of suggestions. He was going to give real directions on how to work the steps and when to work the steps. And going to give us precise, specifically, clear-cut directions on how to do that. And he was very adamant about it. But the crap hit the fan, and they asked him and they made him through the argument to make some changes in this original How It Works. And so today's How It Works that we have in the book and the changes that was forced upon Bill. You know, and Bill said that he would compromise with him in this area, but he made a deal with him. And I can imagine through all the argument that they had up to this point, back and forth of this program, the kind of arguments that they had. They were almost ready to disband and ruin the little fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous at that time. So Bill made a little compromise. he said, I would from now on, I'll make these changes, but from now on, I will complete the rest of this book, or else you can do it. Well, they didn't want to complete the rest of the book. They wanted Bill to continue to do that. So they agreed to let Bill continue to write the rest of the book without much interference on their part.
You can almost see old Bill when he wrote this and gave it to them, and they began to fight and argue over it, and they began to tell him he's going to have to change it. And remember, Bill's stubborn and bullheaded, just like the rest of us. And he said, no, I'm not going to change this. And they said, well, Bill, you are. Don't you remember? It's not your book, it's our book. That's the deal we made to begin with. He said, that doesn't make any difference. He said, I'm not going to change this part of the book. And they said, well, you are going to change it. And he said, what you guys don't realize is these aren't my words anyhow. He said, these are God's words. They came after prayer and meditation. And they said, we don't give a damn whose words they are. It's our book, and you're going to change it. And finally, Bill realized that if he didn't compromise, they would destroy this project and maybe the whole fellowship. And there was a non-alcoholic psychiatrist around in those days, and he made some suggestions. He said, why don't you change it from directions to suggestions? You'll still get your meaning across, and probably more people would accept it. And he said, well, you're saying you. He said, don't do that. Don't tell them what they have to do. Change that to we. Say this is what we had to do. Then you'll get your message across, and more people would probably accept it. And he said, well, you're saying must, change that to ought, and it will be more acceptable. Now, Bill very, very reluctantly made those changes. Now, today we don't know. If they hadn't made the changes, if they'd left it like it was originally, maybe instead of 2 million worldwide, we might have 10 million. But also, if they hadn't made the changes, instead of 2 million worldwide, we might only have 10,000. Who knows? Nobody knows. We just know this is the history behind this particular part of the book. Bill was cunning, baffling, and powerful also. Because he said, okay, I'm going to compromise with you, but you're going to have to compromise with me. And they said, well, what do you want? He said, I'm tired. I fought with you all I'm going to fight. He said, if you want me to finish the book, then you give me the authority to do so. And if you don't want to give me the authority, then you finish the book. Well, they didn't want to give him that authority, but they didn't want to finish the book either. So they very reluctantly agreed to that. Now, what Bill knew that they didn't know is 2 pages later, he's going to put directions and you and must right back in the book. He's had it in the book all the way up to how it works. They jerked it out, and then he puts it back, and that ruins some of the continuity of the book. But now that we see what happened, it makes more sense. The other thing that is so apparent is when he says back here about the 3 pertinent ideas. If I can find it again. I don't trust my memory that good anymore. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter to the agnostic, and our personal adventures before and after have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. He's talking about the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters and the stories in the back of the book. And if we've been sold on those 3 pertinent ideas, A, that we're alcoholic and cannot manage our own life, then we're through with step 1. If we've come to believe that no human power can relieve our alcoholism and that God can and will, then we're through with step 2. Now, the very next statement says, if you are convinced, you are now at step 3. You see, the fallacy in trying to start somebody in chapter 5 is it starts with step 3. And it's hard to start with step 3 unless you've got 1 and 2 behind you. People come to us today and they say, well, how do you work steps 1 and 2? And our answer is you don't. They are not working steps. There's no action involved here. These are conclusions of the mind that we draw based upon information presented to us in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. I've always been powerless over alcohol. My life has been unmanageable because of that. I just did not know that, nor did I know why, until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. There's always been a power greater than I am could restore me to sanity. I just did not believe that He would, nor did I understand the insanity until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. Now, if I can say to myself today, you betcha I'm powerless over alcohol, my life is unmanageable, I'm through with step 1. If I can say to myself today, I have come to believe there's a power greater than I am can restore me to sanity, I'm through with step 2. And now then, I'm ready to look at step 3. Now I might make a decision.
Being convinced we were at step 3. We haven't took step 3 yet, but we were just there. Which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to God as we understood Him. Well, just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do? Well, that's a very good question, isn't it? What does step 3 mean? Well, we're going to make a decision. That's part of it. To do what? To turn our will. And what is our will? Our will is our thinking, and our life is our actions. We're going to make a decision to turn our will and our life over the care and direction, that's what the step used to say, to God as we understand Him. Our will is our thinking, our life is our actions, and we're going to make a decision to let God direct our thinking and direct our life in step 3. Haven't done that yet, but we're getting willing to do that.
I've always heard a lot of people say one of the most misunderstood steps in the big book is step 4, and I'll agree with that. But I don't think step 4 is any more misunderstood than step 3 is. I hear people today say, I've been in AA about 5 years. My life's still all screwed up, and I don't understand why, because I turned it over to God 3 years ago when I took step 3. No, we don't turn anything over to God in step 3. We make a decision to do something in step 3. And the decision itself implies we're going to have to take some further action to carry it out. You know, one of the greatest examples I can think of is probably 4, 5, 6 years ago now. Barbara and I made a decision to come to Los Angeles, California and visit some of our relatives. But we didn't do anything to carry that decision out. And sure enough, we didn't get to Los Angeles that year either. 2nd year in a row we made a decision to come to Los Angeles and visit our relatives. Again, we didn't do anything to carry it out, and we didn't get to California either. 3rd year in a row we made that decision. Only this time it was a little different. This time I took the car down and had it serviced. Barbara packed the clothes and a little food, and we got in our car and we drove from our home to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we drove to Oklahoma City. Then we drove to Amarillo, Texas. Then we drove to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then we drove to Flagstaff, Arizona. Then we drove to Barstow, California. Then we drove to San Bernardino. And then we drove to Los Angeles. And by golly, one day we ended up visiting our relatives in Los Angeles. Not because we made a decision, but because we took the action necessary to carry out that decision. Now, what is it we're deciding to do? Well, we're making a decision to turn our will over to the care and direction of God as we understood Him. What is our will? Well, our will is nothing more than our thinking apparatus. Our will is nothing more than our mind. Our will is nothing more than this thing up here that tells us what to do and what not to do. You know, a good example of the word will, tying it together with mind. And let's say that some of us are beginning to approach the end of our lives, which a few of us in here are. And we've gathered up a few material things and we become concerned with what's going to happen to them when we pass on. We'll go down and sit down with an attorney. And we'll tell that attorney what we want done with these things. I want this to be my spouse's. This is to go to my daughter. I want this to be my son, and etc. Now that attorney will take my thinking coming from my mind that day, write it down in legal terms on a piece of paper. I'll sign it, the attorney will sign it, and we'll put it in a safe. Now a year or 2 or 3 later, sure enough, I kick the bucket. And if my family's like most of them, they're going to call the undertaker and say, come and get him ready, and let's get him out that cemetery about as soon as we can. And a couple of days later, they all gather out at the cemetery. They have me suspended over a hole in the ground. They're all standing around that hole. somebody says a few words and gives a little prayer, and I hope it's somebody from AA that does it. And when the ceremony's over, they start dropping me down in that hole. Now, if my family's like the rest of them, they're not even going to wait till I get to the bottom of the hole. As soon as I start down, they jump in the car and they head for that attorney's office. And that attorney gets out that piece of paper and reads to them what my thinking was 2 or 3 years prior to that time when I was sitting there in that office. We know they call that piece of paper a will. It's not by accident. Will, thinking, mind are all synonymous. I'm making a decision to turn my thinking apparatus over to the care and direction of God as I understand Him. Now, what else am I deciding to turn over? Well, I'm deciding to turn my life over to the care and direction of God as I understand Him. And what is my life? Well, my life is nothing more than my actions. What I am right now, as of this moment, is the sum accumulative total of all the actions that I've taken throughout my entire lifetime has made me what I am today. All action is born in thought.
Say that again, please.
All action is born in thought. Sometimes we react to a situation so fast we think we do it automatically, but we don't. I can't even reach out and pick up this cup of water unless my mind tells my body to do so. So if all action is born in thought, then it stands to reason my life is going to be determined by how I think. If my thinking is okay, chances are my actions will be okay. Chances are my life's going to be okay too. If my thinking is lousy, chances are the actions that I take will be lousy, and chances are I'm going to have a fouled up life too. Now, when I got to this stage of the program, I went to my sponsor and I said, I don't think I'm going to be able to take step 3. And he said, why? And I said, because if I turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand Him, I have no idea what He would have me be. And He may want me to be a missionary. And He may send me to China. And I sure as hell don't want to go there. And he just laughed. He said, well, let's look at it this way. He said, at least it wouldn't be in the hands of an idiot, would it? He said, let's look back through your lifetime. He said, you've always been a selfish, self-centered, self-willed human being. You've always done what you wanted to do whenever you wanted to do it, and the hell with the rest of them. Is that right? And I said, well, you know it is. He said, the end result of that is that you almost destroyed your life. And he said, just as importantly, you've almost destroyed the lives of those around you that care for you. He said, just think. If God could direct your thinking, it might become better. And he said, if your thinking becomes better, then your actions and your life's going to become better. And he said, just as importantly, the lives of those around you that care for you would probably become better too. But he said, Charlie, left on your own resources, you're always going to do the same things you've always done. You're going to remain restless, irritable, and discontented. You're going to stay filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And he said, sooner or later, under those conditions, you're going to go back to drinking again. He said, if you don't find some way to be sober and have a little peace of mind, serenity, and happiness, you'll never have any long-lasting sobriety. And he said, you can't do that on self-will. And he got it through to me in such a manner that I was able to make the decision to turn my will, which is my thinking apparatus, and my life, which is my actions, over to the care of God as I understood Him. Absolutely amazing what has taken place since that time, Joe.
You know, remember last night in the area of the forward to the first edition, it said that specifically with clear-cut directions. And, you know, Bill wrote down those precise, specific, clear-cut directions on originally how it works, but they forced some changes on him. And when these changes come out, and what we see in the book now, those are the changes that were made. So a little continuity of the book kind of got mixed up here. Bill's precise, specifically, and clear-cut directions were altered a little bit, but later on he puts them back in the book, as we see. So right here...
By the way, as far as we know, we're the only species on Earth that's ever faced with this decision. It seems as though all the other species on Earth don't have self-will. That whatever they do at any given time is always done on God's time at God's direction. It seems as though we human beings are the only species that God gave this thing called self-will to. Therefore, you see very few of the other species here on Earth in trouble. I've never seen a tree hit a car yet.
One thing wrong with self-will is everybody's got one. That's one of the things wrong with it. So the book says, and he gives us these little instructions here now. They're going to come short and sweet. We'll have to be prepared to see them. And he says the first, so he's going to tell us what to do first. The first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, we are almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangements would only stay put, if only people would do as he wished, the show would be great. Everybody, including himself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. Wouldn't that be nice if everybody would mind? They won't mind me. They just won't do it because they have self-will. My will for my wife and my children is one thing. Their will and their life is another. They have a self-will, and their thoughts are different from mine. And sometimes, and most of the times, they're in conflict, and they just won't mind me. I know they'd be a lot better off if they would, but they won't. Now, some 12 or 13 years after Bill wrote the big book, and after many, many years' experience with some of the great teachers and minds in the world, and after many, many years with experience with us alcoholics, Bill was forced to write the 12 and 12. And he was really trying to push the traditions on the fellowship. He was hard selling the traditions to the fellowship, and they weren't buying a lot of it. But they needed the traditions, and he knew that. So he decided to write the traditions. And he thought, well, I'll put some short stories or short essays about the steps in with the traditions. And maybe if they will read the steps, they'll eventually read the traditions. So he wrote the 12 and 12 for us. And the 12 and 12, again, is just a short essays, short stories about the steps. And it doesn't tell you how to work the steps. It is a short stories about the steps. The only piece of literature in AA that tells you how to work the steps is the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. But in the area of the fourth step, in the 12 and 12, there was some of the best information the world's ever seen on about self-will and what makes people tick. And it's called the Basic Instincts of Life. And I always suggest to people that I sponsor that they go to the 12 and 12, read the first 3 or 4 pages about the basic instincts of life, get a working knowledge about the words that you see in there, and then look them up in the dictionary because they're very important words. And we're going to use them a little later on in the third column when we get ready to do the 4-step inventory. So I needed a working knowledge of that information, and Bill, in his usual manner, wrote some of the best information about the basic instincts of life, and very, very important information.
I think we have to face the fact that in 1937, 38, and 39, when Bill was writing the big book, he was not a spiritual giant. He was not a great student of human nature. Bill was a night school lawyer, a New York City stock speculator. Yet he was able to write one of the most spiritual books the world has ever seen, dealing with human nature. Surely, God took a hand in the writing of the big book and used Bill's hand to write the book. But by 1950 and 51 and 52, Bill knew a lot more about spirituality, a lot more about human nature, a lot more about we alcoholics than he did back in the 30s. Studied with some of the greatest minds in the world for a period of years. And I think he felt that he had some new information that he could give us that would make it easier for us to work the steps according to the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. Basically, that's what he says in the 12 and 12. That the big book has always been the basic text and always will be. You simply cannot work the program out of the 12 and 12. I see lots of people try it. but they can't do it because there's no directions on how to work the steps. And I think that's why a lot of people love it. They can get in it and dance around and philosophize, and they never have to do anything except talk. But there's some information in there that is absolutely invaluable, that if we can see it and understand it and accept it, it makes the working of the steps out of the big book so much simpler and so much easier. And these 3 basic instincts of life that Joe's talking about, he taught me in step 4 in the 12 and 12. More about what makes me tick and what makes me do the things I do and act the way I act. He taught me there more in 2 or 3 pages than I had learned in some 40 years of living at that time. Let's look at them for just a moment. I think it'll make it a lot easier to be able to see why we need to make our decision in 3. Plus, it sets us up really with information for step 4. Now, in your handout sheets, you've got a little picture in here about the middle in there somewhere. I think it's page 7 and 8 in your handout material, which says the basic instincts of life which create self. And he said all human beings are born with 3 basic instincts of life. They are God-given. They're absolutely necessary for survival of the human race. Therefore, they are a good thing. The first thing he talked about is the social instinct. And he said all human beings are born with a desire to be liked, to be accepted, to be respected by other people. He said all human beings are born with a desire to come together in groups with other people. And said if we didn't have those desires and cared nothing for each other, that the world would go into complete anarchy, dog-eat-dog situation would reign, and eventually, under those conditions, the human race would fail to survive. Now, he used several terms under the social instinct. He uses the term companionship. And that's nothing more than wanting to belong or to be accepted. So many of us grew up on the outside of the crowd, looking in, wanting to be, and knew we could not be. He uses the term prestige. That's wanting to be recognized or to be accepted as the leader of the group. And the world needs leaders. I guess somebody back in the old caveman days had to say, John, get behind that tree with your spear. Jack, you get over there with your club. And Mary Jo and I'll run this sucker through here and we'll have something. Somebody got to do that. Most people will take one of 2 directions. Either let me be a part of or let me be the leader of. In the other case, it's based upon what other people think of us. Self-esteem. Self-esteem is what we think of ourselves. And that's usually high or low based upon what other people think of us or what we think other people think of us. If they seem to like us and accept us, we feel pretty good toward ourselves. If it feels like they reject us and they don't want us, then we feel pretty lousy toward ourselves. Pride. And I'm glad I got into the habit of going to the dictionary. I always thought pride was something you ought to have. All I ever wanted to be as a young boy growing up, I wanted to grow up to be a man who walked tall with pride and just a little bit sideways like John Wayne does. Until I looked it up in the dictionary, and it says pride is an excessive and unjustified opinion of oneself. We either think too well of ourselves or too little of ourselves, and in either case it's not the truth. Personal relationships is our relations with other human beings in the world around us. Ambitions are the plans for the future, to be liked, to be accepted, and so on and so forth. All human beings have these things. Now, if I want to be liked and accepted and respected by the world and the people in it, the first thing I've got to do is decide, well, what do they want from me? Society teaches us those things as we grow up. It'll vary in different parts of the world. One part of the world, perhaps, it's a good education. Another part of the world is to be a large landowner. Another part of the world is to have a large family. Any number of things based upon where we live in the world. And as we grow up and they teach us these things, then we ourselves set goals for ourselves as to what we want to become in the future. And if we're going to reach the goals that we set for ourselves, we're going to have to work at it. You can't just be a bum and sit on your duff. and be successful and people like you and accept you. If it's a good education, you're going to have to work at it, whatever it might be. By the same token, we're going to have to make some sacrifices. There are some things that I would really like to do as a human being that are very pleasurable and very exciting, but if you catch me at it, you're not going to like me at all. And I don't think you and I would do the work necessary to reach the goal, nor make the sacrifices necessary, unless we get a reward for doing so. And the great reward, Bill said it in his story when he said, I had arrived. God, how many of us have done it? We've set that goal and we just literally worked our tails off for years. And the day we reach the goal and they pat us on the back and they say, Joe, you're a fine fella, you're a good man, you're doing great. There's a feeling comes over us which is one of those indescribably wonderful feelings. Great, great feeling. The only thing wrong with it seems to be just a temporary feeling. No sooner do we reach the goal, we get the praise, we get the recognition, we get the prestige from it, and we look around and we say, well, is this all there is to it? And we set another goal. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive and we sacrifice and we reach the new goal and we get the praise and recognition, feels great, doesn't last long, and we set another goal. It seems to create within we human beings an insatiable desire for more and more power, more and more recognition, and we're not getting it fast enough and they're not giving it to us the way we think they ought to, so what do we do about it? Well, we start taking shortcuts. We start doing a little lying, a little conning, a little manipulating, a little stepping on other people's toes and climbing on their backs, and the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. Under those conditions, we'll always be in collision with people, places, and things. Second basic instinct he talked about is the security instinct. Now, I know in AA we try to live one day at a time. But I also noticed about everybody in this room's got an insurance policy. The purpose of the insurance policy is to protect ourselves in the future. Bill said all human beings are born with the desire to be secure in the future. Said if we didn't have that desire, we wouldn't provide the food, the clothing, the shelter, the things that we need to survive. And next winter we would just simply freeze to death. Or the next drought season we would starve to death. So this desire that we have to be secure in the future is a God-given thing, and it is necessary for our survival. Now, once again, if you're going to be secure in the future, you have to decide, well, what is it that I need in order to be secure? Society usually teaches us those things as we grow up, and it varies in different parts of the world. One part of the world you only need $4. Another part of the world you need $4,000. Another part of the world, maybe you need 4 million. Another part of the world, you need 198 coconuts. Whatever it is that they use to measure, trade, and barter with. Based upon what we're taught, we set goals for ourselves. And we begin to work at it. Now, if you're going to be secure in the future, you can't just sit on your duff and be a bum. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to make some money. You're going to have to invest it. At the same time, you've got to sacrifice. Hell, we can't blow it all today and be secure tomorrow. And I don't think you and I would do the work necessary to reach the goal or make the sacrifices necessary if we didn't get a reward for it. Once again, the great reward is that great feeling that comes at the moment of successful completion of the goal. How many of us have done it? We set the goal for the new dress, for the new shoes, for the new suit, for the new drapes, for the new couch, for the new home, for the new car, for the new piece of property, for the new business. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive. And the day that sucker's paid for and nobody can take it away from us, what a great, great feeling that is. Hell, back when I was a kid, hardly anybody owned their own homes. Once in a great while, somebody would buy a home. And they would sacrifice everything they had to pay that sucker off. And the day they paid it off, the feeling was so great, they would call in the neighbors and we would have a great party and celebrate it by burning the mortgage. How great that was. The only thing wrong with it is just a temporary feeling. No sooner got the sucker paid off and I looked around and his house is bigger than mine. Yeah, and he's got a Cadillac and I'm driving a Chevrolet. And he's got a Brooks Brothers suit and I bought mine at Kmart's. And that causes us to set another goal. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive. We reach the new goal. Feels good, doesn't last long. We set another. It seems to create an insatiable desire for more and more and more and more. And we're not getting it fast enough. They're not giving it to us like we think they should. So what do? We take shortcuts. We lie. We cheat. We con. We manipulate. And the instant we do, we hurt other people. They retaliate against us, creating pain and suffering for us. Plain little life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. Third basic instinct he talks about is the sex instinct. He said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex. Now, it may get turned off by bad teachings or bad happenings, but he said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex, because if we don't have sex, we can't reproduce ourselves. And if we don't reproduce ourselves, sooner or later, the human race is going to fail to survive. So just like the other two, if you're going to reproduce yourself through the sexual act, you're going to have to work at it. Hell, you can do more work in 3 minutes of sex, if you can last that long, than you'll do all day digging a ditch. Don't you older fellas remember how it used to be when we got through with it? My God, you just fall over sideways, the sweat's just pouring off of you, you can hardly get your breath. You feel like you've died, gone to heaven, come back 2 or 3 times.
Gets excited, doesn't he?
And I don't think you and I would do that kind of work if we didn't get a reward for doing so. And the great reward is that great feeling we get both physically and emotionally at the moment of successful completion of the sex act, one of the greatest rewards that a human being can experience. But also, just like the other two, it seems to be just a temporary feeling. Hell, you no sooner get through with doing it than you get to thinking about doing it again. And it's such a pleasurable and exciting thing. The next thing you know, you get to thinking about doing it in different ways. Then you get to thinking about doing it in different positions. Then you get to thinking about doing it with different people. The next thing you know, we're doing it at the wrong time in the wrong way with the wrong people. And the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They in turn retaliate against us, which creates pain and suffering for us. Yeah, it's plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. The fulfillment of these things are so pleasurable that all human beings from time to time will overdo in one or more of these areas and create pain and suffering for others. If you'll notice on that little chart, there's a circle called self. That's where self-will comes from these 3 basic instincts of life. You also notice coming out of the self circle, there's one called wrongs, which is another word we need to look at. Somewhere we got the idea that wrongs meant a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. But if you go to the dictionary and look it up, you'll find several definitions of it. One definition of the word wrong is incorrect judgment of other people. A little later on, we're going to find out that's exactly what a resentment is. Another definition of the word wrong is incorrect believing. A little later on, we're going to find out that's what most of our fears are. Another definition of the word wrong are the harms and the hurts that we do to other people. Now, it's easy to spot a selfish, self-centered human being. One who's running on self-will, not running on God's will. A selfish, self-centered human being is always madder than hell. Damn him. Damn her. By God, I'll show them. They're not going to treat me that way. Blah-de-blah-de-blah, blah-blah-blah-blah-blah-blah-blah. A selfish, self-centered human being is always scared to death. Can't depend on God. Can't depend on other people. And if we're an alcoholic reaching the end of the road, we can't depend on ourselves any longer, and we're running absolutely scared to death all the time. Selfish, self-centered human being, in order to fulfill the basic instincts of life, are always overdoing and creating harms and hurts for others. Then we got to be scared to death of what they're going to do when they catch us. And even if they don't catch us, if God dwells within each of us, we know the difference between right and wrong, and guilt and remorse associated with those things begin to eat us up. Now, a person whose mind is filled with resentment, a person whose mind is filled with fear, a person whose mind is filled with guilt and remorse does not feel good. And eventually, searching for a way to feel better, we begin to think about the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, we believe we can drink, and we end up drunk all over again. So at the very least, we're going to have to do something about this selfish, self-centered human being. And it seems the only way you can do anything about that is through God's help, because God made self-will. And only God has the power to overcome that. At the very least, we're going to have to do something about these resentments and these fears and these guilt and remorse in order to find the peace of mind, serenity, and happiness for good long-term sobriety. You know, if every human being in the world today could fulfill these three basic instincts at the level that God intends, there would be no conflict on earth today. But all human beings have self-will. All human beings from time to time will overdo in one or more areas, creating conflict for others and for themselves. I never knew that. I just knew I was always in trouble. I just knew I was always madder than hell. I just knew I was always scared to death. I knew guilt and remorse was eating me up, but I didn't know where it came from. See, they gave me the rules, but they never taught me how to play the game. AA's taught me how to play the game. And now that I know how to play the game, I don't break the rules anymore, and I don't hurt other people, and I'm not scared to death, and I'm not filled with guilt and remorse. This is the greatest information I have ever seen about what makes me tick and what causes me to do the things that I do, Joe.
Page 62, it said, whatever our protestations are, most of us concerned with ourselves, our resentments, and our self-pity. And it's not that I thought too well of myself or that I thought too little of myself. It's that I thought of myself only. That was my problem. So it said selfishness and self-centeredness. That we think is the root of our troubles. And we're driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation. But we invariably find that at some time in the past, we have made decisions based on self, which later put us in a position to be hurt. You know, alcoholism, I, self, and me. See, if you don't have a God in your life, and I didn't, there's only one thing left to live by, and that's the satisfaction of these basic instincts of life. And I tried to live my life based upon those satisfaction of those basic instincts, and I overdid in many, many of those areas. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us, and God makes that possible. Can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. Only God makes that possible. And there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without His aid. Many of us have had moral and philosophical convictions galore, but we could not live up to them even though we would like to. Neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. Well, this is the how and why of it. See, He told us how it works. Then He told us why it won't work because of selfishness and self-centeredness. And now He's going to tell us how it really works. Well, this is the how and why of it. It tells us what to do first. First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work.
Everything I read leads me to believe this is a God-directed world. Now, if it is a God-directed world, then those of us who have been self-directed, and those of us who tried to direct everything and everybody around us, we've been trying to do God's job for Him. We're not God. We've just been playing at being God. And the book says we're going to have to quit doing that if we want any peace of mind, serenity, and happiness in the future. I think one of the great mistakes I see today in AA is people trying to force themselves to be better. And self-will cannot overcome self-will. Only God can overcome self-will. So if we want any peace of mind, serenity, and happiness, it looks like we're going to have to turn to God and let Him be the director, let Him do His job, which is direction.
Next direction. Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director.
Not our suggester, our director. He's got His word back now. From here on, it'll be directions.
He said He is the principal, we are His agents. He is the Father, and we are His children. He said most good ideas are simple. And this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we would pass to freedom. And what is that idea, this concept? That He is the principal and we are His agents. He's the Father and we're His children. He's the boss. I work for Him. Now, when I first got into this area of the third step, I used God like you would an errand boy. I said, God, please help me to stay sober. And by the way, while you're at it, help Him get my wife back.
Which one?
The second one. I didn't want that first one back. That first one didn't drink. She was mean and ugly. Ooh. I like the one that drank. Where was I, Charlie?
God, get me a job.
Oh, yeah, God, get me a job. And by the way, pick up a little extra money for me. I need some money. I use God like you would an errand boy. Send Him out like that. And after I got sober, I got to reading in that other book, that other big book. And in front of that book, there's a story about, they said he worked for 6 days and then he rested. Now, to my knowledge, he never did go back to work anymore. So it looked like there's going to be work being done around here. It's going to be me doing the work. He said, He's the principal, we're the agents. He's the Father, we're the children. He's the boss, I'm the employer. Most good ideas are simple. And this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant hearts with which we pass to freedom.
Now he's referring again to that wonderfully effective spiritual structure. Step 1, willingness, was the foundation. Step 2, believing, was the cornerstone. Now he tells us what we're building. A triumphant arch through which we're going to pass to freedom. And he said the keystone of that arch is a simple little idea that we're going to let God be the director. You know, in the old days when they built arches, the stones were all stacked loosely without mortar. And they began to lean together, and there was a center stone up here called the keystone. And if it was cut right, it would support the entire arch. But if it wasn't, it would slip out and the arch would collapse. Well, the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we're going to pass to freedom is this simple little idea that we're going to let God be the director. Now, for most of us, that's the first time we've ever had that idea. Or if we once had it as children, we lost it somewhere. And instead of letting God be the director, we were the director, because we told God what we wanted. God, do this, God, do that, God, give me this, God, give me that, God, if you do that for me, I'll do that for you. And not only did we direct God, we directed everybody around us. But we're going to quit doing that. We're going to let God be the boss from this day on. Now, that is a radical idea for people like us. This is the decision that we're making.
Page 63, it says, now when we sincerely took such a position, the one just described, all sorts of remarkable things followed. It said we had a new employer. Being all-powerful, He provided what we needed if we kept close to Him and performed His work well. See, He's not going to do my work well. I'm going to do His work well. And established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. See, I was always a taker, and takers are losers in life. Contributors are those that win, I've noticed. And see, as we felt new power flow in, and as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, we became conscious of His presence. We began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. You know, they used to come over to my house on Monday night in that little church about 2 blocks from my house, and these guys wanted to talk to me about being reborn. And you know what I did for them? I'm drinking. Man, it's Monday Night Football. You know? And they want to talk to me about reborn about 8 o'clock. Be knocking on, and I'd run them off. I said, you guys get out of here. It's Monday Night Football. I don't want to talk to you. Get. And that's the way I did with those guys. And I didn't understand this reborn then at all. And I got to reading in that other book after I got sober, and there's a story in there. This guy's name was Nicodemus. Yeah, Nicodemus was about like me, just dumber than a stump. Yeah. And he asked that guy, I said, what do you mean by being reborn? Do you mean I've got to go back into my mother's womb? See how dumb he was? And he looked at him and he shook his head and said, well, Nicodemus, don't you know you can't do that? Didn't you go to the university? Aren't you educated? You can't do that. He said, when I'm talking to you about being reborn, I'm talking about the renewing of your mind. Old ideas cast aside, new ones accepted. Reborn in my mind. I understood that then. And now I'm ready to do business. I'm ready to do the third step. And I knew what they did on Sunday morning at that little church up there, about 11 o'clock. And I couldn't wait till I got there. And they basically asked people to come down there and do the third step prayers, what they do. So I waited till next Sunday. I got there about 3 or 4 minutes till 11. Well, I didn't want to get there too early. I might hear something that would help me. So I got there about 3 or 4 minutes till 11, and sure enough, they asked people to do that. And I came down there, and I did this. The book said we were now at step 3. It said, many of us said to our makers, we understood him. God, I offer myself to you to build with me and to do with me as you will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness, that I would bear witness to those that I would help of your power, your love, and your way of life. May I do your will always. He said, we thought well before taking this step, making sure that we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. And I don't know what exactly happened that particular morning, but I do know this. From that Sunday morning until this moment, my life hasn't been the same. It's as if I'd been walking on the dark side of the street all those years, and all of a sudden I'm on the sunny side of the street. And I don't know what happened, except I do know that my life has changed. Thank God.
We thought well before taking this step, making sure we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. I think the word utterly means completely, wholeheartedly, all the way, the entire ball of wax. I hope you don't make the mistake I did. First time I took step 3, I got on my knees, which I very seldom did in those days. And I said, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self that I may better do that will. Take away my difficulties, so on, so forth. And as I finished it up, I said, now this applies to my alcohol. Don't fool with my sex life. Stay out of my money. I can handle that too.
God probably said, water in order. I can't go through with it.
I said, you take the alcohol and I'll take care of the rest. Well, today I realize the fallacy in that is, as far as I know, God doesn't even drink. He don't want the alcohol. He wants me. And he wants all of me. Just think, if God could direct my thinking in all areas, it might even become better in my sex life. It might even become better in my money areas. It might even become better in all areas. And if my thinking becomes better in all areas, then surely my life will become better in all areas too. I think we need to realize this is really the decision we're making, to turn our entire will and our entire life over to the care and direction of God as we understand him. We found it very desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person, such as our wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor. You know, back in the beginning, there was never any question about this. The new person was expected to take this step in the company of other human beings. The first step in the Oxford Group tenets was surrender. And when a new person got ready to surrender, they would take them upstairs in Dr. Bob's house. 3 or 4 of the older members, they would all get down on their knees. The new person would make his surrender. Then after he was through, the older members would vote on how well he surrendered. If he didn't do it good enough, he'd probably have to do it again later on. I think there's a valid reason behind this. I'm told that we alcoholics are born to live in 3 dimensions. We're born to live with God and ourselves and our fellow human beings. And if we are praying with other human beings for the first time, we're beginning to fit ourselves back together in all 3 dimensions the way God intended in the first place. We alcoholics are the funniest people in the world. We'll let our family see us on our knees in the bathroom, hugging the porcelain bowl, puking our guts up, morning after morning after morning. We come to AA and we try to straighten out our lives, and we're ashamed and embarrassed to let people see us pray. Isn't that something? Praying in the company of other human beings is always better. Anybody I work with that I sponsor, I require that they take step 3 with me for 2 reasons. Number 1, if they take it with me, I know they have taken it. That's the only way I know for sure. But the real reason is every time we do it together, it means more to me. And it has more strength and more power for myself. I think it's a great idea. Let's take about a 15-minute break, and we're going to jump right into step 4. See you in a little bit, okay?
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
I try and do that. I was going to open up with a joke. I'm not very good at jokes. So I looked all around for the perfect joke, and I found a joke about a guy in an AA meeting that couldn't tell a joke. Problem was I kept messing it up, so I'm just going to pass on that. I have a dry sense of humor, but I've told my story quite a few times. I started off telling my story, I guess, like most people do, going into the drunk log of all the drinking and using and side dishes that I did. And then it took me 3.5 years to get sober, so for quite a while what I would do is I would talk about all the things that I did wrong, because there were quite a few of them, and I finally got this thing right. Tonight I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to try and talk about some of the great events that have come to pass for me since I've been trudging the road to happy destiny, because miracles have really taken place in my life. And if you're new here, I think you need to know that. I was born in Akron, Ohio, of all places. Might have seen me coming, who knows. My parents were divorced when I was about age 5, and eventually my mother got remarried to my stepfather, who was an alcoholic. And we moved around a lot because of his job, and I'm going to try and cover chronologically a lot of this stuff pretty fast. Some of it affects my story. We moved around a lot in trailer parks because he would work on these AT&T towers, and he'd work on one until they finished it, and then they'd move a little bit. So he would move us to a location maybe 80 miles up the road from the first tower they were working on. Within 6 months, we'd move. Now, I had a lot of resentment over that as I got older, because every time I'd start to make friends, it was time to move on. I never had a girlfriend because by the time I got to know everybody, it was time to move on. I was always picked on because I was the new kid on the block. Plus, I was probably the youngest person in my class, which put me at a little disadvantage there. But really, I was pretty much a good kid, straight A student. I got my relief at school. That's where I got my kudos. I would go to school and it came easy for me. And when I came home and I was told to go to my room and study, there was nothing I would rather do than get off in my room, shut the door, and study. There was a lot of chaos in our house. Eventually, we wound up settling down in Illinois. My mother started working for a bookkeeping business. I got involved in judo and got third in the nationals within a couple of years and got on the wrestling team. I think it was my freshman year of high school. With a buddy of mine on the wrestling team, I had my first drink of alcohol, my first real drink of alcohol. And I decided to spend the night at his house, went over there, and he had a 6-pack of Schlitz malt liquor and a full pint of cherry sloe gin. And we started drinking a little out of each one and couldn't figure out which one to drink first, so I got the bright idea we'd get a gallon jar and just mix it up. And chugged it down in less than a half an hour and headed off to the high school. And by the time before we got to the high school, we'd run into some people. I'd gotten in a fight, which I believe I won. I talked to some senior girls, which I could never talk to girls before that, but I was talking to them, and And I wasn't embarrassed. You know, all that feeling of being different, of not fitting in, had gone away. And I felt okay. I mean, I even felt okay as I was throwing up on my shoes, you know. I woke up there the next morning butt naked because I had, you know, literally ruined all the clothes that I had on. They were downstairs in the dryer, and they went down, got my clothes, and I got dressed, and I went to school, and I had the worst hangover that you could ever imagine. Every step I took, my head just pounded. And I'd go to the water fountain because I was dehydrated, and I would take a drink, and I could taste that cherry sloe gin. And it was just awful. I thought, I will never do this again. Never. Not going to put myself through the worst I'd ever felt. And I can remember this odd feeling. Probably second break, I was walking down the hallway. I'd just gotten another drink of water, and I looked up from the water fountain, and coming down the hall were a couple of guys on the wrestling team. And as they approached, I left the water fountain, and I went to them, and I said, "What are y'all doing this weekend? Are you going to be partying?" And I thought that was really strange that I could be feeling that bad and want to do it again. From there, I was off to the races, and within 2 weeks, I was drinking to oblivion, because that's how I drank. I did not. Once I started drinking, I didn't quit. Talk about the compulsion, the phenomenon of craving. I didn't know anything about that. You know, I didn't think I was an alcoholic when I got here. I didn't have a phenomenon of craving. You know, when I started drinking, I always was having too much fun to quit. And I would overdo it. And I started seeing myself like my stepfather, though, who was a raging alcoholic, because I was getting into fights and I was getting into all kinds of trouble. And it's kind of hard to defend yourself when you're falling down drunk. And so I found some side dishes to do that basically I used a lot of drugs to control my alcoholism, because once I put alcohol in my body, if I didn't have anything else in there, I was doomed to oblivion. I didn't want to be like my stepfather, so that was sort of the oncoming of the hippie days. I grew my hair down to here, and I was doing psychedelics and hanging out with hippies, and I wasn't like him. He was an alcoholic. I was whatever I was, but I wasn't like him. I eventually dropped out of high school. Within a year and a half, I guess, of taking my first drink, I dropped out of high school. I was just totally out of there. This judo thing that I'd been involved in, I had been given the opportunity to go to Japan to study at the Kodokan. And I passed that up, and jokingly, because I didn't know if I would like sake or not. What I told everybody. The truth of the matter was, I was out of control, and I knew it, and I knew I'd get over there and I would embarrass the people that had sent me there. I wound up in the Army, and believe me, I've got a bunch of drunk stories about being in the Army. I think everybody's been in the service that has. Among those, I wound up having alcohol poisoning once when I went to Mexico. I chugged a quart of tequila after I was already drunk, and put me in the hospital for a week. Was home AWOL one time from the service. Just extended my stay a little bit. I wasn't really going to not go back or anything like that. And had some pills with me, and got put in the St. Louis jail, and they never found the pills. And I proceeded to overdose in the jail and wound up in the hospital. But I never really thought I had that big a problem, you know. Got out of the Army. While I was in the Army, I got my GED. I did that right anyway. And when I got out, I started going to college. I never felt like I fit in. You know, just didn't. And when I got out, some of the guys that I'd hung around with had started a motorcycle club. So I joined a motorcycle club. And it was not your AMA type sanctioned motorcycle club. It was more the outlaw Hells Angel type club. and did that for a few years. It worked out pretty well, really, because the more antisocial my behavior was, the better I fit in. I really had two lives. I had my college life where I was studying, and then all my classes ended by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and I would stay out till 2 or 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. The bars there, pretty nice place for an alcoholic, really. The bars there had a rule that they had to close for an hour each night, and you would always find bars in twos. One would close from 5 to 6 in the morning, and you'd go next door until it opened back up, and the other bar would close from 6 to 7 in the morning, so you could drink around the clock. And I did several times. All this time, though, I've been wanting a family. That was something that was really, I don't know where that came from, but I always wanted a family. And I finally found the girl that I wanted, and by hook or crook, I wound up getting her pregnant. Told her I would marry her if she got pregnant because I wanted to have a family. And she got pregnant, and we got married. And I was out partying one night and had a gun pointed in my face. Somebody saying, "Should I shoot him? Should I shoot him?" And I wasn't really afraid at the time, but I went back home and I looked at that little baby girl and thought, I really need to be around a little longer. And I packed everything up and moved to Houston. Got to Houston and put the family first. We moved in with my parents, and they gave me 30 days to find a job. Now, I graduated from college with an accounting degree, not because I liked accounting. The last thing in the world I was ever going to do was become an accountant, but I was good with numbers. So I figured no matter what field I get in, they all use accounting. But I had 30 days to find a job, so I found a job at a little CPA firm, and I went to work there. And they say you do good at, you like what you're good at, or you're good at what you like. I wound up taking to it, and I got into public accounting and got my CPA, wound up going back to school. I had this delusion that I could wrest happiness and satisfaction out of the world if I only managed well. It talks about that in the book. And that was apparent in my life long before I got to AA. I had this delusion. If I just managed well, I'd be happy and satisfied. If I found the right girl, and I had, everything would be fine. And when I found her, everything was fine for just a little while. And then I realized something was missing. I needed children. So we wound up having this baby girl, and something was missing. We needed to move to another location, and we did that. And everything was okay for a little while. I needed to make more money, and then everything would be okay, so I got my CPA degree. I figured, well, that's not quite enough. I need to go back to school and get a master's in accounting. So I went back to school. Once I get to the top of this hill, whichever one it's going to be next, I'll be happy and satisfied. And I would get to the top of that hill, everything would be fine for a week or two, and I'd look around and say, damn it. I climbed the wrong hill again. There it is over there. I need a son. So, and the list goes on and on. If we just had a house, everything would be fine. And over the period of a few years, probably 7 or 8 years, we wound up with the house, the things on the wall that said, I was okay. The wife, the kids, the Rottweiler, still had the motorcycle. In fact, I had 2 of them. And I wasn't okay. And the marriage started falling apart. Now, part of this, too, has to do with me being uncomfortable in my skin. If I just stay busy enough, I'll be okay. And that was a lot of what I did. I would work all day, I would go to school, I would come home, and I didn't have time to deal with all these other issues, that were going on with the family. And I didn't have to be bothered with life, I talked in AA when I first got here about being are you a human being or are you a human doing? And I was a human doing. I was the epitome of that. I just kept doing more and doing more and doing more and thinking when I get to the top of this hill, everything will be fine. Well, the marriage started to fall apart. And I tried to hold it together. I held it together for about 2 or 3 years, started bringing alcohol and drugs into the house. Up until this time, I had pretty much been on a marijuana maintenance program, and had actually, my alcoholism was pretty much at bay. The only thing I can give credit for that, for looking back, how that happened, I don't know. But what I believe is it was the first time in my life I had put other people's welfare ahead of my own. You know, and that seems to be what's working today, too, that same sort of thing. Maybe a little bit different, but I actually put other people's welfare ahead of my own there for a number of years. I tried several times to get sober on my own. I couldn't. I wanted to save everything. You know, by this time I was totally out of control. I was losing the family. I mean, I'm going back to a 4-bedroom house. They're all gone. There's stuff piled up in the driveway. The house is empty. The Rottweiler's chained to the electric meter. It's 4 months overdue, and they've finally gotten past the dog to cut off the power. I figured, well, maybe it's time for me to go to treatment, you know, and maybe I can hold on to everything if I put on a show, you know, and go check in somewhere. And part of me really did want to get sober. And I checked into a place called Spring Shadows Glen, and was there for 30 days, and they cured my alcoholism. All except for the drinking and drugging part. You know, that went on for another 3.5 years. But it was a good thing because they exposed me to AA. I went to my first AA meeting, and I looked around the room, and I said, how can all these dumb people help me? You know, none of them are as smart as me. None of them have been through what I've done. I just couldn't relate to any of them. How can these dumb people help me? And they asked if there was anyone new in the room, and I raised my hand. They told me I was the most important person in the room. And I immediately knew they were a lot smarter than I'd given them credit for. You know? So maybe there was hope. You know, it was interesting. The first meeting I went to was on being terminally unique. And they went around the room. Everybody was talking about how when they got to AA, they thought they were different than everybody else. And they asked me, you know, this is getting close to the end of the meeting. It came around to me. They asked me if I wanted to share. And I told them I couldn't really relate to the topic, that I didn't think I was terminally unique, that I was much different than any of them. And their mouths dropped open, and you know, and I realized that I'd been caught, I'd been had. At this point, I usually tell about 3.5 years of what I did wrong in AA. I approached AA like I'd done anything else. If I just work hard enough, if I apply myself enough, I can do it. If you did it, I can do it, by God. You know, and I wrote inventories, I made amends, I did everything the book said. Not initially, but, well, pretty much. I almost got thrown out of treatment for doing a 4-step because they said I wasn't ready to do that. And I said, no, you know, I'm going to take this thing by the horns, and I'm going to do it. Self-reliance, though, you know, won't get you too far in AA. You know, self-determination won't get you too far in AA. I mean, it says in the book that, you know, the problem is self, and here I'm relying on the problem, you know, to fix the problem. And apparently I didn't have much luck doing that, but I kept trying. And, you know, it took me a while to come around to this God thing. It took me probably a year before I'd get on my knees and pray and ask God to help the almighty me get sober, you know. And that didn't seem to work very well either. But I'd get a new sponsor, I'd come back in, and I'd get a new plan. You know, every time I would learn from my mistakes, and I would come up with a new plan. This time I'm not going to lie. This time I'm going to go to a meeting every day. This time I'm going to go right through the steps immediately. Anybody here got a plan? Anybody here got a new plan? Well, they told me my new plan probably wouldn't work any better than any of my other plans had worked. And then I need to follow directions and let someone else do the planning. I kept trying it my way, though. I thought I would figure this thing out. If you could do it, I could do it. And I saw people that couldn't do half the things I do getting this thing. How were they getting this thing when I couldn't? I mean, I couldn't go 2 days without going on a binge, 3 days without going on a binge when I got to AA, and 3.5 years later, I couldn't go 2 days. My plan kind of degenerated as things went on. During this period, I did go through a divorce. I lost everything. In the divorce, I got custody of my son somehow. I don't know how that happened, but I eventually wound up having to give him back to his mother because I couldn't stay sober. Let me skip kind of to the end. You know, we're kind of at the end here, 3.5 years later, and I'm going to AA meetings, and I'm trying to stay sober. I can't get 2 days. I've got a day and a half, or I've got a day of sobriety, and I felt really good because I knew all I had to do was go home that night from the meeting and get something to eat. I'd go right to sleep, and I'd have a day of sobriety. And it had been a while since I'd had a whole day of sobriety because I'd usually make a phone call during the 8 o'clock meeting, or I'd, you know, something would happen. And I got home, I told my new sponsor I'd be fine, I was doing okay, I'll call him in the morning, goodbye, and I was just fine. And I left his car and I walked 50 feet, made a right turn, walked down 2 doors to my apartment, put the key in the door, and unlocked it. And then this thought came over me, you know, you ought to call these guys and see what's going on tonight. And I'd say, and I locked the door back up. And then I would think, no, that's a bad idea. And I would unlock the door. And I would think, well, you know, they probably won't answer the phone anyway. Just go give them a call. And I locked the door. And then I would unlock the door. And I must have stood there 3, 4, 5 minutes. And the insane thought won out. And I locked the door, never walked in the apartment, and back out on another 2 or 3 day binge. I had my binges down pretty good, where I would have clothes I couldn't fit in that would fit me just fine. You know, after the second day, they were on this side of the dresser, you know, and the other clothes were on the right side. And you talk about the insanity of alcohol. I'm sitting there 2 in the morning, still have money in my pocket and nowhere to go. No one's answering their phone, you know. And so I decide, well, I'll turn on the TV. Turn on the TV, and what's on at 2 in the morning? There's this show back then called Cops. I guess it's still on. So I'm watching. And there's this little Fiesta store where there's this illegal activity going on where people are driving up, people are running out, and there's money exchanging hands, and, you know, the cops come in and they bust them. And I look at that and I say, you know, I know where I might find something going on. I'm thinking, this is an insane thought. You know, but it won out. And I get on my Harley and I wind up driving over to that side of town. I mean, that's the choices I was making were not being made by me. You know, I never put a drink in my body except when I decided to do it. But if I tried to not decide to do it, I would always change my mind. I had no choice but to change my mind. I had no defense against the first drink. Absolutely no defense. And I would go back into AA meetings and I would hear people say, well, just don't drink no matter what. And the hair on the back of my neck would stand up, and I'm thankful I never hit any of those guys because I came close to it a couple of times. It was like, God, if I could do that, I would not be here listening to you. But anyway, I used to be real anti don't drink no matter what type stuff. I used to be real kind of a big book thumper, I guess, if it wasn't in the big book, you know, just keep it to yourself type of thing. And there are a lot of good suggestions that people have provided in meetings that aren't in the big book. And I've tried to take a softer, easier approach to it now, where I look at that as extra credit. kind of like when you went to school, you'd have the course material, and then they'd give you a couple extra questions, a couple extra things for extra credit. If you got the extra credit right, it would make your grade a little better. But if you didn't know the core material, you were going to fail the course. Didn't matter how much extra credit you did. So that's kind of how I look at it today. There's a lot of good extra credit floating around these rooms, but if you want a passing grade, you better study the basic text, and you better know the basic material. Some people that really knew this book got a hold of me and told me that if I kept trying to stay sober, I was going to die. That I needed to admit that I was powerless over alcohol and that I couldn't stay sober. They told me if I took the energy I was spending trying to stay sober and directed it towards what the big book tells me to do, which is to become spiritual, that I could become a spiritual person. And to become a spiritual person, I would have to undergo some kind of personality change, because the person I was not. It was anything but what you would call a spiritual person. And I said, why would I want to become a spiritual person? They said, because spiritual people don't have to drink. You see, I had a hard time with the spiritual part of this program for a long time, and it was pointed out to me that there ain't no other part to it. And I kept thinking, well, why would I need this? Why do I need this? And someone once told me, said, well, Kenny, maybe you don't need this. But I got a question for you. We'll find out maybe if you do. And that question was, Kenny, do you have a soul? Is there a part of you besides this computer up there that you've put in charge of your life that's screwing it all up? Is there something to you? Do you have a soul? Is there something inside of you that when this brain is making crazy decisions, that part of you that says, that's a crazy thought? Do you have a conscience? We talk in this program about having conscious contact with God. And I think growing up, that was what my parents called my conscience. They said, let your conscience be your guide. I think there's part of me that innately knows what's right and what's wrong, what's good and what's bad. And that's my connection with God. On page 55, it says that that's where you find God, is deep down inside each and every one of us. And so I decided that, yes, I had a soul. And then it was pointed out, well, you've got a mind, you've got a body, you've got a soul. If you've got a mind, well, everybody knows that you can be mentally ill. And if you're mentally ill, you're not going to make good decisions. When you're physically ill, it affects your thinking also. So if your mind and body can either be healthy or sick, and if you've got a soul, couldn't it be healthy or sick? And, what kind of condition would your body be in, Kenny, if you'd been sitting on the couch eating all the wrong things for the last 20 years? It'd be in pretty bad shape. What kind of condition do you think your soul's in? The book says when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. It doesn't say that I need to work on my mental abilities, doesn't say I need to work on my physical abilities. It says when the spiritual malady is overcome, I straighten out mentally and physically. And I finally got willing to listen. And I started trying to do things differently. I had a problem believing in God. I would try and make myself believe in God, and the most I got was a make-believe God. I just could not seem to make myself do it. And that morning after the cops incident, I was sitting in the room waiting for the liquor store to open at 9 o'clock because I couldn't think of anything else to do. And I got my big book out and I set it on the bed and I got on my knees and I started praying. And I said, this praying business just doesn't work. I've been trying this for, a couple of years at that point. And I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I said, well, what else can I could do? And the thought came, since I was on my knees, the only other thing I knew to do on my knees was to beg. And that's what I did. I begged to a God that I didn't even believe was there. And I didn't know why my prayers weren't working. And this line in the big book came back. It said, we're careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. We've wasted a lot of time doing that, and it doesn't work. And I started thinking about all my prayers up to that point where, God, help me stay sober because I'll never get what I want if I don't quit drinking and drugging. God, help me stay sober because I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I'd wasted a lot of time with those prayers because they were selfish prayers. You know, it wasn't about anybody else. It was about me wanting to be sober so I could get what I want, so I wouldn't lose what little I had left. And I realized why my prayers had not worked. At that point, I pretty much admitted I was powerless over alcohol and drugs. It didn't matter how many inventories I wrote, didn't matter how many amends I did. And I got up and I left out of that place to walk across the street because it was time for the liquor store to open. And I went across the street and I had a burning bush experience. Just happened for me. I don't know exactly. Well, let me just share what happened. I went over and I picked up the phone, and before I made the phone call, I looked up in the sky, and I did not want to be the pitiful piece of shit that I become. You know, I was going to be nothing but a burden on everybody. I could not stop drinking. I could not stop using. And I looked up in the sky and I said, if you're up there, you're going to have to do this for me. I can't do it. Take my life and make me of some use to somebody somewhere. I think always since I was a little kid, I wanted to be useful. You know, I wanted to leave a mark in this world when I left. And at that point in time, I'm kind of staring off towards the apartments, and you know how when the clouds kind of part and a beam of light comes down? I mean, that's what happened. This beam of light, I swear to God, hit out in the middle of the road. And as the clouds continued to part, that beam of light came right up to me, and I got covered in goosebumps from my head to my toe. And I don't know how long I was immersed in that light. And I get goosebumps every time I share about this. But when it was over, whatever it was, and something was there with me. I knew something was there with me. And when it was over, I felt like I weighed 30 or 40 pounds lighter than I'd weighed. I felt like I was walking on air. And I called the sponsor up who dropped me off a few days earlier, and he came by and picked me up and said he was going to take me somewhere. And I said, fine, let's go, because I didn't know where to go at that point. He picked me up, and we started driving around, and he said, you know, we just had this hurricane come through here. I need to go move some furniture. And I said, okay. So we went and moved some furniture, got that taken care of. Let's go get some lunch. I said, fine. We went to get some lunch, and as we were eating lunch, he looked at me and says, Kenny, he says, don't you want to know where I'm taking you? Because before that, anytime someone was going to take me somewhere, I wanted to know, was I going to have to quit smoking? What were the rules? Was there a curfew? Could I have visitors? How qualified were these people? I had a whole laundry list of criteria for any place I was going to check into. And I remember looking at him and saying, no, I'm not running the show anymore. And he took me to a halfway house, and I checked in. And he wanted to pay for 10 days because I got there like on a Wednesday. And I said, no, don't pay past Friday because I haven't been able to stay sober over 2 days that I can remember. So he paid me up through Friday because I insisted he not waste his money and pay for, the next week too. And I checked in there, and for the first time, instead of trying to get me sober, which I'd been trying to do for 3.5 years, I told myself when I checked in there I would try and help the next person that came in behind me. And that's what I did. And it's amazing that someone there was talking about the promises the day I checked in. And I told him, I said, look, you can take those promises and put them where the sun doesn't shine. You know, I said, the only promise I want is to not have to drink or drug anymore. Now, 3, 4, 5, 6 days went by, and I'm trying to help these guys that came in behind me, and no thought of drinking, no thought of using. It was just amazing. And the subject of the promises came up again. And they said, oh, don't talk about that around Kenny, you know, because... And I said, wait, let's take a look at that. And we looked at the promises, and every one of them had come true. When you get to the point where the only thing in the world you want is to not have to drink or drug again, and the obsession goes away, you've got everything in the world that you wanted, you know. And all those years when I was looking for happiness on top of this hill, on top of that hill, I had finally found what I was looking for. I'd found peace. The house was gone, the family was gone, the job was gone, the money in the bank that was my security was all gone. I'm $50,000 in debt. I've been riding Metro bus for 2 years, living in a halfway house with my front tooth broke out. And I've found what I wanted. Peace. I was okay. Everything was okay just the way it was. I am so thankful that I lost everything, because getting this thing and having lost everything made me realize I don't need any of it. You know, and I'd never known that if I hadn't gotten this thing when nothing was left. The number of things that have come back in years since have just been amazing. I mean, I used to kid people about when I first came around AA, they told me that if you still owned a watch, you probably weren't ready to get sober, you know, and I proved them wrong. When I got sober, I still owned a watch and had the pawn ticket to prove it. That's kind of where I was. I don't know now whether to go through the steps. I mean, there's certain experiences that have happened with me through the steps that have made a great impact on my sobriety. Step 3, I called my sponsor after we did step 3, one of my sponsors, and I called him the next morning and said, I can't seem to figure out what God wants to do, what he wants me to do. I've been praying this morning. And he said, well, why would you be asking that? I said, well, because I did step 3. And so what are you doing? I said, I'm praying for God's will for me and for him to give me the power to carry that out. And he says, Kenny, you're an accountant. You're halfway through law school. What comes after 3? You see, I would stick 11 right after 3. You know, praying for knowledge of God's will and the power to carry it out is step 11. And so often in these rooms do people do step 3, make a decision, and the next thing you know, they're trying to do God's will. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I think after doing step 3, God's will for me is to do step 4. You know, I've done a bunch of inventories. When I've taken a lot of people through the steps, and there are a lot of people that come to AA, and they're liars, they're thieves. You know, they've stolen shit. When I got to AA, I wasn't, you know, so I have a hard time relating that. When I got here, I wasn't a liar. I mean, sometimes things just weren't your business, so I made shit up and told you that. You know, but I wasn't a liar, and I took a lot of things that didn't belong to me, like cars and motorcycles, but I wasn't a thief. A thief is someone who gets caught and they're convicted, you know, and it's on their record. It was about my 3rd or 4th step where I became a liar and a thief. And I'm still a liar today. And I hope I stay a liar. I've gotten honest 2 or 3 times in sobriety, and it's a scary place for me to be. It really is. Some people may be able to handle being honest, but if I can't. You know, they told me, you hear in AA all the time that if you ever forget you're an alcoholic, you'll probably drink again. If I ever forget I'm a liar, I'll start believing all the stuff that comes out of my mouth. It's happened several times. I'm much safer staying a liar because I check the things that come out of my mouth. Is that true? Is that... Fifth step, I got to the point where you could put my fifth step in the Houston Chronicle if that's what it took for me to stay sober. I had things I didn't tell the first time, didn't tell the second time. Most of those things I've shared in open meetings since then. Probably the most amazing step in the whole 12 is step 7. They talk about step 7 doesn't work. Well, God will do it when He's ready. La 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 la. That's not my experience, but I've learned to look at this book and kind of pick it apart and see exactly what it says. It says that I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character that stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Most of the defects of character that you hear people in AA, including myself, talk about wanting to have removed are the ones that stand in the way of our being popular. Stand in the way of me being successful. But I have found that God will almost immediately remove the defects of character that stand in the way of my being useful to Him. My first experience with this was I rode the bus for my first year of sobriety because I had this parking problem. I'd be going 70 miles an hour and I'd park in the back of someone else's car. And I didn't know if I was going to stay sober or not, so I told myself I'd wait a year. And I got sobered up in a little apartment, and I was catching Metro bus from that apartment back over to the halfway house where I got sober. Because part of the deal I made with God was if He kept me sober, I would go back over there and share with those folks. And there were days I'd come home from work and I wouldn't want to go. I don't know if it was my laziness, I don't know if it was my selfishness, what it was. Or if I was just too tired to go, I don't know, I wouldn't want to go. But if I would get on my knees and ask God to remove whatever was standing in the way of my going to the Wednesday night or the Monday night meeting that night, it would be amazing. I would stand up, and all of a sudden I would have this energy. I'd want to do something. I wouldn't want to watch TV, and I'd say, well, I might as well go. And that happened on a consistent basis. Because whatever it was, that defect of character that was keeping me there was actually standing in the way of my being useful to God. I had a problem with talking in front of people. I had all my life. I almost didn't make it through college because you're required to take a speech course. And I dropped the course 2, 3, 4 times and found a school that gave it during a summer session, during a half summer session. So it was a 4-week session, so I only had to talk once, and I almost dropped the course before I had to get up and talk. In law school, I took courses where I had to get up and talk, and before I would actually get up and talk, I would drop the course. And I'd ask God to remove that defect of character so that I could make more money and get up and talk, in front of groups of people. And you know what happened? Nothing. Not a damn thing. Now, at almost a year's sobriety, right coming up on a year, this halfway house where I had been involved with, they said, you're coming up on a year. We'd like for you to come down and tell your story. And I said, wow, let me think about this. And I asked God to remove that fear of getting up and talk in front of people so that I could come down and share with the guys in the halfway house what God had done for me that I couldn't do for myself. And I got up there, and there was fear right up to the moment when I got up there and got behind the microphone, because my God, when He removes the fear when I'm actually trying to do His will. He removes the character defect when I'm actually in the process. It's not like, God, if you take care of this today, I'll do that for you next week. That just doesn't seem to work. But I asked God to remove it, and I told Him I would do it, and I got up and I talked for the whole hour, and absolutely no stage fright, no fear whatsoever. I've since gotten up and talked in front of rooms with 400 or 500 CPAs and attorneys inside of it. Because when the defect of character was removed, it was removed. But it was removed because it was standing in the way of my usefulness to Him. Now, I'm an alcoholic. If I find something that works, I find a way to use it, because that's just the nature of how I am. And my relationships with women were severely lacking, primarily because, while they're talking, I'm thinking about what I have to say. And I'm not a very good listener. I'm a terrible listener by nature. I'm very selfish, self-centered. I'm not empathetic. I don't want to hear what you have to say, really, unless you're talking about me, then it's okay. So I asked God to remove those defects of character so that I could have better relations with women. And you know what happened? Not a darn thing. Not a darn thing. But this experience with Step 7, and when it was successful, gave me an idea. And what I did was every time I started working with the new guy or someone that I sponsored, I would go off by myself and ask God to make me a better listener, make me more compassionate, make me more understanding. When I sat down with that new guy, and I started to change almost immediately. And when I became a better listener, I became more compassionate, I became more empathetic, my work as a sponsor got better, and my relations with women got better. My relations with everyone got better because those defects started going away. Step 8, Step 9, I made a bunch of amends. Made amends to my sisters by trying to correct the harm that I had done. I started giving them compliments every time I saw them because for years I kind of would chip away a little at them. I had one amends, though, that I didn't want to make, and that was towards my stepfather. At about 2 years sober, I heard someone share where they had a similar situation. They went up to Michigan. Their father was on his deathbed, and they spent 2 weeks with him and made amends and came away a free person and, just changed their whole life. And when I heard that, I made a vow that if my stepfather would be good enough to get on his deathbed, I would go make amends to him. Well, at 4 years sobriety, he winds up coming to Houston. Because my half-sisters moved in next to me. And anyway, long story short, I asked God what I ever did to have to make amends to him for, and some things came back that I had just totally forgotten. I think every time those memories started to come back, my mind would flip a switch and it would go, well, that's sorry, SOB. And he took up space in my head for a long time. And I went to him and I made amends for the things that I remembered and the other things that I probably did that I didn't remember, and he's not taken up space in my head ever since. Seems like when we hang on to resentments, there's always a payoff. It justifies our behavior, and when we clean up our behavior, then we're able to let go of them being such a bad person. How much time do we have left? Not much. I just went to a eulogy for a friend of mine. That's how I opened it up with, how much time do we have left? He was one of these guys that would talk about just don't drink no matter what. He was one of the guys that probably helped me the most get sober because I quit listening to what he had to say and I started watching what he was doing. This man would drive 30 miles across town in Houston traffic on Friday nights to lead a meeting at a men's halfway house. And I said, maybe if I do what Jim's doing, I'll get what Jim's got. I mean, how many times have I gotten a sponsor and I've really listened to what they told me to do and I tried to do it and it didn't work? But I wasn't doing what they were doing. They were taking time out of their day to come help me, and that's what I realized, that all the people in the world that have been trying to help me, even though one would say turn left, one would say turn right, one would say hold on, one would say let go, and it was just confusing. And I finally got it. The one thing they all had in common is that they were willing to take time to try to help me. And if I took time and tried to help another alcoholic, maybe then I would stay sober. See, this program seems to be about one alcoholic helping another. And you can either be the helper or the helpee. You know, I was a helpee for 3.5 years, and I'll tell you, it's a whole lot better being the helper. You know, and so those of you who are in here looking for help, you might try giving some to the guy that comes in behind you and see what that does for you. It's pretty amazing. I made the mistake early on in the meeting of making a remark about how boring sobriety was in a meeting. And I had an old-timer come up to me afterwards and said, Kenny, the problem is not that sobriety is boring. The problem is that you're boring. And having fun in sobriety has been an important part of my program. I started going to the Bluebonnet AA retreats that were out in Giddings, Texas, probably made 15 out of 16 of them. I found some guys that were having fun in sobriety, and I learned how to scuba dive. Since then, I've probably done 100 dives in Cozumel. A couple of months ago, I went on a trip to Greece and the Greek islands, and this is a guy who had nothing when he got here, and I've seen miracles like this happen over and over and over. And I've got a list on the back of one of these pages of all the fun things that I've done, and it's just too long to get into. But I'm going to tell one story about how I got in the position to retire at age 55 and open a halfway house in Houston, which is what I've done. I always had one or two guys living with me when I was not in a relationship where somebody was living there, but I've always had one or two guys living with me, and I was working at this halfway house or volunteering. I chaired a speaker meeting for 12 years, and it was kind of a low-bottom place, and I kept telling God, you know, if I had the opportunity, I would do things a little different. If I had the resources and the opportunity. Be careful what you tell God. You know, it just might happen. Well, Jim, who was also an attorney in CPA, was involved with this group of CPAs helping other CPAs. And they were trying to get funding for this organization to take it to the next level. And what they wanted was for the state convention of CPAs was for someone to get up and tell their story and not really pull any punches. And I'm thinking, you know, this would be a real stupid thing for anyone to do, because you got all the big wigs, all the hot CPAs from all over Texas there. But I prayed about it, and it was the right thing to do, so I put my name in the hat, and they asked me to do it. So I flew out to Colorado Springs for the convention and got up and told it all. I can remember being at the podium saying, God, I hope you know what we're doing here. You know? It's interesting. You see, I think I can manage my own life. But the book says that when we place our lives in God's hands, and I'm paraphrasing, that things will turn out better than we could have ever planned. If I keep planning my life, how can things ever turn out better than I ever planned? You know? They can't. The best I can hope for when I'm running my life is what I can plan for. Well, I went up there and I knew this was a career killer, but it was actually fairly well received, and they got funding for the position, and then they asked me to manage this group and spend the next year or two, whatever, traveling around the state of Texas, basically doing AA and getting paid for it. But it meant over 50% cut in pay. Oh, shit, should I take a 50% cut in pay? You know, I mean, that's a pretty healthy chunk. No benefits. But I prayed about it, and it was the right thing to do. So, you know, here I go, and I'm doing this deal and doing some good, trying to do God's will. And I'm an attorney. I'm in an estate planning area, which since they announced that estate taxes were going to be repealed, they made this announcement 7 or 8 years ago. No one's gone into the field. And rather than switch fields like I thought I should do, I stayed in it just because.
Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
The view up here is fantastic. Alcoholics Anonymous is alive and well in Winnipeg. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me here. I love the spirit of Canadians. I was walking down the hallway the other day mentioning the temperature to somebody, and the gentleman said, well, at least there's no mosquitoes out today. So it's a nice positive attitude. You have smart water in Canada? I haven't seen any. I haven't been to a grocery store, but I brought this bottle with me from California. It's called Smart Water. I always bring one with me because I'm hoping it helps my talk a little bit. The first time I ran across this, I couldn't get the lid open. It had some kind of really difficult lid. It's like, I guess you have to drink it first to get smart. I'm not sure, but I had one of my sponsees open it for me. Anybody have sponsees? Just show of hands. People have sponsees? Excellent. How about people that have sponsees that are here with them? Excellent, excellent. I try not to never leave home without a sponsee, but I didn't bring one on this trip. But I always try to bring one with me. They're just awesome. Love sponsees. They're fabulous. A couple months ago, I was traveling to a conference, and I missed one of my connections. And I was concerned that I wasn't going to be able to get to my destination in time. And I texted my host to ask him for some counsel on what I should do. I don't know what to do because I was not going to get there when I was supposed to get there. And I knew I was going to a good AA group when the guy texted me back. He says,
the White Sox in Chicago, where the White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics are going to play the fourth and final game of this present series. Right now, there's a man here that, it looks like they want to get a picture of this, Tony. Come on up one step here. These young ladies here have got a camera, want to get a picture of us on the microphone, which is all right. I'll go take the camera, Al. I don't think we will. Tony, this is Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't have time to tell you who it was until we had to start posing for cameras over here. Tony is now a third baseman. Last time we had him on the air, he was a second baseman. So, Tony, I want to ask you some questions about that. When you were on before, you said, didn't you, that second base has been your position regularly ever since you started playing?
Well, yes, I have played second base more, but I think I can play third base as well if I play it long enough.
Oh, I know you play it very well. Whether you play long enough or not, you look like an old trooper out there. But you played some of that up there in the International League last year, didn't you?
Yes, I have played a few games.
This is the fellow that bounces alongside you out there, old Lucius Luke, huh?
That's right. I played a little with the Reds. I think I played about 50 games at third base in 1934 with the Reds. That gave me a pretty good idea about third base, but still, I have a lot to learn.
Well, what is the chief difference you find between those two positions?
Well, I haven't played third base much this year, and I think it's all in the throwing.
Only that, huh?
The arm has got to be rebuilt all over again. Different muscles put into use. That's all there is to it, Hal.
Well, the throw from second base is mostly underhand.
That's right. This is more of an overhand throw, and of course, the ball comes at you in a different angle, and I've got to learn the hitters. And Jimmy's been a great help to me.
He sort of moves you around, does he, in and out?
He does,
back and forth. Do you mind going in after those bunts?
Well, they haven't been bunting much, but I believe I can make them if I'm just daring to bunt, that's all.
Just dare him to it. You'll be in there charging them.
That's right. I'll be
well, even at that, over there at second base, sometimes some of these fellas, a few fellas that still drag bunts and sort of pull them down where you got to come over and get them.
That's about nearly the same as a bunt, only the throws a little shorter. It's more of a flip.
I see. From second, yeah. Outside of the throw, though, you find that it's approximately the same. Of course, for fly balls, I suppose it is. You got to take foul balls here and fight off this grandstand a little bit. But then you do that for second base over the other side.
I do that as well over second base.
Of course, the ball come at you. What do you mean when you said it came at you at different angles?
Well, you don't see the ball as you do at second base. The ball kind of just slides off the bat, especially a left-hand hitter. It just comes at you before you know it. And that's why they call it a hot corner, Hal.
I see. I get it. In other words, you've got to really start a little quicker. Is that it?
Yeah, you just got to get the knack of which way the ball will go to your right or to your left.
And most of them going down there are curving more than they are out there second base too, aren't they?
Yeah, they sometimes left-hander slices the ball, and if you play the third base long enough, you'll be able to tell whether the ball will go 2 or 3 feet to either side of you.
But you've got to get used to the vision of it.
That's the knack of playing third base only.
Looks a little bit as though you got that bat swinging good again. You got a little slump there for a while, didn't you?
Oh, well,
those things happen. I know.
All ball players have them, but I just probably had one for too long of a period.
Well, I think there's several fellows on this club and every other club have. I've seen them all up and down the line. They get them every year, and when it's all over, it's all over.
Well, I'd be glad to be in this club all year if we could just keep winning ball games.
Well, that's right, too. Well, Tony, I imagine you want to dry off a little. You've been out there getting all full of perspiration, and I want to thank you a lot for stopping here and chatting with us. Wish you a lot of luck at your new job, and that fella Dykes deserves a rest, and you're giving him a good one and not making him worry about it, which is okay.
All right, Al, thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen, the present third baseman of the White Sox, early part of the year the second baseman of the club, chatting with us a little bit about this, that, and other things, and I hope you were very much interested in what was going on. And now, let's give you the lineup for the ball game today. For Philadelphia, Finney, left, Moses, center, Dean, first, Cuccinelli, right, Johnson, second, Higgins, third, Frank Hayes, catching, Newsom, short, and Rhodes, pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left, Cleavage, center, Haas, right, Benura, first, Appling, short, Hayes, second, Pyatt, third, Sewell catching, and Kennedy pitches. Vern Kennedy will be the pitcher. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start a little trek up there to the booth, possibly a little bit earlier than at some times, because I want to chat with a certain young man that I saw here in the stands on the way up. I might add, though, that it's another one of those days that, well, you sort of dream about out here. Perfect sunshine, but a nice cool breeze off the lake blowing in from the north. What do you got there, Teddy? Oh, a brand new potato. Old Teddy Lyons managed to sneak a brand new potato from somebody, and he's going to have it autographed for somebody. He's going to send that back to Opelousas. I mean, where is that place down there you live? Vinton, Louisiana? Is that where it's going? It is, eh? And who'd you sneak that on? Billy Webb, or did you just sneak it? Oh, he gave you that one. To you. Okay, Teddy Lyons was giving along. You're just beaming all over. You had a brand new ball to get autographed. You people that ask for baseballs have no idea how tough it is to get them. And as a matter of fact, ball players have a tougher time. Now listen, Merv. Merv Shea going to pull my trouser leg off. That's bad. The ball players themselves have a tougher time getting them than most of the fans do, or friends of the fans, or somebody like that. They have to sort of beg, borrow, or steal them. Otherwise, maybe they'd have one every day. But on this perfect day with the breeze blowing in, nice, cool, sun out, nice and warm, making about an even possibility, I think probably we'd better start upstairs. And as we make that trek up there to the booth, Uncle George, how about a little switch to the studio?
Attention motorists. Too many of you are digging down into your pockets to pay over and over again for motor oil. An extra quart now, a couple more quarts a few hundred miles later, constantly refilling the crankcase. You'll be glad to know that your Texaco dealer has an entirely new motor oil that will positively cut down your oil consumption. There's the need to have carbon removed and protect your engine longer against wear and tear. The new Texaco motor oil, made by the Perfurol process, provides a newer, tougher lubricating film that resists burning up inside the engine. It puts more miles between the quarts you buy. With the new Texaco motor oil, your car will not be oil thirsty. Perfurol is a special refining material. When oil is treated with Perfurol, a stronger lubricating film results. This Perfurol film acts like a protective wrapping for each of the moving parts of your engine. It lubricates better for many extra miles, providing greater, more complete engine protection. From the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with the new Texaco motor oil, you begin saving real money. You still pay only a quarter a quart, but you get greater mileage between those quarts. So change now at any Texaco station to this tougher, longer-lasting oil with a furfural film. Make your driving dollars go further. And now for a look at the... Well, I see we haven't time for that. I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Am I on the air, George? Don't tell me I'm on the air. Well, being on the air, I'm on the air, better talk on the air. So in that case, why, we mentioned the fact that the umpires have finished their conference at the plate and are taking their positions out there in the field. Umpire Quinn behind the plate, umpire Hubbard on first base, and Bill McGowan, old buddy, out there at third. Bill McGowan, I might add, is one of the discoveries, and admits it, and is very proud of it, of baseball writers. Baseball writers introduced Bill McGowan into the American League. So many, many years ago, the Yankees were coming north. They're playing a lot of games, and they picked up one of the teams, I don't remember which one, to play some games with, and as they went along, they had umpire McGowan with him. He was just a youngster. They liked his ambitions and his hustle, and the baseball writers went back to New York, and they called Van Johnson, and they kept it Van until he hired him. And now we have here the fellow who, not only to the observers, but also to the ball players themselves, is the finest umpire, or one of course we can't say that, but the ball players voted him the best umpire in the league from a ball player's point of view, but he's by far one of the finest umpires that the game has known. And he has sort of taken his little fellow Quinn under his wing. Quinn, the boy who is with him and who had a bad year last year, but has come along in grand shape this year to become another great umpire. And by nursing with him, talking baseball with him, and otherwise putting himself out if necessary to satisfy his thirst for knowledge of just how to handle his job, he's made a great umpire out of him. I think he's going to develop also into a fine. Hubbard, the youngster that is out here, is also coming along fine. Well, for the fourth day in a row, Finney goes after the first ball pitched to him, hits the ground ball down to the second baseman, and is thrown out. So his percentage is 50-50. In the opening game and in the third game of the series, he hit the first ball pitch and made base hits. In the second game and again in this game, he was out on that first pitch. And so it's 1 out of the first inning for the Athletics. And Wally Moses, the center fielder up there, bunts the first one, but it's fouled to the left plate. And Pyatt comes in to get it, but there's no play because it was outside. And it's strike one. Ball is going back out to Kennedy, the pitcher. And starts to wind up, throws the next one. It's inside and low for ball one. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. And there's ball 2. It's inside and low. You remember Kennedy started the first game of the series here and lost it. He was very wild, and eventually things went very badly, although the Sox ended up tying up the score. It didn't do an awful lot of good. Now he reaches out the butt again, and this one goes foul clear over to the Sox dugout. And so it's 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the next pitch. The hitter swings, get a little looping fly to left field. Ratcliffe comes in fast and can't get to it, and it drops in there for a base hit. Little looping Texaco leaguer into left field for a single for Moses, putting him on first base with 1 out in the first inning, and Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is back. Throws the first First one, the runner's on the go as the hitter takes it inside and low, and the runner slides in safely. And he got a great start on that ball. Moses, as I have mentioned time and again in this series and in other series, one of the fastest men in the game, and he got a great jump on the ball that time. Easily stole second. Sewell got the throw away very well, very fast. The throw got out there in a hurry. While it was a little bit high, still the runner was in there to the base long before it arrived. Long, speaking in the sense of comparative time, because naturally those plays happen fast. Now Dean hits the next one, a ground ball to Appling, who gets it, throws to third, and Pyatt tags the runner out, sliding in there for the second out. Moses kept right on for third base. Appling got the ball, threw it to Pyatt, who just merely put the ball down there and let Moses slide right into it for the second out. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Athletics. Dean on first base, and George Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. He throws the first one, and George takes a fast strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's the next one, wide and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on the Pooch. As he sign again, turns and throws to first. The runner gets back in plenty of time. So the ball comes back to the pitcher. He has a look to first, then pitches, and the hitter swings and hits a high fastball inside for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 1-2 the count. Now to the runner on the go. Pooch fouls this one into the stands to the right of the plate. Well, it lands just short of the stands over there. And it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. I don't think that was a hit-and-run play. I think Pooch just swung to cover to protect the runner when he thought the runner didn't get away soon enough, and fouled off a bad ball, because they'd hardly put the hit-and-run on with a count of 1 and 2. Unless they're had some reason to be sure the pitcher. They did it again. The hitter hits a ground ball down to Pyatt, who starts to throw to second, sees that there's nobody there, so turns and throws to first. Throw is wide, but Benura grabs it and then blocks the runner off and tags him out. The ball was well hit, and Pyatt grabbed it, running over towards second. He thought it would be a good play, I guess, to get the man at second, because he was running in that direction. And that short throw is a throw more accustomed to what he has been used to at second base. There was nobody there, so he turned and threw wide to first. And Benura, reaching way out to the left, grabbed the ball down low and had it in plenty of time to block Puccinelli off. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the first inning. And the score is 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning, with Rip Ratcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Dusty Rhodes, originally, when I first knew him, he was with the New York Yankees. He didn't stay there long, went to the Boston Red Sox, was with them for quite a while, and came to the A's last winter in the deal, one of the numerous deals between the Athletics and the Red Sox. And he's been pitching some pretty good ball for this club. But this, I think, is his first appearance in Chicago this year. And a rather stockily built fellow, dark complected, and very handsome, better for you young ladies. Pitcher waits out there now, gets his sign, starts his wind up to pitch the first one to Ratcliffe, stocky little left-handed hitter. And Rip swings, hit it out to the shortstop, who takes it on a great big long hop, throws to first, and Rip is out easily for the first out in the first inning. 1 out, and Mike Creevy is up there. Rosenthal still has the handicap of that twisted back, and he twisted running down to first base yesterday. So Mike has been moved over to his center field spot, and Haas is back in right. And the first pitch to Krivich is a wide one low for ball one. Krivich is a right-handed hitter. Rhodes has his sign again, starts to wind up. Throws, and Mike reaches out to butt one down towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, grabs it. Throws very high to first, but Dean leaps high in the air to grab it. Krivich, in the meantime, having crossed first base easily. So it's a base hit, safe bunt, down the third base line by Krivich, putting him on first base with one out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mule Haas is at bat. Ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Mule takes the ball. It's inside and low. One ball called. Again, Rhodes has the sign. And pitches, and Mule swings in a ball right straight back at the second baseman, who fumbles it. And by the time he gets to the ball, the runner is safe at first base on an error by Hayes. An error by, or rather not by Hayes, but an error by Johnson. And rather an easily hit ball, too, right straight at him. Took a high hop, but he didn't follow it at all. So now the White Sox have runners on first and second with one out in the first inning. And Zeke Manura is at bat. Well, it's the first play that we have seen that Johnson hasn't looked good on in his transplanted position in this series. First pitch to Zeke is a wide one across the waist for ball one. Waits there again, swings around as he gets his time. Ready, and pitches, and Zeke takes ball two. It's wide across the chest and makes it 2-0. Nothing, 2 balls and no strikes. It's ready again. Throws, and Zeke twists away to take the third ball inside across the waist to make it 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Zeke. Still got our symphony orchestra out here, George. Hear the whistle? Ready once more. Takes another look back at second. Throws, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Zeke let it go by without trying for it, so it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike. And again, the pitcher throws. Zeke gets the ball hard in the center field, but the center fielder Moses is in there to make the catch for the second out. Runners have to go back to their bases. Ball was very hard hit, a line smash, center field, but it was right straight at Moses, the center fielder. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Appling is at bat. Swings around, he gets his sign, gets ready to pitch. Throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Appling. Rhodes ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws. Luke swings, the bat flips out of his hand, goes clear out to the pitcher's box, as the ball goes down to the third baseman, and Luke is safe, and Rhodes is mad and throws the bat clear out of the infield. Just misses umpire Quinn down there. Rhodes is so sore because in hitting that ball, the bat flipped out of Appling's hand, rolled out to the pitcher's box. Rhodes stood there, watched it come out there, and let it roll up on his feet, and then he was mad and flung it clear off the mound and out into foul territory as Appling beat out the ball for an infield hit. Now the White Sox have the bases full with 2 out in the first inning, and it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes walks up to the dirt in front of the mound, smooths it down a little bit. Walks back out there, adjusts his cap. Now starts to wind up. He throws, and Jackie Hayes, if that fouls the ball back against the catcher's glove and back to the screen, and it's 1-1 on Hayes. 1 ball and 1 strike. Is the count. He throws again, and Jackie swings to miss one for strike 2. And it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and two. Waiting out there again. Seems to be getting his sign. Takes a look at third base. Starts his wind-up. And pitches, and Jackie hits the ball out in the left center. I think it's going to fall in. There it is for a base hit. 1 run is in. The ball is coming into the plate as the second runner scores, and the other runners advance to second and third, with Hayes coming in pretty hard and almost falling over as he tries to come up on his feet. It's a single. Texaco leaguer, too, by Crackle. All those Texaco leaguers can drive in those runs, can't they? Single to left center by Hayes. Scored Clevis and Haas for the first 2 runs of the ball game, both unearned runs, because the error, if it hadn't been made, would have made it the third out when Sonora flied out. And runners are on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. He winds up, throws the first one, and Pyatt twists away. Big ball inside across the chest. He's all set to go after that one, too. He throws again, and Pyatt takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Throws again, and Tony swings and follows the ball back against the mat and rolls out into the infield, and the catcher goes out to get it, looks it over as he comes back. Umpire Quinn has thrown another ball into the game, calls for that one, and I think he's going to throw it out. Catcher Hayes had looked it over and indicated it should be yes. Quinn, after a look at it, throws it out of the game. The umpires, you know, are the only ones authorized to do that, and Umpire Quinn, who follow the rules, had to examine it to make sure that it really was improper for use. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher throws again. The hitter started to swing, stops. The ball hit the bat and rolled over there, and the catcher started to go after a fan, reached into the stands and grabbed it, and the catcher walks back without it. I don't think the catcher knew whether that ball had been tipped foul or not. He thought maybe it might have been a passed ball. Went chasing over after it, and both Dean and Rhodes came rushing into cover. The umpire called it a foul and strike. So it's still 1-2 on Pyatt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Once again, the pitcher has that sign, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. Catcher started to run toward the bench, though he thought that was a called third strike. Rhodes made a half-hearted start toward the bench, but takes the ball and goes back out the mound, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. 2-2 the count. The winding up again, throws, and Pyatt gets ball 3. It missed the outside corner up around the chest, and it makes it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. White Sox have runners on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home, and they're leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. Rhodes winds up, throws again, and Pyatt gets ball 4. Wide and low, and he gets the base on ball. So that fills the bases for the White Sox in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs already home, bases full, and Luke Stool at bat to score 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes starts to wind up pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Stool. It's winding up again. He throws and Luke swings and fouls the ball back against the umpire's mask this time. Bounds way out against the stand of the left plate. Umpire Quinn merely adjusts the mask. It took quite a bump. He turns around, calls to somebody. He'll call the announcer, I guess. He's going to need some more baseballs in a minute. It's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Sewell gets the second strike. A beauty over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sewell. 1-2. Winds up again, throws, and Sewell swings and misses, striking out for the third out in the first inning. He went around on a ball that didn't look as though it had a thing on it, but he didn't hit it. So it must have had something after all. That ends the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 4 hits. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Motor oil has more than one job to do. It must lubricate all the moving parts of the motor. It must seal the power in the cylinder, and it must help to keep moving parts cool. There's one way you can be absolutely sure that the motor oil in your car is doing a complete job. Use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Bob Johnson, rangy right-handed hitter, the athletic second baseman, with that start the second inning. Kennedy winds up, throws. Bob swings to foul the ball back onto the roof of the stand, right up back of the plate, and it's 1 strike on Johnson. 1 strike to count. And there's a ball inside across the way, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Johnson. And now comes ball 2. It's over the plate, but too low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. 2-1. Swings again to hit a high fly coming down far way back here. I believe it's on the roof. Yep. Right up over our heads. Bounded clear out over and back down into 35th Street. Well, he swings again, and it's a high fly going foul to the right of the plate. Sewell is following out under it toward the stand to the right and makes the catch for the first out in the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the Athletics. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the third baseman, is at bat. Hitter swings the first pitch, or started to in time, but he stopped in time, pull away from the inside pitch and have it called ball 1. There's a wide one low for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2-0, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. 2-1 the count. Fink watches the third ball come by now. It's over the plate but much too low, and it makes it 3 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. Now comes strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 3-2. Here comes the 4th ball inside, and Kennedy really had trouble with his control. The both men finally walked Higgins. So Pinky's on first base with 1 out in the second inning, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Kennedy throws the first one, and it's a fast one that's inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called.
called. Sobriety again throws, and it's ball 2, a curveball wide and low. Well, Vernon is having a little trouble in the control department. Had a lot of trouble with his control 3 days ago in the open game of this series, you remember, when he was defeated. Although the Sox tied it up later on, he was knocked out of there. And there comes a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high. One thing about this kid, he may have bad control, but he never quits bearing down. He's going to throw it with everything he's got, and if it goes away from the plate, it's too bad, but he's still throwing plenty. He loses that one by just an eyelash there in the corner, and it goes as ball 3, but that was pretty close to corner. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 3-1 the count. Kennedy throws to first base. The runner gets back there. Now Kennedy pitches again, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and Hayes also gets a base on balls, moves Higgins to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody, with 1 out in the second inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the A's shortstop, is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, just above the knees. 1 strike on Newsom. 1 strike to count, and there's a ball wide, and Sewell throws the ball to first base, but the throw is very bad, and so Benura has to leap into the infield of gravity. He really had that fella caught pretty well off the base, but his throw was so high and wide that Benura had to leave the bag and chase into the infield and leap into the air to grab it. So it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy swings around again, pitches, and it's ball 2. It just barely missed the outside corner across the waist. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 1. He throws again with the runners on the go. The hitter hits the ball thrown to right field for a base hit. Benura sort of looked at the ball and started jogging after it. And finally, when he did run out there, the ball, which should have been easily caught, had seeped through into right field for a base hit. So Newsom singled to right, throwing Higgins to second base, and moving Hayes to third base. So as a result, the score is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox, and the A's have runners on first and third. 1 out, 1 run home in the second inning, and Rhodes, the pitcher, is at bat. Dusty takes the first one for a strike, down over the inside corner above the knees. Bryant is playing in pretty close, figuring the pitcher might try to pull a squeeze play, at least sacrifice a man from first to second. And the next pitch sails wide for ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Rhodes. Umpire calls time when the runner down to first base requests it. He goes over and whispers something to Lena Blackburn, the Athletics coach there at first base. He throws the first, runner's back. Might be figuring that there's a chance of their trying to pull something. And there comes the next one, a curveball, breaking away from the hitter. It caught the outside corner a little above the knees for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Rhodes. 1-2 the count. Rhodes was all set to bunt on the next one, but he pulled back in time to let it go by for the second ball. And the ball pops out of Sewell's glove. It rolled just a few feet into the infield. So Luke grabs it, rubs it up, walks in, calls something to Kennedy, calls after him as Burns starts back to the mound. And the two come back to their places with Kennedy on the rubber and Sewell crossing back the plate to pass the sign. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there comes the next pitch for ball 3. It's wide across the waist, and Kennedy will really be in a serious jam now if he can't get this ball over on the pitcher, because there's the fella you've got to get if you're going to win. 3-2. And the hitter swings at the next one to miss a curveball inside and strike out for the second out. Kennedy's control really has gone very bad in the last couple of weeks. Not that he isn't trying, because he is, and it may take him all year to master that new grip on the ball that he's using, the looser grip that he's using to prevent those famous wild pitches of his, and it might take a while before that control gets back. First pitch now to Finney, the leadoff man and left fielder, who's at bat, left-handed hitter. The curveball against the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike to count. He throws again, and it's ball 1 inside across the waist. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Finney. 1-1. Stearns goes to first. Hunter was back in plenty of time. So Venora throws the ball back to Kennedy, and he pitches the pitch a high one wide for ball 2 on Finney. 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy flips the ball from one hand to another, finally swings around on the rubber only to find Finney out of the batter's box. So he turns, walks out back of the mound to wipe his brow, rub up the ball a little bit, turns around to see Finney back to the plate, so he steps on the rubber. That the runner's eyes ready to pitch, pitches, and it's ball 3. It's wide and low, and it's 3-1. Burns got to get him over better than that. He's going to have some serious trouble again today. This is one club that he's supposed to beat quite handily, but they certainly pinned his ears back the other day. Now with a runner on the go, the hitter hits a long drive to center field. McCreevich is waiting there, has it, and it's 3 out. Ending that inning with only half of the White Sox lead cut off. Score 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. In the first half of the second, the A's had 1 run, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. 2 bases on balls, paving the way to the 1 run. And the score, as I said, is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Kennedy, White Sox pitcher, the first man at bat. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. So it's again start to warm up out there in the rubber, this time with Moss, number 2 catcher, and Hayes is just walking up there at the plate. Frank was on base at the end of the inning. They're over on third base. He had to wait a moment to take a moment to get into his car. The round of applause. Kennedy, who comes hustling out of the dugout and up the plate, stands there to watch the last throw. Moss throws the ball out to second base. Johnson tosses it to Newsom. Newsom back to the pitcher. And Johnson and Newsom have a little confab of some sort there, just as they back over toward their position, same as they did yesterday early in the game. Now they go back there. Rhodes is up in the front of the mound, moving down the dirt with his feet, his shoe, sole of his shoe, and then steps back on the slab. Back to wind up throws, and Kennedy hits an easy bounder right back at Newsom, who gets it, throws the first, and Byrne is out for the first out in the second inning. 1 out in the second inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe is at bat. Rip Radcliffe up at the plate. Throws the first one, and the Ripper takes it wide and low, a curveball away from him for ball 1. 1 ball called. Here again winds up, pitches, and Rip swings it about right back at Johnson, who gets it, throws the first, and Rip is out for the second time today in 2 innings. And it's the second out of the second inning. So it's 2 out of the second inning for the White Sox. And Mike Peters, White Sox center fielder, who paved the way to the White Sox 2 runs in the first inning by beating out a bunt. He is up there at the plate. He throws, and Mike swings it, a foul down the right field line and back against the front of the second deck. It bounds down front and clear back out into the field. Umpire Hubbard calls time and is trotting out there to get the ball. Second baseman started over 2, but Hubbard kept right on going to get it. It's 1 strike on Peters. Winding up once more. Throws, and Peters takes the curveball wide and low for ball 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mike. 1-1. Again starts to wind up throws, and the hitter swings it, punches the ball toward right field. Johnson goes way over, manages to grab the ball, and by the time he retrieves it, the runner is safe at first. And as a result, Krivich is on first base with 2 out in the second inning. And Haas is at bat. I think that Wayne Otto, who has been away for a couple of days, is back on the job. He is the official scorer, and he said he was going to relay him to us. And the first pitch to Haas is a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. Did Wayne give any sign on it? He did? Whitey got it? I thought so. Tell that youngster there, will you, to keep an eye on Wayne, because Wayne said he's going to forget this silly business and tend to business. The count is 1-1 now on Haas. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wayne's giving him over there. And now it's wide and low for ball 2, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on the mule. I guess I'm getting too old to take these little controversies seriously, George. I don't know. I'm getting, after that birthday when I was 29 again, why, I don't know how many times that's been, but quite a few. Hitter hits the next one. It's a slow bounder to the second baseman who grabbed it and tagged Krivich out and then threw to first to make sure the other man also. But he was tagged out at second base, and it's 3 out. Wayne's giving him, isn't he, Whitey? Yeah, that's what I saw. Wayne told me that he says that silly business is debunked with him. He's official scorer, and he's going to give him to us. So, yeah, Wayne Otto will pass him out. Thank you, Whitey. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And the score is still 2-1 in favor of the Sox at the end of the second inning. You gotten your Texaco scorebook yet? You have, and you're working on it. Oh, I've had some swell inquiries from fans about ways of scoring some things. Oh, I meant to bring that one letter down here. It had 3 very good questions in it. And I want to dig it up and answer those questions just exactly how they were. But I'll bring that out tomorrow. You know how to get it. Get your request card at your Texaco station, fill it in and send it in, and you'll get this swell scorebook with 17 games, a complete scoring system, and everything else. Now Moses at bat takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. And there's ball 2. It misses the outside corner above the knees. Rather clear up to the shoulders. Well above the knees, I might say. And it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Kennedy throws again for a strike, this time over the outside corner down around the knees. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Moses. Throws once more. Wally swings and hit a high fly in the short center field. Krivich is coming in hard under it and makes the catch over in right center. The wind having held it up and dropped it in there. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the Athletics. And Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Dean's another left-handed hitter who's looking mighty, mighty good out there. Throws the first one, and Chubb swings it, a bounder down to Appling, who comes up with it nicely. Throws the first, and Dean is out for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the third inning for the Athletics. 2 out in the third inning, and Puccinelli is up there at the plate. Puccinelli at bat. Throws the first one, and the Pooch takes it inside across the waist. Ball 1. 1 ball called. He winds up and throws again. The hitter hits another bounder back past the pitcher. Hayes comes up with it nicely back of second base. Throws the first, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the first half of the third inning. And the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the third inning. First man up will be Zeke Minora, the White Sox first baseman and cleanup hitter. Athletic players coming out onto the field with Rhodes just walking out across the infield to start his warm-up out there on the slab. Oh boy, what weather. Perfect, eh, George? Cool enough, a lot of sunshine. You wear that old battered leather coat of yours and feel comfortable. And without that coat, you don't feel comfortable, do you? Even on a hot day, it just looks at it longingly once you put it on. Too bad. Hey, I got a lot of swell wires that you brought in yesterday. It came from the studio that were delivered there on Tuesday, but I just got yesterday afternoon and opened after it again. Several of them. Huh? Again, yeah, only 29 again. Hey, somebody down in the stand didn't bleed me today. If you're 29, I'm 10. I told her she was a whole lot more than 14, I knew. Here's Zeke Manura at bat. With Rhodes winding up, and he throws the first one for a ball inside across the chest for ball one. One ball called. Rhodes winds up, throws once more, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Venura. 1-1. Throws again, and Zeke swings in a high fly out into right field. Short right field. The wind is blowing it back toward the foul line, and Johnson follows it in there and makes the catch nicely, although he had to not only judge a dangerous wind, but he had to battle the sun all the way also. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the White Sox, and Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Winds up, pitches, and Luke takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready again, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball up on the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the pitcher has the sign, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings it up for another pop fly out toward right field. This time Dean, the first baseman, following it across the foul line and makes the catch just in foul territory for the second out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the White Sox, with Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws. Jackie takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Hayes. Swings again, hit a line drive to left field, but the left fielder Finney's waiting. Oh, he almost misjudged it and had to leap high in the air to make a one-handed catch of it for the third out. Finney stood there and jogged in a couple of steps and then saw the ball start to sail over his head instead of sinking as he apparently thought it was going to, and he had to leap into the air to make a fine one-handed leaping stab of the ball to get it for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits in the third inning for the White Sox, and the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the third inning. Now, for complete scores up to the minute and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Cubs are leading the Giants at the end of the first half of the 6th inning, 1-0. Davis and Hartnett started for the Cubs with Henshaw pitching in the 6th. Hubble and Mancuso, the Giant battery. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals lead the Dodgers at the end of the first of the 7th inning by a score of 4-0. Winford and Ogrodowski, the Cardinal battery. The Dodgers using Frankhausen berries to open with Phelps catching in the 7th. In Boston, the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates are tied at 3-all at the end of the first half of the 7th inning. Blanton and Patton, the opening battery for the Pirates, with Brown pitching in the 5th. Bush and Lopez starting for the Bees with Cantwell on the mound in the 6th. In Philadelphia, the first game of the doubleheader between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds, taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, at the end of the first half of the first inning, the Reds lead the Phillies 1-0. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery in the second game. For the Phillies, Benj and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning 4-2. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators, the Indians using Playholder and Pitlack to open, Hudlin pitching in the 3rd. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the 3rd inning 2-0. Broca and Dickey, the Yankee battery. Tigers using Schoolboy Row, and Hayworth. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the fourth inning, Bob Johnson, after taking a ball, took a crack at the next ball pitch and hit a home run, wind or no wind, clear into the lower deck of the left field stands in deep left center. Radcliffe made a great try for the ball, leaping high in the air, but it just slipped over the top of the scoreboard into the seat for a home run. Now Higgins goes after the first ball pitch and drives it out to center field just to the right of center for a single. Our Mr. Kennedy going to get his ears pinned back for the second time in the series. That's the way they started out against him the other day. They just murdered everything he threw, and the Sox are taking no chances. They have a pitcher warming up in the left field bullpen as Frank Hayes takes the first pitch wide for ball one. There comes ball two, another curveball way outside, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. 1-0 is the count. The hitter swings again to miss a curveball for strike one, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Thank you, Ernie. Yeah, Ernie's passing him over. Right. 2-1 is the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitcher throws the first. The runner's back there. Now he pitches ball 3 very wide, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. He stands there rubbing up that ball, finally gets ready to pitch again. Throws, and Frank gets a strike over the inside corner about waist high. Makes the usual start toward first base, but comes back fast. And it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now with a runner on the go, the hitter hits a long foul on the roof of the stand down beyond first base. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Frank Hayes, the athletic catcher. At that in the 4th inning. Nobody out, 1 run already home, and Higgins on first base. Now Higgins again is on the run. There's another foul up over the roof of the stand, above and to the right of the plate. Three and 2 still. There's the next one for ball 4 wide, and Hayes gets a base on ball. Moves Higgins to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody out in the 4th inning. 1 run already home, and Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Yes, Vernon's having a lot of serious trouble out there. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get out of it, because when the control isn't there, it's hard to get out of a jam, and he's having his trouble. Newsom acts as though he was going to bunt, but very apparently didn't intend to. Just intended to look for the bad ball, and he got it wide and low. For ball 1, Philadelphia runners on first and second, nobody out of the 4th. 1 run home, and the score tied 2-2. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly down the right field line. It's going foul. Lands down there against the front of the stand. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy waits there for his sign as Hoff gets back to his position. Vern looks at second, throws, and the hitter does bunt the ball down toward first base. Ventura comes in, gets it, throws back at Hayes at first, and it's sacrificed by Newsom. Ventura to Hayes for the first out in the 4th inning, moving Higgins to third base, and Hayes to second. Now the A's have runners on second and third. With 1 out, 1 run already home in the 4th inning, and the pitcher, Gordon Rhodes, Dusty Rhodes, is up there at the plate. We still call all the roads Dusty Roads, even though we have a lot of concrete and macadam nowadays instead of old dirt roads. Still dusty. Hitter swings hard at the first pitch and fouls it back against the catcher's protector. Bounds over halfway out to first base. Ventura comes in, gets it, throws it back to the catcher. He hands it to umpire Quinn for examination. Kennedy winds up again, throws, and Dusty swings around as though to bunt and then takes a chop at the ball, but misses it for strike two. Stool swing around in bunting position, started to run out in front. As a result, the ball hit his glove and rolled over to the right a little bit. So it's 2 strikes on road. Infield pulled in real close, almost to the infield grass. Wanting to cut off that and run at the plate if possible. And he throws the next one. It's a little pop fly, foul to the left of the plate on a bunt, so he's out automatically on a foul bunt on the 3rd strike. Scored as a strikeout, and you can make a footnote if you want to in your scorebook, as we do, drawing a line from that K in the lower right-hand corner down to the margin, indicating foul bunt on 3rd strike. Now the man up there, Finney, watches the first pitch come by wide for ball 1. Hello, Mr. Pennsylvania. He remembered us today. And there's one wide for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Nothing to count. Winds up again, throws, the hitter swings and pull a foul down past first base for the first strike. And it makes it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Finney. 1-1 to count. Finney walks around back out of the batter's box as Kennedy rubs up a new ball. Here comes the next pitch, and the hitter hits the bounder right back. It just glances off of the pitcher's glove, and Hayes makes a great play in front of second base to get the ball and throws it first. Oh, that play was really a beauty by Hayes. Kennedy leaped into the air and just managed to slow up that ball a little bit. Hayes came over fast, grabbed it, and with a great underhand flip toss, got Finney at first base on a close play for the 3rd out. So that ends the 4th inning, and Kennedy pitched out of the inning in great style. After looking very wobbly at the start, he settled down and looked just the opposite of wobbly. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the 4th inning, and the score remains a tie 2-2 between the White Sox and the Athletics. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 4th. First White Sox hitter will be Tony Pyatt. Third baseman, he already waits there back of the plate as Moss warms up road, waiting for Hayes, who is again on base at the end of the inning, get into the catching toss, get out there to go to work. Throws the ball out there to second base. And it comes back to pitcher as Pyatt walks up there to the plate. Ahead of that, the White Sox start the last half of the 4th inning. Rhodes smoothing the dirt down. From the mound, walks back, smooths it down in front of the slab. Turns around, gets his sign. He's winding up. And he pitches, and the hitter fronted the ball, but it's fouled on the ground, back to the stand, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. One strike, it goes again, and it's the ball inside across the way, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. There comes ball 2, a curveball outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Winding up once more, throws. Pyatt swings it, a bounder down to the shortstop. It comes over fast, gets it, throws to first. And Dean had to make a reaching catch way out to the left and high, but he made the play nicely for the first out in the 4th inning. 1 out in the 4th inning for the Sox. And Luke Stool, White Sox catcher, is up there at the plate. Stool at bat. hitter swings and hits a line drive right out to the shortstop, who manages to scoop it up off the top of the dirt just before it hit the ground. And it's 2 out in the 4th inning. 2 out in the 4th inning for the White Sox, and Kennedy's at bat. Out in the 4th inning. Kennedy up there. Starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit the ball back. It hit Rhodes right on the foot. Bounce clear out into right field. Kennedy's around first base. Carrying to second base. And Rhodes is still writhing around on the ground there. The ball is recaptured by the second baseman. Rhodes gets up and is limping around in the infield. Time is called. That was a line smash that either hit his foot or his shin, and it felled him like a blow from a club. He reaches down and rubs his ankle with the ankle and the shin bone just above the foot. Now Kennedy gets his jacket on, goes over to see him, and it goes the 2-base hit, of course. For Kennedy, and Byrne is over there seeing how this fellow is, because it really was an awful dirty crack. Start a pitcher warming up in the bullpen in a hurry in case Dusty can't go on. The crowd gives him a hand. Boy, he took a smash that time. Mama, I don't want that to hit me. Woo. My foot had gone right off with it. Right? The foot would have gone into center field and the ball into right, I think. Yeah, mine aches just from watching it. No kidding. Boy, he took a dirty crack that time. Rhodes is throwing a couple down there to make sure he's all right and able to continue. Besides, he can pitch all right, but boy, he's going to have a great big black and blue mark and a big lump on that leg. That'll be coming up right now. He takes a look at it for a minute. Now faces Rip Radcliffe. Radcliffe at bat. 2 out in the 4th inning. Coach stands there rubbing up the ball, getting ready to pitch the first one to the Ripper. Let's look back at second base. And throws, and Radcliffe takes a good strike over the heart of the plate just above the knee. 1 strike on Radcliffe. Ready out there again, throws, and Rip hits the ball, a beauty down the right field line for another base hit. Kennedy's around third base, carrying for the plate, and the ball goes to second. Boy, that fella can really run. Coming across the plate, he kicks Radcliffe's bat over and then comes back to pick it up. He's a happy-go-lucky rap. He just was having fun coming around there. And that drive to right field, a line single to right by Radcliffe, scores Kennedy, and again the White Sox are in front. This time the score is 3-2. Throws the first one, and Krivich takes a ball over the plate, but too low. 1 ball called. And the pitcher waits there again, gets his time. The first base and throws, and Mike hits the ball to right field. Right fielder coming in fast. The ball drops in front of him for another base hit. Radcliffe is starting for third base, and he slides in just under the... No, they got him at third. Radcliffe, for some reason, slowed up at second, and then when he broke into his stride again, he'd lost just enough time to be caught at third base. Krivich's third hit was a looping single to right, and Radcliffe made second on it. But he slowed down at second and then suddenly looked over his shoulder and decided to go to third. By that time it was too late, and he was out on a very fine throw from right field by Puccinelli, who threw to Higgins at third, getting him for the third out. So it's 1 run, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning. And the score is 3-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 4th inning. The hardest working parts of your car are those chassis bearings down under. They need constant, efficient lubrication. Start the bearings in your car with Marfac, the oily, water-resisting chassis lubricant which clings to the bearing and stays put. Any Texaco service station will Marfac your car, and remember, a Marfac job lasts twice as long as an ordinary grease job. Kennedy ready now to pitch to Moses to start the fourth inning, and the first pitch comes over the plate about knee-high for strike one. Byrne is winding up again, throws and the hitter swings to foul the ball down toward first base. Kojat, first base, gets it, looks it over, indicates that it's pretty well messed up, and the umpire throws another ball into the game. Parkman calls for that one, so Lena throws it in the stool, looks at it, and then throws it immediately out of play. 2 strikes now. And there he takes the next one, takes a cut at it, but tries to stop a swing and can't, and he strikes out for the first out in the 5th inning, bringing Dean to bat. Dean up there at the plate. First pitch to Dean is a bad ball for ball 1. Wide 1 ball on Dean. And there's a high one wide for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strike on Dean. Kennedy throws the next one for ball 3. Well, he had all kinds of control to Moses. Now, for Dean up there, he hasn't been able to get 1 of 3 pitches over. So it's 3-0. Byrne pitches again for, it's called ball 4, and so he gets a base on ball. Puts Dean on first base with 1 out of the 5th inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. Puccinelli, another husky fellow, right-handed hitter. However, and he swings the first pitch in, a high fly out back to second base. Hayes is calling for the ball and gets it for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. Dean is still on first base, and Big Bob Johnson, who braced the wind with that terrific smash and got it into the stands for a home run in the 4th inning, is up there at the plate. He really must have hit that ball. Swings the first one, he hit a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, throws the first. Johnson was going down very hard, but he was thrown out at first base for the 3rd out. So it's no run, no hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 5th inning. And the score is still 3-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 5th inning with Muehlhoff, their first hit. Broadcast of the White Sox-Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics, stimulated us in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Rhodes is finishing his warm-up out there as Haas stands and talks to Hayes. Ewell is one of the famous Philadelphia alumni that are around the league. One of several on this team. White Sox have really got a load of them again. They had Earnshaw and Simmons, but they've gone. Still have Haas, Dyke, Kane, Dietrich, Shores. Kennedy was also with the A's for a little while as a rookie. So is Radcliffe. Guess that's about all low. I don't notice any of it. Well, we're ready to go. The pitcher starts to wind up throws, and it's a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. One strike on the Mule. He's back up there again. Pitcher winds up, throws, and he swings to drive the ball out to right center. It's going way out there for a long base hit. Puccinelli grabs for it, but it hits his foot and bounces past him. By the time he recovers it and throws it in, Haas is on second base. And it's a hit and an error. A single to right center by Haas. And he gets the second base on Puccinelli's fumbling error. So he's on second base with nobody out in the fifth inning. And Zeke Benura is at bat. Pitcher watches second base and throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball one. One ball called. He throws once more, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Again, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Run 1 the count. Crowd out there in left field seats are yelling if they want a homer. Oh, got it all over. He's going to get a little business from George here again. 2-1. Whoa! Zeke was all cocked ready for that one. Goes through on those pull-the-string balls, slowed up on that ball, and as he did it, Zeke got all set, but the ball sailed up past the peak of his cap. It didn't break at all, so he took it for ball 3. Makes it 3-1. And the hitter swings to foul this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. It's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benura. To the count. It's ready once more. Throws, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and it's a base on balls for Benura. The White Sox have runners on first and second, but nobody out in the fifth inning. Luke Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the White Sox shortstop, up there at the plate. Luke might try to bunt, but they don't expect him to. The infield isn't playing for it. So that hits to right as much as he does, and really hits where the runners this position. No, he reaches around to bunt, hunts the ball towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, gets it, and throws to first, and Dean makes a beautiful play, reaching around behind Appling to get that ball just in the nick of time, because Higgins was playing pretty deep and just barely got him, but it took a very nice play by Dean to make it possible. So it's 1 out in the fifth inning for the White Sox. And now they have runners on second and third with Jackie Hayes at bat. He winds up, throws, and Hayes swings in a pop foul coming up out of the roof of the stand over our head. A little bit to the left, and he's bounded down back of it. Hit the ball, and rolling it down in there around. Great fielding play. Great play, Whitey. Whitey caught that ball while it was rolling down there in that planting roof. And there's the next one inside and low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. This infield again is right in on the edge of the grass, as the White Sox infield was a little while ago. Playing to cut off any further run at the plate if possible. Again, the pitcher starts to wind up throws. Jackie swings in a long drive to center field. Moses is waiting back there. Both runners are touching up. He catches it and they start. But Benura goes off. The throw comes to plate and the runner slides in safely, getting in just ahead of that great throw from Moses. But what I mean, that was a throw. Haas coming in there has the game leg and has been favoring it, that injured leg, quite a bit. So wasn't perhaps going as fast as he sometimes has because he couldn't. And Moses made a great throw to the plate. And Haas had to just barely slide in under it to get into the plate with the run that puts the White Sox ahead 4-2. Now Tony Pyatt is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Rose throws the first one, and Tony takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Pyatt. back there, throws again, flat, takes a high one inside for ball one, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Platt. Honora is on second base, 2 out, 1 run home in the 5th inning, and the score is 4-2 in favor of the White Sox over the Athletics. Tony swings again to miss a fastball for strike 2, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tony. 1-2. Swings around to get the sign. He's ready. Pitches. And it's strike 3. A fastball over the outside corner waist high. Platt let it go by without swinging at it. And it's called out on strike for the 3rd out. 3rd out in the 5th inning. It's 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. Well, the 4 aces pop up, Georgie. So 4 aces. And the score at the end of the 5th inning, the White Sox are leading the Athletics 4-2. Now, once again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Way to definitely settle baseball post-mortem. National Baseball Scorebook and play-by-play record. Hal Totten has set up in easily understandable fashion his own system of play-by-play scoring, which he has developed over a period of years. By following these printed instructions and any additional data which he will give you over the air, you can your own records. You can then too. Texaco has gathered together in the book lots of other interesting baseball data, photographs of both teams, nicknames, ages, averages of the players, schedules of all major league games. In fact, the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something you'll want to keep. Here's how you can get your copy absolutely free. Just go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Remember, there's nothing to buy. Just send in your request card, and the sooner you get your book, the sooner you too will be able to score these games just like Hal Totten does. Now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball broadcast, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Okay, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning. Higgins at bat for the Athletics. Now to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kennedy throws. Higgins hits the ball out into right field for a base hit. Hayes has got a good start on the ball, but it was through too fast for him. And it's Pinky's 2nd hit besides a walk this afternoon. That puts Higgins on first base with nobody out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the A's catcher, is at bat. Throws one, and Frank swings, hit a long drive foul way down the right field line, far back into the second deck, but it bounds out and over, back down amongst the box seat customers. And it's 1 strike on Hayes. Hits the next one, a terrific smash to center field. Previous comes over and ranges back, make the catch nicely. Oh, he had to be very, very quick in his judgment on that one, because that ball was hit hard. And he ranged over to toward left or right center, and then ranged back a little and made the guess just exactly right. So it's 1 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Higgins is still on first base, and Lamar Newsom, the shortstop at bat, takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. Ready to pitch the first one, throws. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Then the pitcher seems ready, turns and throws to first. The runner's back there in time, though. Now he pitches and the hitter swings in a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, flips it to Appling. He throws to first, and it's a double play. For some reason or other, Newsom stopped up just as he was arriving at first base, and I think he could have beaten that ball, and he's kicking the dirt as he walks back out to his position, but I think he thought there were 2 out, and that man being forced at second made it 3 out, and he's very peevish as he walks back out there toward his position, because he knows he did something a little bit wrong. He might not have beaten it, but he stopped, and the play was taking so long there was a chance that he might have beaten that ball to first base. A very peculiar thing, but I think explained by that one thing, and he thought there were already 2 out, and that out at second base made it 3. So it's no runs, one hit in the sixth inning for the Athletics. Score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the sixth with Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, the first man up. Finish down there. The pitcher has the ball again, walks slowly back down to the mound. And Rhodes starts his windup. Pitches. Sewell takes the curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Rhodes waits there again. Seems to have a sign. He's winding up. Throws. And the hitter swings in a high fly to right field. Right field arranging over toward the foul line easily. And he misjudged the ball. They lost it in the sun. And it drops out there for a base hit. And Sewell comes into second base. The throw bounding along and hitting him in the leg as he arrived. Puccinelli started over, jogging over, watching for the ball. And then suddenly, the last instant, the wind caught it and blew it away from him. And it landed well out of reach and inside the foul line also for a two-base hit. Sort of a wind and sun double, you might say. Now Vern Kennedy is up there. Kennedy at bat. And he reaches out, bunts the first one toward first base. The pitcher, Rhodes, comes over, gets it, throws the ball right into the runner. But again, Dean made a nice play. Doggone, that Dean really looks awful good on those kind of plays, which we've heard many first basemen say is the toughest play that they can make. And that is the ball thrown right into the runner. And three times today and once yesterday, Dean made those plays. Now the infield comes in close again, but all but Dean playing right in close. Dean is back a little as Radcliffe steps up there, and the first pitch is wide and low for ball one. One ball called. Ready again. Throws. And the hitter hits the ball out to the left. The shortstop goes far to his right and gets it and makes the throw to first in time to get Radcliffe. Rip swung. Started driving that ball toward left field, but Newsom shifted very fast. Go back and get it and throw to first to get his man. So now with two out, the infield moves back to normal position. And Mike Krivich comes to bat with Sewell still on third base. Score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Watches third base and pitches, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. One strike to count. Throws again, and it's a curveball wide for ball one. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1. Ready once more, throws, and Krivich started to swing, stopped in time to have it called ball two. It curved wide, and so it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Krivich. 2-1. Pitcher has his sign again. He throws, and Mike swings it, a bounder right back at Rhodes, who leaps into the air, grabs it, throws to first, and Mike is out for the third out, and Rhodes did a nice job of pitching himself out of that inning after the wind and sun had combined to give Sewell a double at the opening of the inning, and the next man sacrificed him to third. He was still on third at the end of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 6th inning. And at the end of the 6th, the White Sox lead the Athletics 4-2. Now again for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lost the game to the Giants today by a score of 3-1. The Giants had 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error to the Cubs' 1 run, 7 hits, and 1 error. Davis and Hartnett opened for the Cubs with Henshaw hurling in the 6th and Warnke on the mound in the 7th. Hubble and Mancuso went the entire route for the winning Giants. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 9th inning by a score of 7-0. Winford and Ogrodowski working for the Cards. Frankhouse and Berries opening for the Dodgers with Phelps catching in the 7th, Clark on the mound in the 9th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Bees are tied 3-all at the end of the 10th inning. Blanton and Padden working for the Pirates to open with Brown on the mound in the 5th. Bush and Lopez, the battery for the Bees, to start with Cantwell hurling in the 6th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds was taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, the score is tied at the end of the first half of the 4th inning, 3-all. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery, the Phillies using Benge and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the 4th inning, 7-6. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators with Cascarella in the 4th. Bleholder and Pitlack, the opening battery for the Indians, Hudlin on the mound in the 3rd, and Brown pitching in the 4th. In St. Louis, the Red Sox are leading the Browns at the end of the first inning, 1-0. The Farrells, the battery for the Red Sox, Thomas and Giuliani working for the Browns. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first of the 6th, 3-0. Broke and Dickey, the Yankee battery, the Tigers using Rowe and Hayworth. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. Dusty Rhodes, the pitcher, came to bat, hit the first ball pitch for a high fly into center field, which Peters got for the first out. Now with a count of 1-1 on Finney, he swings, hits a bounder down to Benora, who has to make a one-handed stop on a bad hop there, but gets the ball and runs over to first base to get Finney for the second out. And it's 2 outs in the second inning for the Athletics, with Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder at bat. And he looks around, the boys out there, gets ready to pitch now to Wally, throws, and it's a fast one inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called.
The door is banging.
Kennedy throws again, the hitter, it's a line drive to left field, and Radcliffe chasing it, but it goes over his head, bounds against the wall, Rip gets it, the runner pulls up at second base easily, Radcliffe throws the ball into Appling, and it's a double to the base of the left field wall by Moses, putting him on second base, with 2 out of the 7th inning. Yeah, I like to watch that fella run, he really goes, this is smooth and easy. 2 out in the 7th inning, Moses on second, and Dean, Shub Dean, the A's first baseman, is at bat. Kennedy looks around, gets ready to pitch the first one to Shub. Throws, and the runner's on the go for third base, and slides in, and is out. He slid hard into Pyatt, who had the ball and brought it down on him, and in sliding into Tony, his foot couldn't reach third base, and he's caught stealing for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 7th inning for the Athletics. And now the crowd is standing up for the 7th inning stretch as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th. Neil Haas, the first White Sox hitter, score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes is just arriving out there in the mound. There's a good crowd out here today, as well as a great crowd of youngsters out in that left field stand. Neil stands there watching. As the ball is thrown out to second base, Johnson missed it out there and had to chase it out into the outfield. He just knocked it down, but he gets it and throws it back. And the pitch is ready to pitch again to Haas. Starts his wind-up. Throws. And Mule swings to foul the ball back toward us here. Catches coming back fast. He might get to it. He didn't quite make it. And it's strike 1. Haas walks over to pick up his mask and rub off the padding. Get the dust off it. Hands back to Frank as he gets back up there at the plate. Hayes made a good try for that ball. And it's 1 strike on Haas. 1 strike to count. Throws again, and Haas takes the ball inside across the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Haas. He swings it. The next one, a high fly to right center. Moses is waiting back there for it. Gets it easily, and it's 1 out in the 7th inning. So the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Zeke Ventura is at bat. Venura up there at the plate. Winds up the pitch. The first one throws, and Zeke swings it. A pop fly going foul to the right of the plate. Hayes is also chasing that one over to the stand and grabs it down there, but apparently couldn't quite hang on to it. He crashed into the front of the stand. Apparently is unhurt. Comes walking back there. Made another nice try, and as a result, it's 1 strike on Big Zeke. 1 strike on Venura. And the pitcher throws again with Zeke hitting a hard bounder to Johnson, who comes up with it nicely, throws the first, and it's 2 out in the 7th inning. 2 out in the 7th. And Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Appling at bat. Well, School's keeping again out there in the left field bullpen. Cellini's putting in his afternoon work. One of the other boys taking a long work out there with his muddy rule. Luke swings the first pitch in, a high fly to right field. The right fielder coming over. And still misjudges the ball a little in the wind and sun, but manages to follow it over far enough to get it for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 7th inning, White Sox still lead the Athletics. The score being 4-2. When every minute counts, you'll find that it doesn't pay to guess about gasoline. Tourists, traveling men, people who drive many miles a day against time find that Texaco Fire Chief never lets them down. And best of all, it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Chubby Dean, the A's first baseman, is about to start the 8th inning for Philadelphia. Kennedy throws the first one. He hits it to left field, but it's foul down there and just misses one of the warm-up catchers, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. Joe Morris, he's down there taking a workout, warming somebody up, warming up Cellini, and that ball just missed him. There's ball 1 high and wide, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Dean. 1-1 is the count. Swings again, hit a ball back through the box. Appling almost gets it back to second base, but not quite, and it goes through into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Dean, putting him on first base. Nobody out in the 8th inning, and Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. Puccinelli up there at the plate. Throws, and George swings it, a ground ball down to Appling, who gets it, throws to Hayes. Jackie throws the first, and it's another double play. Well, that White Sox infield is certainly turning in those double plays these days. He's got that ball flipping around out there in real championship style. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Bob Johnson, the A's second base. Johnson at bat. And he throws the first one, and Bob swings to miss a high fastball inside, and it's strike 1. Right, George. Strike 1. And there's a ball wide and low, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. 1-1 the count. Johnson swings the next in, a high fly down back at first base. Manora's following it over to foul territory and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. And the score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the eighth with Jackie Hayes the first man at bat. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL Chicago. Rhodes finishing his warm-up as Jackie Hayes stands there waiting to take his turn at bat to start the eighth inning. Finishes the warm-up. There goes the ball again out to second base, and we'll be ready to go now in the last half of the eighth. Hayes waits there at the plate as Rhodes gets his sign, gets ready to pitch to him. Starts his wind-up. Throws and Jackie reaches out and sort of pushes the bunt out toward first base. Dean gets the ball and races for the bag, and Hayes beats it out for a base hit. Dean couldn't make any other play on that ball but that. He started for the base and realized that the pitcher couldn't get it, so he raced out to his right, grabbed it, and Rhodes wasn't anywhere near getting to first base, so Dean, without losing any time on the play, didn't hesitate at all, raced for the bag, but Hayes, a fast man, beat him, and it's a base hit for Jackie, his second of the ball game. Puts him on first base with nobody out in the eighth inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. Pyatt runs up on the first one. He's going to try to hit it to right. The pitch came in high and inside, and it's ball one. There's a high one inside for ball two, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Pyatt. Nothing to count. Throws again, and Tony swings in a line drive, and the shortstop leaps high in the air to grab the ball, and then holds it when Hayes gets back to first base so quickly that to make a throw would be to take a chance on and there. The ball was hard hit, so hard hit that Hayes, who had made a break for second, saw where it was going and hadn't had time to get far away from the base by the time it was caught. So he was able to get back. And so Hayes is still on first base, 1 out in the eighth inning, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Rhodes swings around, ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Luke swings in a drive out into right center for a base hit. Going on out there, it's past the right fielder, going clear through to the wall. Hayes is around third base on his way home, and Sewell is pulling up at third base. He makes the turn, but the ball is being run in. The center fielder raced up to the wall and stumbled and fell on that incline of the side out there at the far end of the scoreboard, but that triple by Sewell hit the wall. That is bounded out as far as the wall, landing against it at the far end of the right field scoreboard. And it's Luke's second extra base hit of the game. First one going to him by virtue of wind and sun. And it drives home Hayes with a run that gives the White Sox a lead by a score of 5-2 and brings Vernon Kennedy, the White Sox pitcher, to bat. Rhodes out there, gets ready to pitch the first one. Vernon throws, and Kennedy hits the ball into left center for a base hit. His second hit of the game, and it scores Sewell easily from third base with the second run of the inning and the White Sox sixth run of the game. Kennedy's other hit was that terrific smash off Rhodes' shin that pounded out into right field for a two-base hit. And he scored right after that on Radcliffe's single. Now the Rippers up there at the plate. 1 out, 2 runs home in the eighth inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball one. The stocky left-handed hitter. Hayes has started 2 pitchers warming up in the right field bullpen, both of them right-handers. Throws another one, and Kennedy hits it down the right field line for a good base hit. Radcliffe does. Kennedy is around second base. Ball is coming over there to second base, and it bounds up rather peculiarly. Newsom knocks it to the ground in time to hold Radcliffe at second and Kennedy at third. It's a double down the right field line by Radcliffe. And it looks though there's going to be a change in pitchers. Rhodes turns and starts for the clubhouse, and Earl Mack, son of Connie Mack, and one of the coaches of the club, walks up there to tell the umpire who the new pitcher is going to be. I believe it's Ross, do you? Mr. George believes it's Ross. Mr. George very often is correct. Very often correct. He didn't do very well on that one. Lisenby, I didn't know he was with this club. We used to call him Lisenby when he was with, it was the same fella. He used to be with Boss. He isn't even in the program here. Can't tell the players without a scorecard. In this case, you can't tell this one with one, can you? Lisenby's a right-hander. Looks very much like the same boy who some years ago was with Boston and Washington. Whether it is or not, I'm not sure. He's been up in the International League and going pretty well lately. And he's finishing his warm-up out there in the mound. With catcher Hayes as Krivich waits to take his turn at bat. White Sox now have runners on second and third. One out, 2 runs already home in the 8th inning. Now 6-2 in favor of the Sox. And Krivich finally steps up there as umpire Quinn dusts the plate, and the infielders trot to their positions. Again, the infielders come into the edge of the infield grass. Try to cut off any run at the plate if possible. He throws, and Krivich takes a fast strike over the outside corner across the waist. 1 strike on Krivich. Winding up once more, throws, and Mike takes a high one wide for ball 1. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1. He winds up again, throws, and Mike swings it a slow foul to the left of the plate. Waiting back here is Haas, and he grabs the ball on that high bounce, looks it over, tosses it back to umpire Quinn, who had already given the catcher another ball to put in play. Umpire pockets that one as fit for further use, and Krivich steps back up there once more. White Sox runners on second and third. Mike starts to swing at the next one, stops, the ball hits the bat and goes foul back to the stand. He was pulling away from it to keep from finishing his swing because the pitch was high and inside, and in pulling away from it, the ball hit the bat and went foul to the stand. Haas is walking back to get it. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lisenby throws again, and Mike swings at a slow bounder into the infield. The third baseman Higgins comes in fast, gets the ball and throws it first, nipping Krivich by an eyelash over there on a very, very close play. And it scored 1 run. Kennedy scored easily, and Radcliffe went to third. On Krivich, infield out, and Higgins, incidentally, had to make a beautiful play on that ball to get the run. And he nipped him by an eyelash. That's 3 runs this inning. White Sox leading the Athletics 7-2, with Radcliffe still on third base, 2 out, and Mule Haas at bat. The first pitch to Mule is a wide one low for ball 1. Throws once more for a strike over the outside corner waist high, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 to count. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder out back at second base. Shortstop Newsom gets it, throws the first, and Haas is out for the 3rd out, ending the 8th inning. In the 8th inning, the White Sox had 3 runs, 4 hits, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of the 8th inning, the White Sox 7, Philadelphia Athletics 2. As I said before, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring some mail out meant to today that I've received from fans who have gone over the scoring system that we have in the Texaco scorebook that you can obtain so easily, that the Texaco company is giving away with great pleasure. That system in there is very complete, more so than a lot of systems, but naturally there are some certain little tricks that we have that you can hardly put in a system because everybody has certain of those differences. And if you want to know, have any questions about the scoring, drop me a line. I'll either give it on the air or possibly, if I can, if there aren't too many questions, do it by mail so that you can have all the dope. But remember to get this book with room for 17 games, a complete scoring system, the stocks and subs, rosters. Stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out. All he asks for is your name and address. Mail it. It's already addressed to me. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it, and you'll get your book. Now to start the ninth inning, Higgins at bat, and the first pitch comes by wide for ball one. One ball called. And there's ball two wide across the knees, making it 2-0 on Frank Higgins, known as Nicky Higgins, the athletic third baseman, who already has a walk and 2 hits in this ball game. Fired through the ball out of play that was being used there, and the next pitch comes high inside. Ball 3. Didn't do much good, did it? The count is 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes. There comes the first strike. Catch at the inside corner just above the knees. Run the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. And then he winds up again, throws for ball 4. It's wide and low, and Higgins now has a perfect day at bat with 2 walks and 2 singles. I think he's on first base. Nobody out in the ninth inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Kennedy throws the first one, and Hayes takes a strike. A fastball over the outside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Hayes. He swings the next one, hit into left field for a good clean base hit. Runner for first is stopping at second. And the Athletics have started what might turn into a serious rally here. They have runners on first and second with nobody out in the ninth inning. And Newsom, Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey Newsom, the Athletics shortstop. Stocky little blonde-haired right-handed hitter is at bat. He takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate. About waste time. 1 strike to count. Pinch hitter going to come up here now. Bat in place of the pitcher. Following this man, I haven't spotted quite yet who it is. Probably Nemec. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder back through the box. It goes on into center field for a base hit. 1 run is coming into the plate, and they let the ball go. The pitcher started to get the ball and deflected it so that it changed the course enough, and the catcher couldn't see it. It hit his leg and bounded back to the stand, letting the other runners go to second and third. And now Kennedy is really in the spot. The last instant, Kennedy, who had his hand up, tried to pull it down to let it go apparently at the catcher's call, but he deflected it so that Luke couldn't see it. So on Newsom's single to center, Higgins scored. And Hayes went to second, and now just who they called that error on, I'm not sure. We're trying to find out from Wayne Otto, the official scorer, was back from his vacation. Then Nemec batting for Lisenby hits the ball down to Appling and is thrown out at first base for the first out, with Hayes scoring on the play. We give the Athletics 2 runs this inning and make the score 7-4. And the head of the batting order, Lou Finney, is at bat, taking the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. It dropped out of Sewell's glove, but he grabbed it fast. Then he hits the next one, a high fly coming down foul back at third base. Pyatt follows over there and makes the catch for the second out. So that makes it 2 out in the ninth inning. 2 out in the ninth inning for the Athletics. And Moses is at bat. Wally up there at the plate waiting now. first pitch is high and inside for ball one. Hit a swing to next, hit a high fly, also foul going down back at third base. Pyatt is following it over and makes the catch right in front of the stand for the third out, and the White Sox win the ball game 7-4. You say they signaled to Whitey that was an error on the throw, George? Well, that's what I figured it probably was, but we wanted to make sure of it. That error that let the man go to second and third is given to the center fielder on the throw. Fadich on his throw, and that's the way that was scored. Now in the ninth inning, the Athletics had 2 runs, 2 hits. There's 1 error and 1 man left on base. And the score is 7-4. White Sox making 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. They had 8 men left on the base. The Athletics had 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. They had 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kennedy, and the losing pitcher, Rowe. Summary again, for the benefit of those who keep all those things in the scorebook and are checked with them. Technical scorebook. White Sox, 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error with 8 men left on base. The Athletics, 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Winning pitcher, Kennedy. Losing pitcher, Rowe. Tomorrow is Ladies' Day, and the Boston Red Sox will be in town to open their 4-game series in 3 games. Single games on Friday and Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday, and the doubleheader, the first game as usual, starts at 1:30. We'll see you on a lot of those days, but if you're not out here, why, we hope to be talking to you, but that's all for now. And speaking for George as well as myself, Hal Totten bids you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Bye now.
Speaking to you from the studio, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a summary of the other baseball games that have been played this afternoon. First in the National League, in New York, the Chicago Cubs. Snappier roadwork. It has the stamina, the quick getaway, the reserve of extra power and speed for the open stretches that make sluggish cars look like part of the scenery. Texaco Fire Chief is emergency-type gasoline. That means Fire Chief meets rigid federal specifications for emergency use. It's fast-firing, crowded with action. Fill up with a tank full of Fire Chief, then try out your car. You'll find that in response to the same pressure on the accelerator to which you're accustomed, your car will step out faster, and that you'll get more enjoyable miles from each gallon. Reason enough why more tourists buy Texaco Fire Chief gasoline than any other single brand. Remember, when you get a filling of Fire Chief at the Texaco station near you, you'll be getting more for your money. So drive with Texaco and save. Your neighborhood Texaco service station has brought you this broadcast direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Fred Fowler speaking for the Texas Company invites you to tune in tomorrow afternoon at 2:45 for another baseball broadcast with Hal Totten at the microphone.
Kellogg's on the air. The Kellogg Company, makers of the famous Kellogg cornflakes and other ready-to-eat cereals, presents Hal Totten. But right now, here's a suggestion to brighten up your fall menu. Why not try serving Kellogg's cornflakes? Some people still think of cornflakes as a food for breakfast only. But just try them for a light supper. Serve them with sliced bananas or with a preserved fruit. The whole family will be delighted with this crisp, toasty, flaky cereal that is so easy to digest. But be sure to get genuine Kellogg's cornflakes that come to you fresh from the spotless Kellogg kitchens with the flavor protected by the wax-tight air wrapper. Your grocer has Kellogg's cornflakes in the familiar white, red, and green Kellogg package. You better order some tomorrow. And now, here's Hal Totten. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Ford, you know that contest? We can't tell them yet who's the winner because we don't know yet. There's 4 players so close to the top that they're having to go back and add every bit of a vote that's come in again. In other words, right from the start, they're re-adding all the votes to
to make sure that the one of these four players that are within 100 votes of each other on the unofficial standings is actually the winner. And as to who is going to win the other prizes, the prizes for those writing in, well, we still hope to have it within a week, but I don't know. Those thousands and thousands of letters are bearing a lot of reading, and a couple of the judges right now are out of town, so we got to get them back in town so we can bear down on it. So if the people will be patient, we will too, I hope. Anyway, I'm trying to because I'm sort of anxious to know myself.
That's so I am.
Yeah, I want to know who's getting all these automobiles and fur coats and radios. I mean, you and I can't get them, but somebody can.
At least we can know who got them anyhow.
Yeah, right. And we can have the fun of presenting them, maybe. Well, the World Series opening game has come and gone, hasn't it? And it came and went just about the way most people figured it would. A fellow named Carl Hubble was just about too tough for the boys. And he won that game 6-1, beating the Yankees in that fashion, holding them to 7 hits, striking out 8 of them by cracky and walking only 1. In other words, the Yankees saw a great southpaw with great stuff and control. They've seen a lot of great southpaws in their league with good stuff. Some of them haven't got so much control. Of course, the veterans have, like Lefty Grove when he's right, and Earl Whitehill, but the majority of them haven't the control and the stuff that Hubble had. And he showed it time and time again. Just from hearsay and what we know of the serious game, we know several things that happened that bore out what was said before the series really got underway. The first hit of the game went to Bill Terry. That was one of Bill Terry's 2 hits. Terry showed that he's the great money player he always was. However, another giant player who figured on being a great money player lived up to his reputation. And that was Mel Ott, the little rascal who plays right field and is one of the greatest young ball players in the major leagues and now already a veteran. But a couple of other boys bounced up with base hits. In fact, 8 of the 9 hits made by the Giants were made by 4 players.
Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like...
The White Sox.
Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
The view up here is fantastic. Alcoholics Anonymous is alive and well in Winnipeg. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me here. I love the spirit of Canadians. I was walking down the hallway the other day mentioning the temperature to somebody, and the gentleman said, well, at least there's no mosquitoes out today. So it's a nice positive attitude. You have smart water in Canada? I haven't seen any. I haven't been to a grocery store, but I brought this bottle with me from California. It's called Smart Water. I always bring one with me because I'm hoping it helps my talk a little bit. The first time I ran across this, I couldn't get the lid open. It had some kind of really difficult lid. It's like, I guess you have to drink it first to get smart. I'm not sure, but I had one of my sponsees open it for me. Anybody have sponsees? Just show of hands. People have sponsees? Excellent. How about people who have sponsees that are here with them? Excellent, excellent. I try not to never leave home without a sponsee, but I didn't bring one on this trip. But I always try to bring one with me. They're just awesome. Love sponsees. They're fabulous. A couple of months ago, I was traveling to a conference, and I missed one of my connections. And I was concerned that I wasn't going to be able to get to my destination in time. And I texted my host to ask him for some counsel on what I should do. I don't know what to do because I was not going to get there when I was supposed to get there. And I knew I was going to a good AA group when the guy texted me back. He says, read page 449 and go to a meeting. So that's 2 secrets of AA. I've only been talking for a couple minutes. You want to stay sober? Intensively work with another alcoholic. And if you have a problem, the solution is always spiritual. So if you doze off, at least you got something to take with you there. If you get done listening before I get done talking, that happens sometimes. But I got thinking about this smart water a little while ago, and I was looking back at my drinking, and I thought, boy, it sure would be nice if whiskey had different kind of labels on it. So when you went to the liquor store, you knew what kind of whiskey you were going to get. Instead of now you don't know what you're going to get when you drink this stuff. I mean, you might get Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde whiskey. You might get puking and going to jail whiskey. I used to get some of this dial-in whiskey where you call people up in the middle of the night, don't want to hear you. Sometimes I get this stuff called traveling whiskey, where you wake up in some strange place with some strange people. And you ever done that where you wake up and you kind of want to chew your arm off because you want to get away from where you are? It's like, I thought it was a girl. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. That's 5th step stuff. I did not have sex with that girl. Okay. I think. The stuff that I really like, or once in a while you get a bottle of smart whiskey, where you go home and you start analyzing some problem you have and start taking some notes, and you solve all the problems in the world, and you wake up the next day and you can't read any of it. But the stuff I really like I call it plucking whiskey, where there's a story in the back of the book where this guy's standing at a bar, and all of a sudden he's magically plucked from the bar and thrust into some position of power and prestige. I drink a lot of that stuff. I love that stuff. I live in this fantasy world all the time. So that describes my drinking. I'm a puking, going to jail, traveling, dialing, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, guy that thought whiskey made him smart. So that covers it. The other thing I like doing besides drinking is I like thinking. And I like doing them together, thinking and drinking. Drinking and thinking and thinking and drinking and drinking and thinking. And Einstein has a saying I like. He says, none of your current problems can be solved by the thinking that created them. I can't solve my problems by thinking about them. I was in a meeting last week, I think it was, and the topic, it might have been our thinking, and someone said they had this hamster cage in their head. I'm thinking that would be really good. I got a shit-slinging monkey in my head. I may not walk my talk, but I'm glad I don't walk my think. Have you seen these 20 questions for whether you're alcoholic or not? Most people have run across them. You can take those same 20 questions and use them for your thinking. Is thinking causing you problems at home? Do you have trouble sleeping because of your thinking? Would your life be better off if you stopped thinking? Yeah. You can see why a guy like me needs a sponsor. I got a sponsor. His name is Jack. And Jack teaches at an air traffic control school. And until recently, I worked at a place called the Department of Corrections. I worked in a prison as a teacher. So control and corrections. Jack and I have issues. But there's a saying also in AA, is it'd be nice to the newcomer, he may be your sponsor someday. And I was nice to Jack when he got sober, and he's my sponsor now. He's my second sponsor. My first sponsor, I didn't know this was going to cause a controversy, but I had a woman sponsor the first time. And she was my sponsor for 18 years. And she was a heavy smoker, and she died of lung cancer. And one of the last things she said to me before she died is, sobriety is no fun when you can't breathe. And so after Donna died, I got Jack as a sponsor. So a lot of people in AA, they brag about how much time their sponsor has. My sponsor, he sponsored Moses. But what I like to brag about Jack is what a great program he works. He's a fabulous example of Alcoholics Anonymous. His life's not perfect, but he applies these principles in his life. And the best sermon is a good example, and Jack is an awesome example for me. Abe Lincoln has a quote that I like. He says, "It doesn't matter how tall your grandpa was, you have to do your own growing." So, one of the best examples I heard of why it's a good idea to have a sponsor, some newcomer was at the meeting outside, and somebody asked him how long he'd been sober, or what his sobriety date was, and the guy says, "Which one?" And he says, "I haven't had meth for about 3 years. So I got 3 years off meth. And I haven't smoked a joint since I was in Mexico about 6 months ago. So I got 6 months off pot. And I haven't had a drink for 90 days. But I had a beer last night, so I guess I have 89 days today." It's called newcomer math. So I only have one sobriety date. It's the only one I've ever had. It's December the 6th, 1982. And thanks. Clapping for an alcoholic who quits drinking is like clapping for a cowboy with hemorrhoids who stops riding his horse. And my sobriety date is the last time I smoked marijuana. We got any marijuana smokers here? We got any ex-marijuana smokers. Okay. If you're new here, we don't smoke marijuana in Alcoholics Anonymous. We don't do that. And the people that do that aren't sober. I was smoking marijuana because I had a problem with alcohol. I got to a point in my life where I could clearly see that alcohol was causing me some problems, and I didn't like the problems. And I wanted to quit drinking. Maybe what I really wanted to do is I wanted to quit having the consequences of drinking. I'm not so sure I wanted to quit drinking, but I didn't want the consequences of drinking anymore. And I hadn't found you yet, so the best idea I could come up with is I'm going to smoke marijuana because my problem is alcohol. So I started doing that. And I'd quit a lot of times before, but this one particular time I was able to stop drinking. I was a gardener, and I had a really nice patch of marijuana growing, and I had shopping bags full of this stuff. And I quit drinking. And I thought I was okay because I thought my problem was alcohol. So I went on my way. I stayed stoned all the time. Before I got out of bed in the morning, I was smoking marijuana. Non-addictively. And during this time that I was not drinking, my sister came to AA. Because we have a family disease called alcoholism, and she has it, and she came to AA. And I was not drinking. And I kept bragging to her that I was not drinking. I'd take a bunch of Visine in my eyes, and I'd go see her and tell her how good I was doing. And she just kept saying, "Why don't you come to AA? Why don't you come check it out?" And this is what she told me about AA. She says, "You like the people, and the people will like you." Wow, she nailed it for me. She didn't talk to me about God or steps or principles or sponsorship or any of that kind of stuff. She told me about you. She told me that I would like you, and more importantly, that you would like me. I had no idea how lonely I was when I got here. I was so empty. And it took a long time for me to realize that until I started to get filled up by being with you. So I arrived at AA quite a while after my last drink, over a year after my last drink. And I came to the meetings. I introduced myself as an existentialist. We got any of those? Yeah. I wasn't alcoholic. I wasn't even drinking. And I kept coming to the meetings. It didn't occur to me to ask myself, why is someone who's not an alcoholic coming to the meetings? But I kept coming to the meetings. And I'm so happy and grateful that there was no sign in any of the clubs that I went to where it said you had to be an alcoholic to be there. I had a desire not to drink. I did have that. And I knew marijuana counted, so I was clean and sober. But I didn't want to be alcoholic. Oh, that's like, I couldn't even say the word. 2 words I couldn't say, alcoholic or God. Those words would not come through my throat. But there was something going on at the meetings that I had no defense against, and it was the love that I felt. It was like a magnet. I kept wanting to be with you because I felt love. Maybe for the first time in my life I felt love. So I kept coming back and kept coming back. And I was listening. I wasn't agreeing with a lot of things, but I was listening. And what happened for me is I ended up catching alcoholism from you. It's like, this is a contagious disease. If there's anybody here not alcoholic today, don't sit next to me because I'll try to give you a case of it because that's where I caught it. I remember when I finally raised my hand and said I was alcoholic, they said, well, it's finally unanimous. Everybody else already knew about it. But you know, I've heard someone say that you can't change something you can't name. I knew there was something wrong with me. I was broken somehow. There was something not right in the way I was living my life. I used to like to get a bottle of scotch, a carton of Marlboro, and a self-help book. And I was trying to figure out what was wrong with me. Well, I come to AA, and there's a name for what's wrong with me. It's called alcoholism. I have alcoholism. I didn't want it. I didn't ask for it, but I have it. And this is like what Dave read. That's the prescription for the treatment of alcoholism. That's what I have. So I need to be with you so I can treat my alcoholism. I'm so glad that I was able to listen when I got here. I met a guy in our area who came in and out of AA. He just could not hear what was going on. And one time he's out drinking and he comes out of a blackout. He's in the back of this bar in the alley. And he wakes up and there's a wino pissing in his ear. And he could hear just fine after that. So it takes what it takes. So I get to AA, and I think, who? I got a guy that I sponsor. I said, the last thing I did, I have alcoholism, but the last drug I took was marijuana. I sponsor a guy whose sobriety date is the last time he did nutmeg. Now, when you do something like that, you get a name in AA. His name is Nutmeg Steve. And I started meeting all these characters. Like, there was a guy named Machine Gun Tony and Boxcar Bill and SWAT Team Ron and Dumpster Don and Booger John and P-Bed Ed. So, these people are going to help me? I like, hello? I don't think so. And then I started hearing all the things that people did to try to control and enjoy their drinking. People get married to help them with the drinking, or they get divorced, or they join the army, or I did something called rebirthing one time, where people go to Est, or Dianetics, or Oprah, or Chopra, or I sponsored another guy. You can't make this stuff up. He joined Amway to help him with his drinking. He somehow thought that was going to help. You know. So I'm going to AA. Somebody says to me, you have an allergy. You have to go to meetings the rest of your life. I think, really? I'm thinking, my dad had an allergy to bananas. I never saw him eat a banana in his whole life. He didn't go to BA. There's no such thing called Bananas Anonymous. The reason is bananas didn't talk to him. He just quit eating bananas. Alcohol talks to me. Maybe it talks to you, or it used to talk to you. Oh, come on, sweetheart. Let's have a drink. It's going to be so wonderful. Oh, your team lost. Your team won. It's Sunday. I mean, it's like it's always chattering with me. I loved alcohol when I started drinking. I'd still be a virgin if it wasn't for alcohol. Anybody else relate to that? And it starts off that way, but it ended up, in the end, it says, alcohol said to me, get in the car, bitch. And I got in the car. I did what alcohol told me to do. And bananas don't do that to people. So, So I'm going to meetings, and this old timer comes up to me. You know how old timers are. Hey, kid, and kind of pokes you in the chest. I was a 39-year-old bachelor. I wasn't a kid. And he pokes me in the chest and says, "You got a God in your life, kid?" I said, "Nah, I don't really believe in God." "You reading a book?" I don't really like that book. I don't even know Mr. Brown." You working the steps?" "I don't want your 12 commandments, thank you very much." "You got a sponsor?" Nah, I got it. I'll take care of it from here." "You meditating?" Nah, no, my head's too busy for that. Then he asked me the kicker. He says, "Well, how you doing?" Well, I wasn't doing too good. I'd had a period of not drinking and not doing drugs, but I hadn't worked the program yet. There's only a window of opportunity that I can see. If you don't do something, not drinking is not going to be fun anymore. And you're going to either drink or do something else that's blow your brains out or something like that. And I got to thinking to myself, I wonder if I can do this. I wonder if I'm capable of doing this program. And I looked back at my drinking, and I thought, I can follow a path. I know how to do that. I had a rut back and forth to the liquor store. I know how to completely give myself to something. I completely gave myself to alcohol. I had a higher power. It was alcohol. I never went into the liquor store, read the labels, walked out and say alcohol doesn't work. I drank it. You have to drink alcohol for it to work. And just like that in AA, you have to do this for it to work. If you're here now and you haven't worked this program and you go back and go to the bartender and say that AA doesn't work, please don't do that because you don't know if it works or not because you haven't worked it. I also understood that I can't get drunk on yesterday's alcohol. I have to drink today to get drunk today. And sobriety is the same thing. I've got to do something today to stay sober today. So I thought, I can do this. I can, and I also had a feeling that you weren't all lying to me at the same time. Your life was way better as a result of the work that you did here, and I thought, I want that in my life. We say, if you want what we have, and when I first got here, it was like, well, I told you some of the names of the people. I said, well, what do you have, And I realized pretty quickly, well, you don't drink. That's pretty special for an alcoholic. And then I was here a little longer, and I realized not only you don't drink, but you like not drinking. You're happy not drinking. That's a big step from just not drinking. And then I was here a little bit longer, and I realized what you really have is relieve me of the bondage of self. That's the magic of AA. And I wanted that because I was all wrapped up in my stuff. So I'm here about, I don't remember the timeline, maybe 6 months or so. And my sister suggested I go see this man named Howard, who was a counselor in Sacramento where I was living. I go to see Howard. He's a member of AA, and he's a family practitioner. And for an hour, I told Howard the truth. I'd never done that before in my life to anybody. I'd been to psychiatrists. I'd been to shrinks on occasion. I'd lied to them, paid them the money, left. Nothing changed. Somebody told me once that alcoholics really should go to veterinarians. They're used to guessing what's wrong with their patients. So I snot cried in Howard's office for an hour telling him the truth about myself. I described my drinking as very sleazy. I had a lot of shame, a lot of guilt, a lot of secrets. I had a double life. I wore a tie in the daytime, and I drank in places where your feet stick to the floor at night. And I didn't want people to know who I was or what I was, and I moved around a lot. And so I told Howard the truth about myself. And at the end of the hour, he got out a piece of paper, and he wrote, prescription, get on your knees and pray. And he gave me that, and I gave him $50. It was like a $50 fifth step with no fourth step. And I started to do that. Didn't even believe in God. But I said, God, what do you want me to do? And give me the power to do it. And at night I'd say, thank you. And Howard gave me a number of a woman who gave me a number of another woman who was Donna. And I called Donna on the phone and asked her to be my sponsor, and never had met her before. And I agreed to work the steps, journal in a book, and read my journal to her once a week, and go to at least 4 meetings a week. And I agreed to do that. And about the same time, I bought a new car. My life was starting to get a little bit better. I had an alcoholic truck prior to that. I saw one yesterday here in Winnipeg. A cracked windshield, door panels a different color, bumps all over, tires are bald, springs popping through the seat, somebody else's tags on the back. Just a piece of junk truck. And one of the reasons I believe that I was so lonely is because I would not have wanted to go out with a woman who would have gotten in that truck. It's like, I think Groucho Marx, somebody said, I would not want to belong to a club that would have me as a member. It's kind of the same thing. So I have this new car, and I called it my sobriety car because it was a gift of me being sober. And I started to go to a lot of meetings. I was trolling. I wanted to have a date, and because I was so lonely. And I don't know if anybody's planning on using AA as a dating service. I'll say the odds are very good, but the goods are very odd. So I started meeting with my sponsor, and there's little numbers on the steps for people that went to college, I guess. So I went back and I started going over my life, and I looked at my drinking, and it was real clear to me when I took a drink I couldn't stop, and when I wasn't drinking I forgot that or didn't understand that. And one experiment that I had that really resonated with me is one time. I didn't want to be alcoholic, so I'd have these experiments once in a while to prove to myself that I wasn't alcoholic. So one of my better ones was I decided to quit drinking for 30 days. An alcoholic couldn't do that, I thought. I don't know what an alcoholic was, but I thought they couldn't do that. So I quit drinking for 30 days. And at the end of 30 days, I had a glass of wine to celebrate not drinking for 30 days at noon. And I was in jail at midnight that night. That's powerless over alcohol. I don't have the power over alcohol. But there's a second part to step one. I call it step one, part B, that my life is unmanageable. And I think a lot of the reason my life is unmanageable is because I couldn't accept that I was powerless over alcohol. I'm not a good manager of my own life. I need some power in my life to manage my life because I screwed it up. And I found that power in AA. And my life looks manageable today because I'm not managing it. But one of the things that I do that helps me to remind myself of that is I don't ask the question why. Why is a management question. Why for me is asking for an argument with God. I don't want to argue with God. So what I do, rather than ask myself why, I ask myself, what am I going to do about it? Not why am I alcoholic? That's a bad question. The question is, what am I going to do about it? That's a good question because I can get into the solution that way. Because when I'm fighting reality, if I have a problem nowadays, which I rarely do, I mean like a real problem, it's almost always step one, part B, where I think I'm the manager. Something's going on in my life that I don't like, and I want it to be different than it is. That means I'm fighting reality. If I fight reality, I lose, but only 100% of the time. So I try to stop doing that. Step two, we all have stories, crazy stories of stuff we've done when we were drinking. And I've got a few, I'm sure you've got a few. But what I realized about step two was the craziest thing I ever did, I did sober. I picked up another drink. For a guy like me to pick up a drink, I'd have to be crazy to do that. So that for me is step two. I've been restored to sanity. I worked in a prison for 15 years as a teacher. And it was a men's prison. There was 6,000 men in this prison. It's like a city. It was a huge place. And I asked my students over the 15 years that I worked there if they'd ever been in AA. And guess what? Probably 80% of them had been in AA, maybe more. Most people in prison have been to AA. They certainly know about AA. Then I asked them another question after that. I said, were you ever in AA and had a sponsor in AA? And worked the steps in AA? And had service commitments in AA? And during that time that I was in the prison, I probably had 20, 25 guys that said yes to those questions. Every one of them, every single one of them told me it was the best time of their life. It was the best years of their life. Well, then I asked them, well, what are you doing in prison? What was the answer? They stopped going to meetings. So for me, I go to meetings so I won't go crazy. Because people that stop going to the meetings go crazy and then they drink again. And also when I go to meetings, I get to find out what happens when people don't go to the meetings. They go crazy. So I stay in the meetings so I don't go crazy. I get to step 3 and I'm thinking, I go to my sponsor and say, well, this is as far as I can go. I don't believe in God. I was saying a prayer, but I still didn't believe in God. And I said to my sponsor, this AA is just full of contradictions. This doesn't make any sense at all. And she says, what are you talking about? I said, well, in the literature I read something about the problem of the alcoholic is in his mind. I go to a meeting and there's a sign on the wall that says, think, think, think. So, somebody else says, and also in the literature, one of the indispensables of recovery is honesty. Someone else says, fake it till you make it. Someone says you have to give it away to keep it. That doesn't make any sense. Tell it to your bank manager. I got some friends in the military who say, you got to surrender to win. What? People say if you don't remember your last drink, you haven't had it. The book says you can't remember the degradation and suffering from a couple of weeks ago. Taking a trip, not taking a trip. Recovering. We're not bad people trying to get good. We're sick people trying to get well. Why do we have to do a moral inventory? People with cancer don't have to do a moral inventory. Don't make any major decisions the first year. But turn your will and your life over to the care of God as you understand. That's a major decision. Don't get in a relationship the first year, but get a sponsor and tell them all your shit. God could and would if he were sought. On the page prior to that it says, may you find him now. Do you have to find him or can you just look for him? Alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. There is one who has all power. That one is God. Well, if God has all the power, how could alcohol have the power? That's the kind of stuff I think about. It's like, I'd rather argue about something than do anything. And there's a line in the literature about resigning from the debating society. I had to do that. I had to resign from the debating society. My favorite one is half measures avail us nothing. You'll be amazed before you're halfway through. So my sponsor says to me, well, maybe are there any contradictions in your life? She asked me. And I get to thinking about that. And I just graduated from UCLA, and I was on a trip to Europe, and I'd saved a little bit of money, sold my motorcycle, went to Europe, and ran out of money pretty quickly. And a friend had wired me $200. I was just outside of Munich someplace. I got the money at noon. I woke up the next morning and the money was gone. And I was going to say, I don't know what happened, but I know what happened. I got drunk. And I guess I played the big shot. I could have lasted a couple of months on that money. And I got to thinking, there's a line in the literature about it. In a lot of ways, we're normal, except when it comes to drinking. And I'm thinking, I've never gone into a grocery store and say, hey, can I buy everybody a loaf of bread? So what I decided to do, and this is key for me. This is critical for me. I decided to let AA change me rather than me try to change AA. I had always wanted to change outside circumstances. I never dawned on me to change myself or to work to change myself or to ask for help to change myself. And that's for step 3 for me was a decision. The word decision was key for me. I decided to work the AA program. Still didn't really have this clear understanding of this higher power, but I plugged into the power. It's like in my kitchen, I've got a toaster and a microwave and a stove and a refrigerator and coffee maker and all those kind of things. And none of that stuff works without the power. You have to plug it into the power. You don't have to understand electricity to use electricity. You just plug into it and it works. And AA is the same way. We have a power here that you plug into and it works. So I made a decision to do that. And then I launched on this. Launch is too strong a word. I started fiddle-fatting around and and working the steps. And I got to 4. I didn't have a lot of resentments that I knew of, but I had a lot of hate in my heart for my father. I hated my father. He was a drunk. He was a mean drunk. And it was a period of maybe 6 or 7 years where I wouldn't even talk to him if I saw him. And I put his name at the top of a piece of paper, and I started to write about the pain that I felt as a child. And I started to cry and sob, and I called my sister and talked to her about some things that had happened. And I called in the sick to work that day, and I just spent the whole day just kind of sobbing and writing and talking and crying. And something happened that day. Something inside of me melted away about my animosity towards him. And I could see him as spiritually, he was a sick man. And something healed for me that day. And I did a fears list. It was longer than I thought it was. I didn't realize I had fears. I had women on that list. I was afraid of women. Maybe that's why I was a bachelor at 39. I was certainly afraid of being intimate with anybody. And I had God on that list. And those relationships are difficult when they're based on fear. And I did my sexual inventory. It was, as I mentioned, it was pretty sleazy. But I didn't leave anything off. I was as honest as I could be. And that, to me, is the key to the 4th step. Is I didn't purposely leave anything off of it. I go to do my 5th step. It's kind of a rainy day in November. My sponsor notices a lot of trash on the street where we're going out to where I used to grow pot, where we're going to do my 5th step. And I do the 5th step. And it was like my life had been a garbage can, and I just kind of tipped this garbage can out. And on the way back, we saw a rainbow. And it touched me deeply that I thought I had thrown my life away. And I shared it with another human being, and I see a rainbow. And there's some wonderful promises in the book. I think they're on page 75 of the 5th step. Those things happened to me. I felt, I was excited about my sobriety that day. I felt like I was starting to have a relationship with the Creator, and I was doing what you did. I became a member by being willing to do some stuff that was very scary and difficult for me to do. But I wanted what you had. 6 and 7, very deceptive. A couple little paragraphs there. Oh, this is easy. Well, about that same time, that all that trolling I was doing was successful, and I met a woman named Betty, and we got married. And we had a little AA marriage. And when we were dating, my idea of a date was to go to a meeting someplace. And it's about the best I could do. And I'd be walking her to her door, holding her hand after going out with her, and I didn't know whether to kiss her or say the Lord's Prayer. Betty had a couple of children, Angela, 7, Sean, 13. I married Betty, and I got to be a husband and a father on the same day, stepfather. And she had a sister and a couple of kids, and I got to be an uncle. I didn't know how to do any of those things. And I was working this program, and I'm taking inventories, and I'm getting in relationships with people, and I find out what I believe is my main character defect. And I call it fault finding. I'm a fault finder. You're going to do things that I don't think are right. I'm going to point them out to you, and I'm going to push you out of my life. I've done that my whole life. My best thinking, just prior to getting sober, was in this place where I was growing pot. I wanted to put a big barbed wire fence around it to keep the teenagers away from my pot. And just have some brewer's yeast and some vitamin C and a bunch of cheap wine and all these bags of marijuana and just kind of give myself to my addiction. And I realized that in America, the worst punishment we have is called solitary confinement. I did that to myself in my disease. That's where I put myself. Because I'd pushed everybody away. So now I'm married and I'm a stepdad, and I don't want to be that person anymore. I want to learn how to do this. But I find fault in everything. I have this, I don't know if it's a gift or a curse, but I think I know how to do everything. I know the internationally accepted standard and way to do everything. And I'm going to tell you. Nobody can do it right. I'm not much fun to be around because I find fault with everything. So I'm learning to be in relationships. So one of the things that I decided to do in the interest of harmony is I decided to do the dishes myself because nobody was doing the dishes right. So I like to garden, so my hands are dirty. So it was a good thing for me to do, to get my hands clean and have some peace in the family. But I wanted to just do the dishes. I didn't want to do them with anger or resentment. So sometimes I just have to stand at the sink for several minutes sometimes just to get calm enough to just do the dishes. Just doing the dishes is actually very spiritual. There's a lot of things to be grateful for when you're doing the dishes. I read someplace a little while ago, there's over 60 ways to do the dishes. I thought there was only one, and it was my way. And I started learning from you the way you treated me when I came to you, and I started treating my family that way. I started treating them like newcomers. I started treating my children like newcomers. I stopped criticizing them. I made an effort to stop criticizing them and finding fault with everything they're doing. If their room was messy, I'd close the door. My daughter had this Dalmatian, which was like a dog from hell, and it was like sometimes I'd come home, and as the closer I got to home, the madder I would get, and I'd be so mad by the time I got in my driveway, I'd have to turn around and go to my sponsor's house. I couldn't even walk in the house. I was so mad, and just to step over it. And I started writing notes to Angela about how wonderful a wonderful daughter she was, and how happy that I got to be her dad, and just what a neat kid she was. And I just started loving her. Many, many years later, she came to me and asked me to walk her down the aisle. You gave me that. I don't know how to do that. I'm a fault finder. I push people away from me. Her dad, her biological father, came up to me at the wedding and thanked me for raising his daughter. I got to write the checks for that wedding, too. I was happy to do that. I was grateful to do that. I had a good job. You taught me how to have a good job. Show up to work every day. Give 8 hours of pay. 8 hours of work for 8 hours of pay. I was happy to do that. Sean didn't know it at the time, but he was 13 and he was just starting off in his disease. And we had a little AA house, and he'd sneak in and out of the window, and he was getting going with his disease. And around just before I had 5 years sober, he borrowed my sobriety car, which he had my wife's permission. And he got drunk and smashed it and almost killed his passenger. His passenger was in a coma for a week. And I was not very spiritual about that. He's like, how dare he ruin my sobriety car? And I was mad. And we had some Al-Anons that made a house call where we live. And this woman from Al-Anon said, well, maybe it's Sean's sobriety car. Wow. That was his last drink. He got sober when he was 17. Just celebrated 25 years of sobriety. Yeah. He's a civil engineer, lives in North Carolina, and he was on his way. He called me on his sobriety birthday to thank him for his sobriety car, because it's his car, not mine. And he was going pheasant hunting in North Dakota. I mean, what a good life. You know, this disease is progressive, but recovery is progressive too. Betty and I believe that we were better parents we parented better than our parents did, and I can see that Sean is a better parent than we are. And my daughter Angela is also a better parent. I have 5 grandchildren, and Sean met a girl who got sober when she was 16, and they both have master's degrees, and they're both sober over 20 years, and so recovery is progressive as well. Step 8 was pretty easy. I just made a list. I'd moved around a lot. There's a lot of people, I don't know who they are or where they are, but I'm certainly willing to set the record straight if I can. I think the people that I hurt the most were my mom and my dad. I have a couple sisters, but I don't think that I did a lot of damage in my relationship with them. My mother particularly. I mean, I was a neat kid. I could have been a contender. As a little kid, I had just a lot of life in me, and it just alcohol just cut me off at the knees. It gave me wings, and then it took the sky away. And I got to be a good son to my mom. And my mom died the same when I had 5 years of sobriety. My mother died that year. Sean smashed my sobriety car and almost killed somebody. And my Betty's sister was killed in a car accident, and one of her children was paralyzed. All that happened within a 6-month period when I had 5 years of sobriety. But I was in the middle of AA then. I was right in the middle. And you just surrounded yourself with me and loved me and got me through that. And I'm so thankful for that. My dad, He was in a period of his life where he wasn't doing too well, and I invited him to come and live with me. He moved into my house. I will let him stay forever. He was welcome to stay forever. He was there for maybe 3 weeks. He got mad at something somebody said, and he says, "I'm out of here." And he died a very lonely man. He was a fault finder. He just died a very lonely man. But the amends that touched me the most are, I think, there were a couple of financial amends. One was really kind of silly. One was for $10. One was for $5. The $10 amend, I had gotten too much change in a restaurant one day where I went to I was secretary of a step study meeting, and we used to go to this restaurant for lunch, and I got $10 too much one time, and I just put it in my pocket and think, "You can't count, it's not my problem." A couple of weeks later, the woman said she was selling the place, and I think, I got to give the money back. I'm trying to live this more spiritual life with principles, and I need to give the money back. And I asked if I could talk to her, took her aside, and said, "I got too much money the other day, I want to pay it back." And she said, "Are you sure?" And I started to cry. I was a macho guy in a restaurant, and I think, oh man, it was the best $10 high I ever had. It really helped me pay the IRS back. It took a little longer for that. The $5 amend, Sean moved away to school. He went to San Diego State. And he calls me up about 2 years after this car accident and told me he'd been stealing money from me and he wanted to pay it back. And I had been a waiter then, and I had a jar of coins. I used to throw my money, the coins in this jar. And I looked in the jar, and it was like all nickels and pennies. He'd taken all the quarters and dimes out of it and was buying pot or whatever. And he wanted to pay me back. And I got so excited about that because, you know, we look at the steps and say how it works, and we look at the traditions and say why it works. And we look back at the steps again and say when it works. It works when we do step 9. That's when the power of this program really comes to life for us. And Sean was doing that, and I was so excited for him. In fact, I decided to send him $100 because I was so excited. So I wanted him to sense the spiritual power of what he was doing. And I sent him $100, and a couple of weeks go by, he sends me another $5. And then I sent him another $100. And all of a sudden, the $5 started coming really fast. Step 10, I think, is a step that I like the most because it really allows me to know where the problem is. I always thought you were the problem. If you're the problem, there's no solution for me. You're not the problem. The Lutherans aren't the problem. The Republicans aren't the problem. The Arabians aren't the problem. I'm the problem. It's me and my attitudes. That's what the problem is. A couple lines in the literature I really like is when I'm disturbed, no matter what the cause, there's something wrong with me. And another one is in the stories is I need to concentrate not what's wrong with the world, what's wrong with me and my attitudes. And I have the tools now to be able to do that. I think the most misquoted line that I hear in meetings is what it was like, what happened, what it's like now. That's not what it says. It says what we were like, what happened, what we're like now. It's like you go out to the corner here, there's a traffic signal. It goes green, yellow, red, green, yellow, red. It does it all day long, all night long. When you're sleeping, green, yellow, red. I pull up to the light, and it's red, and I got a story about it. I don't want it to be red. So the light has nothing to do with it. This is what it is. It's the story I bring to the light. It's like we bring our own weather to the picnic. When we change our mind about it, it's like change your mind, change your life. That's a lot more than just a bumper sticker. I know a guy that when he pulls up to a red light, he thanks God for his sobriety. Every red light is a chance to thank God for their sobriety. I know another guy that he closes his eyes for a second and tries to get in touch with his higher power. He says, "They'll always let you know when the light's green." When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. The whole world has changed because I've changed. It's an inside job. I'm looking at the world differently. And step 10 is the step that really allows me to do that. The literature says something about looking for fear, resentment, selfishness, and dishonesty. And those are all, fear is not getting my way in the future, resentment is not getting my way in the past, and dishonesty is not getting my way now. So it's a relieving me of bondage of self thing. 11, I read something that I really liked. It says, we say in the literature, sought through prayer and meditation. And this article I read said, sought by paying attention. When I pay attention, I'm where the power is. Because the power is right here, right now. It's not anyplace else. I love it at meetings. I go to a lot of topic meetings, and every meeting I go to, about halfway through, someone will be called on to say, what's the topic? And I say, it's paying attention. That's always the topic. I don't know if you've heard this announcement like, now hear this, now hear this. I thought, that's not an announcement of something to come. That is the announcement. Now hear this. Now hear my heart, my head, and my feet are all in the same place. So now hear this. That's my new mantra. That's where the power is. That's the now. The wait doesn't power the boat, and the future doesn't even exist. It's now, and that's where God is. So if I can be now, if I can be present, I'm where the power is. And I, as a result of doing this work, I have this relationship with this power now that we call God. So. Step 12, I make a real effort to carry the message. I cram the message for a while. I had the opportunity last night to go out to Rockwood and carry the message locally to the guys there, and that was a real honor. And I love passing out CDs, and I thanks for the work that Roger does. And it's a great way to carry the message, to allow newcomers to hear our stories, and when they're driving around. I think I'm a better driver on the freeway as a result of practicing these principles. I haven't missed my exit and chased somebody down for years, wanting to teach them how to drive. I heard a story about Chuck Chamberlain that as he was getting older, somebody wanted to pick him up and take him to a meeting. He wanted to drive himself, and the person who was picking him up says, "Oh, it's a jungle out there, Chuck. I need to take you there." And I said, Chuck says, "I only have to drive the one car. I don't have to drive your car as well. Let you do that." But the main thing about 12 for me is that I've woke up. We have a saying that a lot of us use when we're getting loaded is we're stoned. I was a stone. I was like a walking dead person, a hollow dead person. I don't want to be that way anymore. I've woken up as a result of doing this work. And I believe my awakening is exemplified by a story I heard. And I'll back up a little bit. When I mentioned step 10, I didn't talk about the other part about it, is when we're wrong, promptly admitted it. And I think my awakening, a lot of it has been how wrong I was about things. And this little story kind of exemplifies it. It's about a woman who goes to the airport, and she's sitting waiting for her plane, and she's got a bag of cookies she's eating right by her side. She's reading a novel and eating cookies. And there's a man sitting in the seat on the other side. And she looks over, and he takes one of her cookies and eats it. And she's kind of shy, so she doesn't say anything. And she keeps reading, and she eats a cookie, and then he eats another cookie. And she thinks, man, this guy's so rude. And gets down to one cookie. He takes it and breaks it in half and gives her half. And then her plane is called, and she jumps up, never saying anything to the guy, and gets on her plane, gets settled in, gets out her knapsack, gets out her novel, and there's her bag of cookies. She was eating his cookies. It's like, oh, I was wrong. I was wrong about that book. That's a fabulous book. I don't think anybody understands alcoholism, both the disease and the recovery, as well as Bill Wilson did. It's an amazing book. I was wrong about God. I thought somehow I would lose myself. I ended up finding myself. Dependence upon this power allows me to be independent. I was wrong about those steps. I thought they were punishment somehow. They're the tools that I've used to change. I've changed. You've changed. We change as a result of doing this work. It's not by thinking about it. It's by taking action. I was wrong about gratitude. I thought, I got a pile here. I like this, but I don't like that. But I don't like it. I put alcoholism in the I don't like pile. Well, Really, that's the price I paid to be with you. It should be in the good pile. Alcoholism brought me to you. So I don't know which pile to put stuff in. So I have one pile. It's thank you, God. Whatever's in my life, it's thank you, God. I was wrong about forgiveness. I thought if I forgave you, somehow I was condoning your behavior. No, forgiveness is for me. It's what sets me free of the past. I don't have to live in the past anymore. And when I can forgive you, that allows you to forgive me. I realize that anything I want, I have to give away. I give away my sobriety, I have more. I give away my money, I have more. I give away my time, I have more. I give away my love, I have more. I thought I couldn't trust you. No, it was me I couldn't trust. I thought I wasn't getting enough love. No, I wasn't giving enough love. I was taking and taking and taking. Everything was gone. And now I give and give and give, and my life is so rich and so full. I had everything backwards. It's like there's a little thing called the set-aside prayer in the 4-step. It's like, let me set aside everything I think I know about the book, about the steps, about God, about you. Let me have a new experience. I don't know what I don't know. But I know there's things still that I don't know. And I don't know what I'm wrong about still. So I need to really keep an open mind. And that's my awakening. That's that I said, oh, wow, I had everything backwards. During the years that I've been sober, I spent at least 15 years teaching a DUI class and at least 15 years working in the prison system. And for a short period of time when I was going to college, I worked in a mortuary. So I know where alcoholics end up. And we call it the passing parade in AA. And I see sobriety it's like an escalator. And the escalator is going down, but I want to go up. And I'm on the escalator, but I've got to keep walking up or I go backwards. And there's no going backwards in AA. There's no coasting in AA. You're either going towards a drink or away from a drink. So I thought, some people, it appears to me like they work the steps backwards. I just want to show you what I think that looks like real quick. 12. I have principles. It's dog eat dog world. If I don't get mine before you get it, it's not enough to go around. 11, I have a prayer. It's me, more, now, amen. I take inventory of yours. 9, I'm not gonna pay the money back. I'm gonna skip 9. 8, I got a list. It's a shit list, and your name's on it. 7, humility is not one of my faults. So if I had one, that's the one I'd choose. 6, I'm willing. I'm willing to do it my way. I love that Frank Sinatra song. I did it my way. 5, I'm not copying anything, even if you have pictures. 4, I can never get a break. It's like I live in this town called Pittyville, population 1. It's like a shit fairy that follows me around, is always dumping on my head. I'm so unlucky, if I fell in a barrel of tits, I'd come out sucking my thumb. Three, turn my will over to God. What if he screws my life up? 2, I have all these, I understand the inner workings of my mind so clearly now it would be impossible for me to have a drink. I have all this self-knowledge. 1, I wonder if I quit too soon. I think I'll have a drink. When I have a drink, click, click. Handcuffs. When they put handcuffs on you, they're saying you can't even be trusted with your own hands. Go to jail, empty your pockets, sir. Here's my sobriety coin. I keep it with my money because when I don't have any sobriety, I don't have any money. And there's a little saying on the top of this that says, to thine own self be true. I won't need that. I'll be lying to myself so fast I don't have any need for that. Car keys. I have a little emblem of a camel. Camel starts its day on its knees. It goes 24 hours without a drink. House key. I was shitting in a bucket when I got sober. I didn't even have a house. I won't need that. Here's a coin I have that a friend gave me. I seek strength not to be greater than my brother, but to fight my greatest enemy, myself. Won't need that. Wedding ring, that'll come off. I'm a little chubby since I quit smoking 25 years ago, but price of gold, I'd probably be at least one good drunk when I get that off. Picture of my granddaughter. I won't be able to see her. She's a pistol, too. Driver's license, that's gone. Credit cards, I didn't have any of those. I could put my teeth out here, too, but that's not a good idea. Everything in my life that's good is a direct result of me being in Alcoholics Anonymous. You think I'd give that up for one drink? There's no way in the world I would give that up. These steps are so powerful. 1, 2, 3, give up. 4, 5, 6, clean up. 7, 8, 9, make up. 10, 11, 12, wake up. 1, 2, 3 gets me right with God. 4, 5, 6 gets me right with me. 7, 8, 9 gets me right with you. 10 gets me right with me again. 11 gets me right with God. 12 gets me right with you. It's a set of principles, spiritual in their nature, when practiced as a way of life, allows me to be useful and happily whole. What a wonderful deal for a guy like me. Many times I've asked myself, and it's what David read, is like, what's the point? I've asked myself that when I'm drinking, and I've asked myself that in sobriety sometimes. What's the point? Well, we have an answer in the literature. The point is to be willing to grow along spiritual lines. Well, I ask myself, what does that look like? Well, where to put your hands? Where do you? And I've been doing some reading about it, and I keep running across the same thing. Is the single best thing that we can do to grow spiritually is to be kind to each other. If you can't be kind to us, I hope you can be kind to yourself. Because if you can be kind to yourself, you can't help but be kind to us. That's how the world works. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
My name is Gail, and I'm a grateful alcoholic. Hi, everyone. I want to begin by thanking my host who just walked in, Suzanne. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you, Gunnar, for picking me up from the airport. Iwaleta, thank you so much for coordinating so many plans, and Marie, for all your thoughtfulness, knowing that I'm a history lover, which you're going to find out in a minute. And all the Andreases that helped hook everything up. You got some smart boys here in Sweden. I had a little trouble in Scotland, so I appreciate that you were able to do this. Well, I'm going to begin because I want to make sure we have enough time for this talk. And as I told you, I'm an alcoholic, but I'm going to prove it because a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, I'd like to tell you that this is Woodstock. It's not. I was on a camping trip. If you notice, to the right is about a half gallon of wine. I was a winette. To the left is a can of beer. I think there's a pack of cigarettes there and a cigarette in my hand, and my zipper is not down. That was the way the way those pants were. So I think that's a pretty good qualifying picture. And by the way, my sobriety date is May 13th, 1978. I found my way into this wonderful program. Thank you. And I was lucky enough to sober up in Akron, Ohio, and so I hope I can bring Akron, Ohio to Sweden. That's my job today. Now, here's another picture of me. That's a picture of me in a blackout. Think you can relate? Well, when I came into Alcoholics Anonymous in Akron, Ohio, they told me to say, whenever AA asks you to do something, say yes. You might have heard that here as well. And then that's what has actually led me all the way to this moment here with you tonight. And I happen to have said yes to someone who asked me to seat Lois Wilson at Founders Day. After Bill died, Lois continued to come back and visit us each year, and we honor that on June 10th, Dr. Bob's last drink, and so we'll have 12,000 people here this June, and we have a big party. So I was seating Lois, and I was going to seat her companions down in front of her, and I met this beautiful woman here. This is Nell Wing. Nell Wing was secretary to Bill Wilson, and Bill saw that this program could get distorted, could become myth, so he asked her if she would keep the history, and she eventually became an archivist, our very first archivist at headquarters. So I was talking to her, and I said, Nell, if there's ever anything I can do for you, well, just ask. Don't ever say that in Alcoholics Anonymous. She said, well, yes, Gail, there is. I'd like you to start an archives. I didn't know what an archives was. I thought it was some smelly old papers somewhere until I came to this country. I've spent a good day and a half enjoying your history that's hundreds and hundreds of years old. And tonight I'm going to bring you history that's just a little over almost 75 years old. But it's traveled quite far since its birth in Akron. So I want to tell you just a little bit about Nell. She was like a Wilson. If you go to the Wilson house, there's actually Nell's room is there at Stepping Stones, and was a constant companion to Bill and Lois. So when she asked me to do that, I didn't know, how am I going to do this? Akron didn't care about its history. We hadn't done anything in half a century, and so I got involved in the purchase of Dr. Bob's home. In fact, I negotiated the purchase on the home, and I thought, okay, I've done it. I have a place for the archives now. We can put it in there. So I took off and went to New York to stay with Nell. I stayed with her for about 10 days, and I visited Lois to learn how to do archives. And Nell said, well, Gail, if you want to be an AA archivist, AA can't own property. And I started doing what alcoholics do when they don't hear what they want to hear. I started whining. Whining is anger coming through a very small hole. And I tried to talk Nell Wing out of our traditions the next 3 days. So here I am on a visit to Stepping Stones. This is Bill and Lois's home in Westchester County, New York, with the lovely gardens. And there's Nell. Took a picture of her while I was there, and you can see the beautiful interior. Lois Wilson was an interior decorator. And here I am having a drink with Lois Wilson. Now, I know you don't recognize me in that picture. You see, I was sober in that picture, but my hair hadn't sobered up yet. It's still kind of unmanageable. Stockholm weather got a hold of it last night. But anyway, it was a sweet visit, and I left to go back to Akron, and I broke away from the house and to try to set it up under the structure of Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's what I'm going to tell you about now. Now, I'm a retired school teacher, so if you don't mind, I'd like to take you on a field trip to our office first, so you know when you come to Akron, and I'm inviting you all now to please come. You've showed me a wonderful time here, and I would like to do the same for you if you were to make it to the year 2010, to San Antonio, Texas, where we are going to celebrate AA together. You know, we're all just one family, the one circle of Alcoholics Anonymous, and that's how I feel when I come to meet you. You're just my brothers and sisters in AA. And so the office, we were getting mixed up with 855 Ardmore, which is Dr. Bob's home. So we took this large picture window, and it took us about a year to do. We cut it into about 1,000 pieces of glass. If you had come in, you would have cut a piece of glass and become a part of the window, or you might have thrown us a sobriety coin. We are men and women who normally would not mix, and that window is surrounded with sobriety coins of various members that came through. And then we framed it with what I'm going to be talking about a little bit tonight, and that's called the four absolutes. They would not have taken. This is a symbolic picture, and the gentleman on the bed is symbolically Bill D., who was the third member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And when he got sober, he walked out of City Hospital on July 4th of 1935, a free man to never drink again. And that's when group number one began. And in your big book, you'll see that in his story. Bill makes a comment. So we're not the only one over in America celebrating the 4th of July. You can celebrate with us because it's our Independence Day as well. I call this Embassy Row. The big book just turned 70 in April. And we're going to talk about that book tonight. It's a great history book, and we'll be talking about it. But it's in many languages now. It's in, I believe, 58 languages. It's in nearly 160 countries. And if you should come in for a visit, please look for your big book, because we lift that plastic up and you sign it. And these books are becoming archival as well. Right there on the end of the left is a poster that was given to me by the France, a group in France. It was signed by the first AAs in Russia. And we recently had one of those AAs visit the office and see that poster. So. Also, well, we're not in the UK, but there was some tartans. Are you aware that there was tartans commissioned for recovery? They wear ties and things in Scotland and stuff. So there's actually 3 tartans that have been commissioned that are there as well. Pretty cool, huh? Now, I'm a retired school teacher, so I have 26 displays from A to Z. And if I'm not there, you can put some headsets on and you can walk around. And we're redoing these, so by the time of the International Year, we're going to have them really special. So that's the outside, and the whole history of AA is portrayed there. And then if you go to the inside, there's Reverend Tunks's chest. That's the man Bill called. It's filled with AA books. There's the magazines, and you can take them down and read them, and I'll tell you more about those in my story tonight. The one bookcase to the left is filled with big books, including the ones that influenced Bill on the writing of the big book. So that's the interior room, and we'll open the safe and show you some very special things. So if you come, I know many of you are coming. I know some of you are going to New York and you're renting a car. It's only 10 hours from New York. And there's many, many things to see when you come to Akron. And I'm going to whet your appetite. This is a gallery. Some artists have been doing some paintings that have brought some of the scenic things to life for us, so it's there. And then finally, no archives would be complete without conservation. And it's there. We want this to be here for the next generation. Paper dies, so we are cleaning it, repairing it, deacidifying it, encapsulating it, and taking care of it for you, because this is your archives. If you don't have a first edition, first printing big book, come and see yours at our office. It's a wee deal. Also, if it's pretty far away for you to visit, you can go to akronaa.org. Some of you may know about the book, Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers. We're trying to keep those voices alive, and we're putting on MP3 files, and you can directly download them off of our webpage. And for those of you that would like definitions of the steps and the traditions, you can click on any of the words and little definitions will pop up. And more will be revealed because we're always adding things. So please visit. And, well, let's start on our story. That took me about 6 weeks to learn to do that. I'm going to ask you to go back in time a little bit to Akron. Now, a lot of our story is going to take place during Depression times. And our co-founders thought that was providential because this is a fellowship, and it brought people together. The hard times caused them to have to work harder to help each other. I don't know if it could happen in good times, if we could have birthed this thing. Akron was the rubber capital of the world, and we didn't have royalty like you have here. What we had was the Industrial Revolution that produced a lot of money for some families. The family you're looking at here is from the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company. This is Harvey Firestone's family. Harvey is here in the center. And the son to the right of him is Russell, and his nickname was Bud. And he was a terrible alcoholic. And, money can't buy sobriety. They tried. They sent him away to treatment. They did all the family could do with all the power, prestige, and wealth this family had. They could not help this young man get sober, so they gave up. It's like all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Bud back together again. Well, this man here on the left, his name is Jim Newton, and he's my favorite. He's just my favorite guy. Now, you might already know this, but God can use womanizers in our story. He's a young luggage salesman, and he's chasing pretty girls in Massachusetts. And he thinks he's on his way to a singles dance, and he follows them into the hotel. And he ends up at an Oxford group meeting. And after that, you're probably all familiar with a man by the name of Thomas Edison. Well, he ends up working for Thomas Edison down in Fort Myers, Florida. And next to Thomas Edison is Henry Ford, and Charles Lindbergh is one of those guys down there, and Harvey Firestone. And they would all get together down there. Well, Harvey Firestone likes Jim, and he's going to invite him to Akron and get him a good position with the company. Thank God, or you don't sit here tonight. Well, Jim Newton takes the son on a train trip to Denver where the Oxford group was meeting. And on the way there, they nursed the bottle, controlled drinking. This is before Al-Anon. And on the way back, a man by the name of Sam Shoemaker was on that train. Now, some of you might nod because I hope you know who Sam Shoemaker is. Small world. They put him in a train car coming back, and he made a surrender in that train car. And he gave his life and his will like we do in the third step. And when he got off the train, he didn't look the same. Lines on his forehead were gone. The family looked at him. This was a new man. And if you're familiar with the prodigal son, when the son comes home, the father is so overjoyed. What does the father do? The father throws a dinner for all his friends. And he invites the Oxford group to Akron. And now the Oxford group was for the down and uppers. If you were down and out, you went to the Salvation Army. So this was society times. It was who knew who. And you can see that our society got all dressed up and came out to meet the Oxford group. Now, the Oxford group traveled like an army for God. They were what originally was a return to first century Christianity. Later, they became the Oxford group, and then they became Moral Rearmament, MRA, when Buckman had a spiritual experience, another conversion experience in the Black Forest in Germany. And they changed their name, and they were going to change the world one leader at a time. And today, they're known as Initiatives of Change. Do you ever hear Up with People? They used to travel up with people. Did you ever hear that group? Do you know that they broke off from the Oxford group just like us in the 60s? I thought that might be interesting because I think they traveled around a lot. So the newspapers pick it up because Frank Bookman's coming to town with anywhere from 40 or 60 of the group. And Mr. Firestone's going to put them up. They're going to have the dinner. And his son is going to give testimony to his recovery from alcoholism. You see, this is how the Oxford group came to Akron. This is how the story gets started. And it's important. It gets started with a drunk's recovery. That's not what's going to happen in New York. But in Akron, it gets started with the drunk's recovery, and Henrietta Seiberling attended, because for the next 10 days, they're going to have house parties, and they're going to have meetings in the morning and at night for the next 10 days, and they'll go out into the pulpits of the churches. Well, Ann Smith, this is Dr. Bob's wife here, began attending. Now, these two women, they had a way of manipulating poor Dr. Bob. You know, he started out okay in Akron, but eventually his alcoholism increases, and he doesn't have too many friends left. So by the time he joins the Oxford group, he's grateful to have these friends. And he likes the people, much like when you walk into a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous today. They were comfortable with themselves, they were laughing, and they were of good spirit. But Dr. Bob and Ann Smith are going to be in the Oxford group for 2.5 years. Now, it's going to be the same principles that we get sober on today. I mean, they read lots of books. Dr. Bob read the Bible a couple times. He read all the books. He prayed, even went back to church. He did everything the Oxford group told him to do, and he did not get sober in 2.5 years. That's an important point, because there's a reason why. So, this is Henrietta, a woman by the name of Delphine Weber. Calls Henrietta and says, what are we going to do about Dr. Bob? She goes, what do you mean, what are we going to do about Dr. Bob? Well, he's a terrible drinker. He's about ready to lose his practice. He's about ready to lose his home. And she did what they did in the early days of the Oxford group and AA. They would get up in the morning and they would open the Bible or a spiritual inspirational book and they would read it and then they would stop and they would go into the listening part. Listen to what God had to say for them. And then they would get a sheet of paper and a pencil or a pen, and they would begin writing what they thought God was saying to them. Then there was another part that they did. It was called checking. You never went it alone, any more than you should in AA, I suppose. But they did this thing called checking, and then you would check it through the 4 absolutes: honesty, purity, unselfishness, and love, to make sure that guidance wasn't coming from your ego. That guidance is one of the reasons why I think we have the program today. So many people were listening. By the way, your 24-hour book, how many people know about the 24-hour book? Not a whole lot. That came from 2 listeners from the Oxford group, just 2 women who listened, and then a drunk came along and made it into a book for us. So anyway, Henrietta comes up through her guidance, and she calls her friends T. Henry and Clarice Williams. Now, T. Henry looked like a drunk, but he wasn't. He was actually a tire mold inventor. Bill Wilson comes to town, and he loses his job because of Bill Wilson in the proxy takeover fight at his company, because it was National Rubber Company, and he was the inventor there. And they had this beautiful home, and they almost lost their home. Yeah, he's lost his job. He almost loses his home because they were foreclosing on homes, much like they're doing today in the United States. People can't pay their mortgages. And the bank stopped short of taking this house because they'd already taken so many, they couldn't take any more. So Henrietta asked them if we could use the house for a special meeting for Dr. Bob and Ann, because they weren't sharing. And they agreed. And so Henrietta set up the meeting, and she said, it was on Monday. The first meeting was what they called a setup meeting. Now, we call when we speak a lead, because from the Oxford group there was always a leader, and when you speak in AA in our country, we call it a lead. Well, she was the leader of this, and she said, you come to mean business. There's not going to be any pussyfooting around. We're going to share, and we're going to share deeply. Sounds like intervention, doesn't it, for some of you that might know what an intervention is. Now, she got that from her guidance. So they planned the meeting for Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And I don't know what they said. They all went around the room and they shared, and I don't know, those were down and uppers. What did they do? Touch the stove and say some 4-letter word? I don't know. But when it came Dr. Bob's turn, there was this long pause. And he thanked them. And then he said, now there's something that I want to share with you. I am a secret drinker and I cannot he said, at the cost of my profession. He was a doctor. I am a secret drinker and I cannot stop. Step 1. Would you like us to pray for you, Bob? Yes, I would. They all get down on their knees in this home. That's what they prayed back then. They'd all get down on their knees, and they prayed for Dr. Bob. Now, Henrietta would continue to pray for him for the next couple weeks. It's not going to be long before something happens here. But she will continue to pray for him in her morning quiet time. Well, Bill Wilson, as you know, comes to town and the deal falls through. And he is left in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel that you see here. And he's pacing the lobby, and he hears the tinkling of the glasses, and he thinks he's going to go in and have a drink or strike up a conversation when he remembers something Lois said to him. You see, he'd been working with alcoholics for months before he came to Akron, and not one got sober. And he was pretty depressed about that. But Lois said, "But you're sober, Bill." So, thank God. He walks over to the telephone. He puts a nickel in the phone. Oh, before he does, he looks at the directory, and he finds the most perfect name he can find. Reverend Tunks. When Bill went for a walk, he took a tunk. That's an old Vermont term that he used. You know, thank God he picked that name, or we might not be here tonight. Because this is the only name he picks, and it's the Firestone minister that had brought the Oxford group to town. So when he's looking for the Oxford group and he needs help, Reverend Tunks will give him 10 numbers. Thank God nobody was home. We might not be here tonight. People are busy, they're not home, and he finally gets a hold of one man, the last number, and it's Norm Shepard. And Norm Shepard gives him Henrietta Seiberling's number. Whoa, Bill doesn't want to call a Seiberling. That's probably the president's wife. That's what he thinks. So he walks away from the phone. He's not going to call her. And then he hears that voice of guidance. He says, "I heard a voice say to me, you better call that lady." He turns around and he goes back upstairs and he calls her. Slender Threads. Now, Henrietta Seiberling was very proper. She was raised at Vassar to marry a Vanderbilt, but she had ended up marrying a Seiberling. Now, I want to remind you, this is high society times back in the 30s, and it's going to be Mother's Day weekend. What a great gift we got for all the moms, huh? He's going to call her, though, on a Saturday. And when he calls her, he says, "I'm a rum hound from New York." Can you imagine saying that to her? Total stranger. "I'm a rum hound from New York, and I'm looking for another alcoholic." Because of her faith, because of her morning prayers, she thinks, "Manna from heaven. You come over here right now. I've got just the man for you." Well, that man, was drunk. So the next day, she says, "If you'll go to church with me, we'll try to do it the next day." And Bill did that. Now, and as you know, Dr. Bob didn't want to meet with him. I'm going to give that bird 15 minutes. And Bill looks at him and says, "It looks like you could use a drink." And the two of them go back and retire into that little library. Right here is where they met. And if you come to Akron, you can visit there. Same wallpaper, same everything. And, they talked late into the night. Two real quick stories I just feel like I want to tell you. One is when I told the story about Delphine Weber, the woman who called Henrietta. I did it at the 50th anniversary of group number 1. A gentleman came from the back of the room crying. He came up to me and he said, Delphine Weber. That's my grandmother. I didn't know my grandmother had anything to do with the start of AA. Then a woman comes into the program, Ethel Macy, and she saw F.A. Seiberling's limousine driver who drove Bill home that night, Bill back to the Mayflower. Shortly after that had come into the program, and little did he know that night when he drove Bill back from the Gate Lodge that man would be starting a program that would save his life. So we never know, and what we're doing today is a link in a chain of events called Alcoholics Anonymous. I have many, many stories like that I could tell you because I've met the offspring of all the pioneers, and many of their children and grandchildren to this day need the program. So something you're doing today is going to help somebody downstream. So this is the man on the bed we talked about. And, Bob didn't have too much sobriety when they called on him, but they knew they needed to work with another drunk. I want to tell you a little bit about the 4 absolutes that they took to him. You see the words there. These are the only yardsticks we had in Akron. We didn't have 12 steps. These are the 4 words that we got from the Oxford group. That is what we used. We still study these today in Akron and the area. There are 4 questions that go with those 4 words. Is what I'm about to think, say, or do right or wrong, true or false, ugly or beautiful, and how does it help the other guy? Now, those were real powerful tools. What happened, though, with the Oxford group is that when they started going country to country, they wanted to convert Hitler. And a telegram got intercepted that said, God bless a man like Adolf Hitler or whatever. But the real intent was to try to, if they could get him, they could turn the whole thing around. But instead, it caused so much controversy that Bill, who was trying to take care of this new little group, backed away. And you will not, they're in the big book, but he's kind of got them woven through. But we'll talk more about how important the Oxford group really was. So after that prayer, this house here, remember I said they said a prayer Wednesday at 8 o'clock at the meeting here? They will continue to meet in this home until late 39. This is what we call the flying blind period. We didn't have conference-approved literature. The big book wasn't conference-approved. We had this blind, we were just hanging on to the Oxford group. And what would happen here is that a little squad of drunks began to form, and it was called the Alcoholic Squad, and it was like a subgroup to the Oxford group. I mean, the Oxford group was there, but these drunks were coming in, and they were kind of taken over because, you know, for us, it's life and death. So we were kind of even outgrowing these guys. Well, you know the guidance part I told you about? Well, those drunks were pretty serious low-bottom drunks, and they were jonesing, man. They were shaking, and they couldn't sit still for the guidance. So Dr. Bob would take them upstairs into the upper room, and they'd have their own prayer meeting. Now, the reason today that some of us use the Lord's Prayer is because in the Oxford group, we opened with a prayer, you gave some testimony, and you closed with the prayer. And then you had a little literature on the table, and we read the Oxford group literature, and then we went and got donuts. So now we're going to go to, there's 2 places that this story takes place in. One of them's Akron, and now we're going to go to the other stage, which is New York. This is Calvary Church. This is Sam Shoemaker's church. The Oxford Group headquarters is there in New York. This is where Roland Hazard, when he comes back from seeing Carl Jung in Switzerland, this is where he will get 3 months of sobriety. This is where Abby Thatcher will come, and he will get a couple months of sobriety and make a call on Bill. So this is very important to us, this church. That's Sam Shoemaker. Bill would say that we got some of the steps from him because Sam often spoke of the same principles. We read a lot of his books. And this is where they held the Oxford group. Let's go in and see what a meeting there was like. That is a typical picture of when Bill and Lois were attending the Oxford group there. Now, after Bill gets sober in Towns Hospital, he gets this idea of primary purpose. When you read his story, he said, and I saw how my experience could benefit others. So Bill, Oxford Group wanted to be all things to all people. Bill just wanted to help a drunk. So when he came in, he just about knocked you over looking for a drunk. The Oxford Group didn't like that too much. So they started giving Bill and Lois the cold shoulder. They didn't like them at all doing that. So that's Clinton. That's an artist's rendition of Clinton Street. This is Bill and Lois's home. And they start inviting the drunks back to their home. This is 1937. This is happening. And you can see they're greeting him there. And they form a group called the Drunk Squad. So you got the Alcoholic Squad in Akron, and you got this Drunk Squad in New York. Well, 1 minute Bill's a millionaire, the next minute he's broke. Have you ever seen Bill? You can tell he's got emotional disorder. He's up, he's down, he's up, he's down. Well, he's making a comeback, and he's coming back to Akron, and he's on a business trip. Things have been pretty slow going. And he's going to stop in to see the Smiths. This is 855 Ardmore. This is Dr. Bob's home. And there are going to be a lot of failures. I don't know if you understand how hard this program was to get going, because just people were just falling off the wagon. Somebody'd get a few, little time, and there was a lot of failures, and they didn't really know what they had. So they're sitting around the house. By the way, that's photoshopped in. Can you tell? I just wanted you to know that the three of them got together and they started counting noses. That should say 1937. And they began counting, and they came up with 40 people sober. And this feeling came over the three of them. It was like a moment of ecstasy. And then they bowed their heads in gratitude because they realized that a light had come into the dark world of the alcoholic. It's the first time it dawns on them this thing might be catching on. Well, if you know Bill, the next moment, that humble moment turns into, hey, he's been working on Wall Street. Why don't we get a chain of hospitals? And, hey, we need some missionaries. And, we better get some literature to keep this message from getting garbled. I mean, that's where he went straight. Poor Dr. Bob, he's like, whoop, what happened here? And, the two of them were best friends. They were both Vermonters. And they always got along, but that doesn't mean they always agreed. They agreed to disagree agreeably, thank God. I think that was so important to getting this thing off the ground. Imagine if they were fighting all the time. I mean, I don't know if we'd have made it either. So Smitty, Dr. Bob's son, said if it was up to Dr. Bob, AA would have never left Akron. But if it was up to Bill, he'd have franchised it. So here you can see the two co-founders. It's a very touching video. I think it's the only one we actually have. And in a little bit, you'll see Ann Smith, the mother of AA. And what they did, and you can see the wild ties of Dr. Bob. He was that and Argyle socks. And they were both funny. They both had great senses of humor, as I think you can tell there. Pretty happy in their sobriety. Now, Ann Smith was kind of more shy. She's going to be uncomfortable when she comes on here. There she is. Get me out of here, Bob. Come on. Just stay in the background. But she was sweet, and everyone loved her. And she certainly earned her title, Mother of AA. Well, Bob wasn't too keen on the idea. He just wasn't quite sure. And they had come up with the idea of a group conscience. Once before that, Bill had been offered a job at Towns Hospital. And he got pretty excited. They were hungry. They weren't eating. Bob wasn't working. And, Lois was supporting all the drunks. Bill was running around being a missionary. He wasn't working. And so when he got offered this job, he was so excited. But he came back and they said, Bill, you can't make this into a profession. You can't take that job at Towns Hospital. So this time they decided to try the group conscience again. And they went over to the house. They had 19 men sober at that time, good and true, they said. There's the living room where they said the prayer, and this is where they're going to hold this group conscience meeting. And there's Bill there. He's going to pitch it. He's quite the salesman, Need a chain of hospitals? We're going to need those paid missionaries. And literature to keep the message from getting garbled. Well, the Alcoholic Squad says the man of Galilee had no press agents, newspaper, pamphlets, or books. Keep it simple, Bill. Bill said, you can keep it so simple, you'll have anarchy. He said, there's alcoholics dying within gunshot of here. So they took it to a vote, and with one vote over, they sent Bill back. They said, Bill, if you're going to do this thing, you go raise the money. So he went back to the Big Apple, and he began to pitch to the rich. But you know what? The rich weren't too impressed. 40 drunks sober, that's not a very big deal, is it? We'd rather give our money to the Red Cross or the Salvation Army. Well, some of you might know that Bill was subject to depressions. And he'd get these imaginary ulcers. So he was at Clinton Street, and he got one of those. Well, thank God his sister Dorothy had married a doctor. So he trots off to the doctor, Leonard Strong. Leonard Strong's going to become a trustee in later years. But at this time, he's a doctor, and Bill goes doing that whining thing again. Those rich people won't give me any money. And Leonard says, I think I know somebody who was once related to the Rockefellers. And he makes a phone call, and to Reverend Willard Richardson. He couldn't have picked a better guy. This guy is Rockefeller's spiritual advisor and best friend. Now, can you imagine? Bill's going from an ulcer to the 54th floor of the Rockefeller building. I mean, this is Bill's life. It just, it's those slender threads I'm talking about. In fact, he says on what slender threads our destiny does lie. And he meets with Willard, and Willard arranges a special meeting in December of that year in the boardroom of the Rockefellers. In fact, Bill sat in a chair that had just been vacated by J.D. himself. And he thought, ooh, I'm getting close to the money. He was so excited when he sat in that chair. Well, let's look at who was there. We have Albert Scott, Willard Richardson, Leonard, Dr. Silkworth, Frank Amos, and Leroy Chipman were there. The alcoholics that were there were Bill Wilson, Dr. Bob, Hank P., Fitz M., Ned P., and Dick S. from Akron. And they don't know what to do. They're so uncomfortable. They're sitting these are just, these are low-bottom drunks that are cleaned up a little bit, and they're sitting in the Rockefeller office. And they don't know what to do. And they look at each other and they say, why don't we just tell our stories? So they started to tell their story. And in the middle of it, Albert Scott goes, why, this is first century Christianity. Interesting, isn't it, after I just told you that's what the Oxford group was? So the next thing, and now remember, they want money. They're hungry. They're looking for money. Gentlemen, up to this point, this has been the work of goodwill only. No plan, no property, no paid people, just one carrying the good news to the next. Isn't that true? So Frank Amos was from Ohio, and he said, look, I'm going to go check. So they didn't get the money. Then they started saying, well, we really need some money. We really need to get this thing going. So Frank Amos comes to Akron, and he checks us out. And he sees that Dr. Bob's a pretty good doctor, and he could probably do the job. And he writes a report that goes back for $50,000. And they're going to pay off the mortgage of Dr. Bob's home so he doesn't lose it. They're going to start a rehab place. They're going to put Dr. Bob in charge, subsidize a few people, start a chain of hospitals, and get busy on that book. Well, the paper goes from Richardson to Rockefeller, and it gets held up because he says, somehow I am strangely stirred by all this. Please go back. But this interests me immensely. Let me do that again so you can see that. Oh, I think I had it automatically, so I'll have to be real quick. But isn't money going to ruin this thing? I think the thing that interests me the most about that statement is that he's strangely stirred by all this. I wonder who's up there strangely stirring him. He says, no, I want to hear what goes on, but please don't bother me for any more money. No, I won't be the one to spoil this thing with money. Thank God. And the $50,000 gets shrunk to $5,000, and they take the $5,000, and they use $3,000 of it to pay off the mortgage at Dr. Bob's house, and that's going to leave the boys $2,000 that they're going to pinch from in the coming months. They're going to take, it's an unbelievable story, isn't it? They're going to put the money in the Riverside Church. This is the Rockefeller Church. Fosdick is the head of that church, and they'll read a lot of books by him, and he is going to write the first big book review that will appear in the New York Times. Then they're going to borrow an attorney from the Rockefellers, a young guy by the name of John Wood. And they're going to try to put together a charter. They're going to call this the Alcoholic Foundation. But how do you define us? What's an alcoholic? Well, they came up with this. What is the difference between an alcoholic and a non-alcoholic? That's where we first started using that word, anda. That's a joke. Anyway, Leonard Strong is going to be the secretary, and you can see Richardson's there, Chipman, Frank Amos, Dr. Bob, and they're going to add 2 more drunks. Now, the problem in the ratio of that, we have Class A and Class B trustees. They had more Class A non-alcoholics because they don't drink, and the alcoholics were slipping all over the place. So that was kind of difficult. Bill's going to be on the steering committee, kind of as an advisory committee. And he's going to start writing the book here. Now, some of you have been to New Jersey. This building is in New Jersey. It is called the Camelot Building. Hank P. is the first guy out in New York, and he becomes Bill's partner. And they start a company called Honors Dealers, and they're going to do car products. And they're going to be in this building here. There's another picture of it. And they hired this gorgeous gal here. This is Ruth Hawk. Ruth Hawk was a very good secretary, and here she is with Bill, and Bill's, it's in Pass It On. If you read and Pass It On, it says she did not know what she was getting herself into when she took this job. She thought it was car products, but it wasn't car products. She didn't see too much business going on. She either saw somebody passed out in a chair or somebody down on their knees making a surrender. By the way, if you visit Stepping Stones, this table is in the kitchen, and this is where Bill and Abby sat when Abby made the call on Bill. And he pulled out the pineapple juice. There's another picture of Ruth. Now, the interesting thing about Ruth is that when they start this deal up, they don't have any money. So they start like this stock company up, and they get these stock certificates, and they were worth nothing. But they were supposed to be worth $25 if the book ever got written, and they would rip off one of these $25 certificates. They'd ration her one a week. And little did she know, and there's the old typewriter. Now, we have word processors today. Can you imagine? Bill's pacing behind her with a cigarette in one hand, and he's dictating to her, and she's typing up the big book. And this is Hank, who had a terrible crush on Ruth. It was his idea, you know. He had like an idea a minute, so he's going to be the promoter. And little did she know, when I gave this talk for the first time, it was in our International in Toronto. And little did she know that the book she was typing would one day save her daughter's life. And Lori was my roommate, and I asked her to stand. She has over 30 years of sobriety in Chicago. That was pretty moving that she was there for that. Well, by the way, she got the 5 millionth copy of the big book in Montreal. What are some of the people that influenced Bill? You know, he didn't channel it all in. There was William James, Variety of Religious Experiences. That book, Bill said he devoured it in Towns Hospital. Have you ever tried to read that book? It's pretty hard to devour. And this book, What is the Oxford Group? I have to tell you a quick story about this book. I showed you the Gate Lodge. Well, there's a big, large property there, and we have harvest festivals there. So I was attending one of those. It wasn't an AA event. It was a harvest festival. And they had a tent right behind the Gate Lodge. And it was an old book bin, and I'm kind of a, you know, not a junkie, but a junker. You know, I'm always looking around for something. So I said, do you have any old AA books? And they said, no. And I said, well, do you have any spiritual books? And they said, yes. And so my hand went across a little blue book, and it said, what is the Oxford Group? And I was kind of newly sober. I had about 3-4 years sobriety, and I thought, I wonder, was that the Oxford movement? Was it the Oxford Group? And I opened it up, and it said, R.H. Smith, 855 Ardmore, his book, Please Return. Or should I say the book found me? I want you to know I tried to get them down to 25 cents, but they made me pay 35. By the way, you'll see that in Dr. Bob's house. I did return it. Common Sense of Drinking. That's where we got the idea for our stories. This is a big one, The Sermon on the Mount by Emmett Fox. If you ever get a chance to read that, when we did not have conference-approved literature, the co-founders had recommended reading lists. As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, Henry Drummond, The Greatest Thing, was another classic that you might be familiar with. And this book, The Sermon on the Mount, heavily influenced both of our co-founders. And A.J. Russell from the Oxford Group for Sinners Only. And I must mention Ebby. Those of you who might read in Bill's story in the big book, you can almost number the steps that Ebby brings to Bill in Towns Hospital. So they were kind of, Bill puts them into 12-step form, but those ideas were floating around. He's going to ask Ann Smith to write a story, Chapter to the Wives. Now, Ann was the kind of woman who was just wanted to stay in the background, and she declines. Lois got a resentment. I think she might have worked it out in Al-Anon. I'm not sure. You know who writes Chapter to the Wives? Bill Wilson. For some of us, that's not our favorite chapter. So Bill's going to get busy writing the book. By the way, this is the document, actually, that I just received recently, where Bill's actually writing to Dr. Bob and talking to him about what they're going to call the program, and mentioning to Ann that he'd like to have her write the book, and talking about the stories and how they developed. Bill he's going to write an introduction, he's going to write his story, and he's going to write this chapter here, There is a Solution. Now, Bill really wasn't a writer. He hadn't really done much writing up to this time. And he's going to get an in to go to Harper's religious editor, Eugene Exman. And Eugene Exman reads these 3 pieces, and he goes, Bill, this is pretty good writing. And now, remember, they're hungry. And he says, Bill, can you write more like this? And Bill says, yeah, I can. Well, I'll offer you a $1,500 advance if you'll write more. Well, can you imagine Bill's ego? He's up again. He's up. So, wait a minute. Something wrong with the projector? What's going on here? Uh-oh. Whoa, wait a minute, folks. Bill. Hi, Bill. Do you know where we are? We're in Stockholm, Sweden. And I was just telling these folks about the writing of the book. But, a lot of people thought I knew Bill because I talked to Bill. And I never knew him. You guys thought I was 75 years old? Is that right? They were so grateful. They were so glad I could scoot in a pair of tennis shoes so they could take me around. They were relieved. I didn't. I feel like I know Bill. I've read everything he wrote, but I didn't meet Bill. However, I have the power to bring him back from the dead. So, Bill, would you be willing to share with them your perception of the writing of the book?
Now then,
I think he agreed.
As a graphic illustration of how pain and fear and all of our worst motives can eventuate under God's grace for the best, I would like to, in a hop, skip, and jump fashion, tell you about the preparation of the AA book.
Well, Bill, I was telling him about when you went to Eugene and you showed him the chapters and stuff, and he offered you the money. Did you decide to take that money?
A few of us stood for the proposition, well, this would be bad because control of our literature would be in other hands. And some of us, in a more self-serving way, and this definitely included me, we felt that the book might make some profits and some royalties out of which its creators could eat.
Well, I think they're getting a sense of your personality, Bill. What did you decide to do?
Some of us in New York considered the possibility of publishing this book ourselves.
Really? Well, nobody knows about the program. What are you going to do about that? How are you going to sell a book when there's only a couple guys sober, for God's sakes? What are you going to do to get the word out?
So then we went up to the Reader's Digest and told them about our budding movement, and I guess we brandished Mr. Rockefeller's name pretty liberally, as a close friend. He wasn't giving us any money, but he liked us.
Well, did that work, Bill? Were they impressed?
The Digest said, well, fine. When will your book come out? By now, it's the fall of 38. Oh, we said about next spring. They said, this is just the kind of story that we'd like. We will do a piece. We'll put a feature writer on this.
Well, Bill, that's a pretty scary deal. Didn't you have some, to write a whole book and get it published? Did you have any fears?
Who would publish such a book? Who could assemble such a book? What should go in it? Supposing it turned out badly. These, indeed, for us, were great and most natural fears.
Well, did you have a plan?
And then a plan came into being. It was thought there ought to be a text. It was thought these ought to be backed up by stories. And this text was, in the first edition, 2/3 of the stories came from Akron.
Yes, they did, Bill. Bill, we have up there actually the outline for the book because it was Hank's idea, and he wrote the outline. So what happened next?
So down east, we began to peddle stock in what turned out to be the AA book, but we were peddling stock to drunks, $25 a share. The purpose was what? To feed Wilson and the gal who helped do the book and the promoter and the collector of the money.
Oh, I see, Bill. So this was your plan. 1/3 was going to go to you, 1/3 was going to go to Hank, and you were going to go after the rest of the folks getting sober for the rest of the money. Well, why did you call it Works Publishing?
The title was chosen because there would be a lot more work, after this.
Well, there's the prospectus that you two wrote up. Can you tell us a little bit about what was in there?
So in the prospectus, we totted up what the profits would be. Oh, I think we started in with something like 100,000 books, and the first few carloads, and I think we got as high as 1 million copies. Well, of course, if they only cost 35 cents and you sold them for $3.50, it would be frankly a great rise in that $25 stock. Might go to $1,000 a share. We didn't put all this on paper, but it was a part of the promotion.
Well, then when you went and talked to the alcoholics, what did you tell them? How did you get them to try to buy the stocks?
We would sell these 35-cent books for the sum of $3.50. We didn't indicate any other expenses, but that seemed quite a margin of profit to the prospective stock buyer. And we pointed out that they couldn't possibly miss, because, after all, the Digest piece with millions of circulation, in which they definitely would mention the new book, would simply move these volumes out in carloads.
Well, that was a pretty absurd idea, don't you think?
While this job was being done. In other words, people were asked to buy stock in a book that hadn't yet been written.
Yeah.
I think this is a world's record for sheer audacity.
Well, tell me, what was the reaction when you presented this plan?
Well, this was heard out in this country, that this ex-Wall Street swindler was contriving one of the greatest rackets known to the mind man.
Well, what was their response then?
Well, when this motivation began to be suspected and became apparent, quite a violent opposition rose up.
Well, tell us a little about that. What'd you do?
So then we had only begun our troubles. Then the book had to be written.
So, did you start writing?
Well, I wrote another sample chapter and tried that on them No stock purchases.
Oh, man, the trustees must have been pretty upset.
And the trustees were very dubious. They had no money at the time, so we were able to face them down and say, well, we'll separately incorporate this. And sure enough, by an appeal to the loyalty of the stockholders to the cause, but also by an appeal to the pocketbook, the baser nature, the money began to dribble in. $25 par bet.
Well, I bet you're relieved. Now you can get started writing the book. And I know what you did is you wrote it chapter by chapter, and you would send it to Akron and have them look it over, and then they would send it back. Can you tell us a little bit about that process of writing it?
However, we were eating, a few of us, on the stockholders' money. And little by little, the chapters were evolved. And we thrashed them around in the AA meetings, and we carefully checked them with Dr. Bob as they went along. And meanwhile, he, at great pains and difficulty, got stories, largely from this town.
You know, that's right, Bill. And folks today can go visit that table at Dr. Bob's house where they gathered around, and Jim Scott got sober just in the nick of time because they were so uncomfortable writing their stories. They didn't know how to write them and edit them, so they got a little help there. Well, okay, so you were having these depressions, and out of this depression this night, you're going to come out with the 12 steps. Would you tell us about how you wrote those?
In short, here was AA at its worst, but under God's grace, coming up with something better. Maybe history will say the best. And so the work went on, and I remember one night we got through the first 4 chapters, which were window dressing, and I was having an imaginary ulcer attack, and it looked like well, things were very gloomy. The stockholders were kind of, falling down. The meal ticket was getting in danger, and I was very resentful. And I realized, lying in bed there in Brooklyn, Clinton Street, that the book had to say what it was all about at some place. So I began to write, and out came the 12 steps.
Well, you used the 6 steps that you'd gotten from the Oxford group. And I know that you thought that an alcoholic could fall through the cracks. And then after you developed them into 12, you counted up 12, and you thought that was a great number. And you couldn't wait to present them to the guys at Clinton Street. What was their reaction?
Well, when they appeared, there was a terrific uproar. And as a result of the uproar, again, the constructive came out. I had had a great spiritual experience, so that I had used God all the way through those 12 steps.
Well, there was some agnostics that weren't real crazy about that. What was their reaction?
Our atheist and agnostic contingent said, drunks only gonna buy that. They're scared to death of being God-bitten. This ought to be a psychological book.
Well, then, what did the religious people think of that?
On the other hand, the religious people said that it should be a strictly Christian book, theologically speaking. So one had to sort of average these point of views.
Well, I know that was really a tough time for you trying to get through that conflict. In fact, you began to say that you really didn't write the book at all. You umpired it. And when you finally agreed to God as you understand Him, you called that a 10 strike, because that's one of the reasons today that so many people from all over the world can come into Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, do you think you had God's help?
Sure, we must have had God's help. We never could have produced it ourselves.
Well, can you kind of sum up what the writing of the book was like?
So this is the unholy way in which God nevertheless graced us in the days when AA was very young.
Well, the book got written, but it needed to be published, and that's a story in itself, too. Tell us a little bit about how you got the book published.
Well, finally the great day, our publication approached. We had pre-publication copies of the book made, circulated around for criticism, and with the last of our money, almost the last, we persuaded the printer that this was such a terrific venture that he certainly ought to accept a 10% down payment for 5,000 books, which were going out by the carload.
What a
his
deal.
first installment. So we paid him $500 for 5,000 books.
Wow, Bill, what a salesman you are. Well, it was a woman's recommendation that you had a doctor's opinion, so you asked your own doctor, Dr. Silkworth, to write a letter, and he did, and we have that today. And then you asked people to send back that manuscript copy, and there's the copy that you and Hank worked from when you took the book to publication. And you can see that it's all marked up. You were asked to take the I out and put the we in. You were told that there was too much Oxfordizing in there. And in fact, it was so sloppy and so marked up that you and Hank and Ruth and actually Dorothy Snyder had to take it to Cornwall Press and help them typeset it because you didn't want to type it again. And then there was the thing about the name. The 100 Men Corporation was one of the ideas, and then a woman got sober by the name of Florence, and she said, you can't call it 100 Men, you have to call it 100 men and one woman. And then you wanted to call it the Bill W. Movement. We already had a nameless bunch of drunks. Dry Frontiers makes me thirsty. Empty Glass, The Way Out. And there was a guy that came in that kept saying Anonymous Alcoholics. Joe W., Anonymous Alcoholics. And he flipped it around, and he got out of the nut house just in time to make that contribution. And he says Alcoholics Anonymous, and that name took. Did you like that?
We'd been calling ourselves out there a nameless bunch of drunks, and from that the anonymity idea had come in. In fact, the book title, as voted by Akron, New York, and a few Clevelanders, was chosen as The Way Out. But in the Library of Congress, we'd found that there were 12 books by the name of The Way Out. So for heaven's sake, we couldn't make a 13th, so it became Alcoholics Anonymous.
Yeah. And New York got its way. And if we'd have had our way in Akron, we'd be the Way Outers today. Can you see the T-shirts?
Then we went up to the Digest and said, now what about this piece? We're all ready to shoot. And the editor to whom we had talked vaguely remembered us, and he said, shoot what?
Oh, you're kidding. Well, that must have been a horrible shock. Well, what'd you do next?
Well, we reminded our friend that a piece was due, and he said, gee, Mr. Wilson, he said, you know, after you were here, I went to the rest of the staff here very sure that this would be a great piece, but they didn't think so, and I forgot to tell you.
Oh, Bill. Man, what happened? I mean, what was that like? I mean, you had everything set up, all the stock certificates and everything. What was that like?
So we had 5,000 books in the warehouse. There were 100 AA members. There were about 30 stockholders, and they each got a book. There were about 30 guys who put stories in the books, and they each got a book, and that was 60 books. So we only had 40 books to sell the rest if they'd buy it.
Oh, Bill. Then things really hit, didn't they?
Well, at that time, things folded up in a big way. We were about to be evicted from our house in Clinton Street. Stuff go into storage. The book was bankrupt, and we made one last great gasp effort.
Oh, my God. What was that?
A drunk came along by the name of Morgan who had been in the ad business, and he said, you know, I know Gabriel Heater. You know, the guy who puts on those wonderful sob talks. And he said, I think Gabriel would put this on the air. So we scared up a few dollars more. And to get ready for Gabriel, we decided...
Well, you started sending those postcards, didn't you? Tell us about that.
Well, we picked out a hard class of people to advertise to in those days. We picked out all of the physicians east of the Mississippi River, all of them. And to each one we sent a postal card which said, "Listen to Gabriel Heater as he talks about the new society of Alcoholics Anonymous. And buy the book Alcoholics Anonymous, A Cure for Alcoholism."
Well, wasn't there a little problem with Morgan?
Well, one great trouble with Ryan was that he wouldn't sober up, and he was supposed to be interviewed on the air. My God, our last cent was in this thing and all these postal cards.
Well, what did you do to solve that problem?
So just as a precaution, one of our friends who was a member of the Down Athletic Club said, "Well, now, you can have my room over there. I don't use it much. And why doesn't somebody live with Morgan in there the week before, you know, to just stay with him and be sure he gets the heater all right?"
A little codependent. Okay. So did he? Did you guys pull it off?
So the great day came. The postal cards was out in Akron, New York, Cleveland. The ears were to the radio.
I bet.
We visioned the books going out in carloads, orders flooding in. Biggest profit of all in direct mail, no commissions. And sure enough, Heater pulled out the tremolo stop. Ryan was sober. And boy, we were made.
Well, it went so well. And then, as I recall, you had a post office box.
We gave a post office box, old 458 in New York, I think it was,
459.
where we had a one-room office. Little Ruthie Hawk, who helped me with the book, bless her soul, my promoter friend Hank Parkhurst and I just couldn't wait to get over to see what was coming into that box.
You know, you held back for 3 days, and then you actually put luggage in the car to go get those cards. And when you got there, you were a little disappointed when you looked in that little glass box there because there wasn't too many in there. What was Hank's reaction?
Hank was an incorrigible optimist. He said, well, they couldn't put them all in the box. He said they got several mail bags full out there. So the clerk came with the cards. Hank said, ain't there any more? No. We took them over to the desk and we counted them, and there were 12. And 10 of them were from doctors, obviously stewed themselves, who lambasted the hell out of us, and we had exactly 2 orders for the book Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh, man, there's some hard times. But you know, Bill, when there was hard times, you always pulled something out. What'd you pull out of that?
For us, almost more than any other society, pain has been the touchstone of our spiritual progress. So we can say, thank God that we have suffered such pain, that such a spectacle as this has been brought into view and being.
I agree, Bill. Hey, Bill. Bill, hey, say hello to Dr. Bob for us. I'm going to finish up. There's one little story here. In case when you read that book, you may have ever taken it for granted that it's even in your hand. Things are pretty bad at this point. But they go ahead, and this is the book, and that's the jacket, by the way. It was designed by an artist whose story's in the first edition. Can you imagine trying to be anonymous and carrying that big thing under your arm with that circus jacket? What were they thinking? They used to turn the cover inside out. That was one of the possible book jackets they found at Stepping Stones later. The first copy of the big book that came off the press was Bill's, and in it says, "Note, this was the very first AA book off the press. We used thick paper to make the alcoholic feel they were getting their money's worth." Bill, I'm going to ask you, do you guys think you got your money's worth out of that book? I sure hope so. And then to Lois, he writes, "One whose loving care and fortitude in our dark days together made these pages possible, so to her, this first book of the first edition is lovingly and thankfully given, Bill, in memory of the 5th Christmas." So they're down and out, they're broke, the books, they're all sitting in warehouses. Not too many people know about Alcoholics Anonymous. In a magazine called Liberty Magazine, by the way, these magazines were only a nickel, so think how expensive that big book was at $3.50 at that time. Anyway, Morris Markey is going to do an article, but they don't have enough money to make it. So they really want that article, and they go to Bert the tailor, and that's his tailoring shop on 5th Avenue in New York, and they ask him for money, only Bert doesn't have the money to give them. But he calls Mr. Cochran, who was a great benefactor, and they said, "Mr. Cochran, we'll sell you these books for $1 off, and you could put them in libraries." And Mr. Cochran says, "Send me your books, and I'll look them over." So he looked our books over, and he said, "I don't think so." So Bert said, "Well, Mr. Cochran, would you lend me the money?" And Bert hawked his business to save the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. So we could get to that article. September 30th, 1939, it comes out. It was quite a big deal to those early members, and we got 600 inquiries. And another thing that we did not know was that Mr. Rockefeller had been watching us, and he wanted to introduce us to his friends. And in 1940, he holds a big dinner, and a lot of bankers and a lot of important people were there. I mean, the list was any of the who's who in the United States at the time. Mr. Fosdick would be there. Dr. Kennedy would be there. Bill Wilson would be there. Bankers. And there he is, Morgan Ryan, the guy that was on the show. And Nelson is going to preside over it because his father is sick. Now, what they did is they put an AA member, they all got cleaned up, and they put an AA member at each table. Now, Morgan was a good-looking Irishman, and he cleaned up real nice, and he had his suit on, and he was at his table, and one of the bankers looked at him and said, "And what institution are you with?" And he said, "Well, I'm not really with an institution, but I just got out of one not too long ago." Now, Mr. Rockefeller never gave us any money. I mean, yeah, very little. He did give us a little, but it was the prestige. And after that was over with, he wrote a letter to every single person, and those that were at the dinner got a first edition big book in a crate. It was pretty fabulous. So he really endorsed us. And but what happened is his son stood up, and we thought we were going to get money again. See, the Rockefellers had joined us to help make our foundation. Imagine that. The foundation of Alcoholics Anonymous was built by the Rockefellers, if you look into the history that I just told you tonight. And his father, Bill never met J.D. So Nelson provides us over the dinner, and of course Bill's looking out at all this money. And he said, "My father thinks this is a work of goodwill and money will ruin it." And Bill says, with that, a couple $1 billion got up and walked out the door. We did pay the Rockefellers back, and here's some of our canceled checks, and we took an oath of poverty. And today we don't accept contributions from outside organizations. But this was a hard lesson one. We're still in trouble, though, folks. We're still in trouble until Jack Alexander shows up, and he's just finished writing a story on rackets. And he gets the story to write on Alcoholics Anonymous, and he thinks we're a racket. And he comes to Akron to bust us. And he goes to, I think he went to Chicago and a few other cities, but that's not what happened. You see, the press can be our friend. And he wrote a beautiful article in the Saturday Evening Post. March 1941. And in that article, 6,000 requests came in, and that really helped establish us. So after telling you that pretty tough story, really, slender threads, right? Can you imagine what this couple, after going through being homeless, living in the club, and just going through so much hardship, losing their furniture, having it be out on the curb, what do you think they're thinking as they watch big books be sent out all over the world in so many different languages? And Bill says, it transcended the mountain and the sea, and is even at this moment lighting candles in dark caverns and on distant beaches. Now, I'd like to have you just take a moment of quiet while we take a look at the credits of all the slender threads that went into this story. And I challenge you to remove one of them and think if we would actually have Alcoholics Anonymous today. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
No, I'm just kidding. Hey, I'm David Robinson. I'm a recovered alcoholic. Thank you. That's very kind. A guy can get used to that, believe me. Again, my name is David. I'm a recovered alcoholic. I'm grateful to be alive and sober and at a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I want to thank the committee for inviting me to come down. This is a huge, huge honor. Why Chrissy recommended me to do this, I'll never know. I do know that when the phone rings, you never say no, because the life you save may be your own. You never say no to service, And I take that sign very seriously. When anyone, anywhere, reaches out for help, I want the hand of AA to be there, and for that I am responsible. And if for nothing else, it's like at the end of Dr. Bob's story, duty, sense of pleasure in doing so. I take out a little insurance against the next slip, and I'm paying back the many thousands of men that did it for me. And I can tell you that I'm here today, a sober, recovered member of Alcoholics Anonymous, because thousands and thousands of people helped me. No man is an island in Alcoholics Anonymous. I really do believe that the most important word in all the 12 steps is that first word of the first step, which is we, Again, so I want to thank the committee for inviting me to come down. I want to thank Sarah. Is Sarah here? We did the corrections workshop today. Sarah's in the back there. Thank you very much. We did it. Yeah, there we go. We did the corrections workshop together this afternoon. I did my little bit about corrections correspondence, and she got up and blew my doors out of the water. She's done more. She's done more in 6 or 7 years of sobriety than I've done in the 12 few years I've been around. My sobriety date is May 25th, 1994. My sponsor is David Joyce. The lieutenant, his sponsor was Frank Wright, the Sheepshead Bay Group. Frank Wright's sponsor was George Lundy, and George Lundy's sponsor was Bill Wilson. 3 of those guys were members of the Sheepshead Bay Group in Brooklyn, which is, where I got sober. And my sponsors and my sponsor's fortunate enough to have actually been to one of Bill Wilson's anniversaries. You know what I mean? I consider that kind of special to be sponsored by a man like that. I grew up on a Brooklyn waterfront. It was just me and my sister. My dad was a Marine who, I'm not going to call him an alcoholic. Let's just say that when he drank, he was very free with his hands, very loose with his lips, and very free with the furniture around the house. It wasn't Father knows best, believe me. I'm not going to say he was an alcoholic, but, by the end of it, my mother basically ran out of the house. There we go. We'll have them in a couple of years. He was very free with his hands, and he used to bat my mother and I around and my sister, and that's not why I'm an alcoholic, but it's a very big part of my story. We basically ran out of the house when I was 4 years old, and I never saw him again alive. I never saw anybody on my father's side of the family, and that would come years later as a result of the miracle of the ninth step. Talking about the miracle of the ninth step, let me divert for a second. I get to my room yesterday, and there's a dozen roses on a table, and I had a rough trip. Now, Ernesto slapped me 3 times. I work on Wall Street. I run a computer department, and we have a server farm down at Boca Raton that I had to shut down and turn back on again. And then I had the privilege of flying into Hurricane Ernesto, or Tropical Storm Ernesto, yesterday. Sat in Kennedy Airport for 3 hours, and the flight was delayed. I get down here, and by the way, there's a tree in my yard, and my power's off up in North Jersey, where I live right now. But so I come into the hotel room, and I'm all bedraggled from my trip, and there's a dozen roses, right? A dozen roses sitting on my table. And I'm walking in, and, I have a little bit of fear around this. I got to be honest with you. I have enough, terror in me to light up the city of Chicago right now, And I walk into the room, and I see a dozen roses on a table, right, with this card. It says, remember, faith. Second step proposition. God is everything or God is nothing. What is our choice to be? Bryce, it's all about faith. What am I worried about, And I run downstairs, and I go up to Rob, and I thank him profusely. I go, that's wonderful, a dozen roses. And he goes, don't worry about it, no problem. Did you get your basket? And he walked away, and then I found out a half an hour later, this is from an old high school sweetheart that I know up in Virginia. You know what I mean? I never did get my basket, though, but that's okay. Yeah. So we grew up in the Brooklyn waterfront, and it was just, my sister and my mother and I, and it was rough. It was rough, My mother had to work a couple jobs, and she warned me very early. It's like in a book, where, Bill was warned about the dangers of, I was warned about the dangers of alcohol. Alcoholism runs in my father's family. And, the big book makes no case for geneticism in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I have no opinion on that issue. But I do know that my mother warned me, that there was, in my family, there was magic in a fire water. Stay away from it at all costs. Otherwise, you'll wind up just like your father. You know what I mean? And those words, man, that's like hammering nails through my heart. You're just like your father. Those were like the 5 most profane words I can imagine hearing when I was growing up, because he was a violent, heavy drinking man. I'm not going to call him an alcoholic. So we grew up, and I always felt inferior. I always felt less than. I was always, I was the only white kid in a Puerto Rican neighborhood. You know what I mean? So I used to get the tar kicked out of me because I had blonde hair, And then I'd go up to Bensonhurst to play baseball up there, and I was the only blonde-haired kid in Bensonhurst, so they'd bat me around, and I didn't really fit in anywhere, which didn't help either, And this all set me up for that first drink. I picked up my first drink. I was 14 years old. Anybody remember the Great Blackout in 1977? George, you probably remember the blackout in 1970, right? I think it was July 17th, 1977. I actually go look that up. There was me and 2 other kids. We went to Sunnydale Grocery on 3rd Avenue and 68th Street in Bay Ridge, and we chipped in and we bought a 6-pack of Valley Forge beer. Valley Forge beer, I kid you not. It was made in Staten Island. The tagline on a bottle was brewed on the shimmering shoals of the Kilvan Gull. Right? It was like panther urine. It was the most obnoxious chemical you could imagine. And I loved it. I loved everything about it. I loved the crack of the bottle, that noise it made. I loved the way it burned my throat. I loved the way it hit my belly, and that. I was looking for that my entire life, and I found it. And I could not imagine why the other 2 guys weren't standing directly underneath the rest of them with me, I had 5, the other 2 guys had 1, and I remember exaggerating the stagger as I was leaving a park, and I left Owl's Head Park. It's Owl's Head Park in Bay Ridge. We come outside the park, and I look down 3rd Avenue towards the Trade Center, and that's another story, towards the Trade Center, and I watched the lights go out down 3rd Avenue, and then Manhattan goes black, and we're in a blackout, and guess what? So am I. You know what I mean? Go figure. I don't really remember what happened. I do remember that I had my eye on his bicycle for quite some time. That was in a bicycle shop window down in Owl's Head Road. So apparently, I freed this thing from the bicycle store. I liberated it from this guy. And all I know is I wake up the next morning. Basically, I barely remember. I'm riding home on this thing, and I'm wobbling. And apparently, this is all secondhand to me. Basically, everything before the age of 30 is secondhand to me. But I'm driving this thing along, and Mike the cop, who's dating my mom, not Mike the cop from Abbott and Costello, by the way, this is just Mike the cop from the neighborhood. He says, "Hey, kids, where'd you get the bicycle?" And I told him I stole it from the store, right? And he goes, "Very funny, get in the car, I'm taking you home, it's dangerous." So I get home, and I wake up the next morning, and there's blood in the bed. I'd cut my hand, I'd puked all over the floor, and there's Mike the cop at the door, right? Apparently, somebody had saw Mike the cop being an accomplice to the crime and called the police station. So Mike had to come get me, get the bicycle. It was just a mess. And my mother said the 5 magic words. You're just like your father. And those words, they cut me to the quick. I drank for 5 more years. 5 of the best years of my life were spent in high school, by the way. Not 4, but 5. And just to show you where I was, I had the second highest. I went to a high school called Brooklyn Tech. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Brooklyn. Anybody here of Brooklyn Tech? Any Brooklyn Tech alumni? Yeah, 5, right? It's actually the second largest high school in the United States, and my dream was to be an engineer. But I just couldn't I don't know how people did it, man. I mean, the other kids got up, they put on clothes, they went to school, they sat in class. I mean, I was always worried about going out and getting the next drink. I don't know, from my experience in the park, all I could think about was getting loaded. That's all I could think about. I don't know how these kids were able to focus. I mean, I was cutting class. When I left that school in disgrace, by the way, I left 4.5 years later with my head down. I had the second highest IQ in the school and the second lowest grade point average. I had a 64 average, 64.9 when I left Brooklyn Tech. You know what I mean? That shows you where I was. I just couldn't pull it together. And I had this big gaping hole inside of me. I mean, nothing I put inside of this hole worked, man. I didn't know it at the time. It started out with, comic books, then junk food, then junk books, and then booze. And booze was the only thing that fit. And even that stopped working for a while. So I left Brooklyn Tech, and I was devastated because it was my first real failure. You know what I mean? My drinking was starting to have some consequences. The first couple of years it was fun. Then it started being fun with consequences. And I had to go to the local zone school, Fort Hamilton. That was like the badge of shame. And Tech was such a good school, actually, that I had enough credits to graduate, but I didn't have the time. So I took 8 periods of typing, right? For 1 semester to graduate. And it's funny, you never know what God's plan is for you. But now I work with computers and I can type 80 words a minute, so there you go. So it kind of worked out. And then, being the alcoholic realist that I am, I saw Officer and a Gentleman, and I said, that's it. I'm going to fly Navy jets. That's what I've been missing. That's what I'll do. And believe it or not, I went to the local, I better get sober soon, look at this. I went to the local community college, New York City Technical College, and I didn't drink. I just stopped drinking. I put it all down. I was smoking 4 packs of cigarettes a day. I was going out with about 15 girls. I was eating about 30 boxes of donuts, but I was sober. I was fine, Yeah, it's true. I was filling that hole up with anything I could grab. You know what I mean? And the more I fed the hole, the worse it got. Can anybody identify with that? The more I fed the beast, the hungrier the beast got. Nothing worked, man. Nothing. I was dead inside, and the world was just raging around me, I get uncomfortable thinking about that time because I don't feel like that today, thank God. So I pulled it together. I went to New York City Technical College. The first couple of years, I did it. 3.6, 3.7. I made the dean's list. I said, that's it, I'm on my way. I'm a genius here. This is it. All I had to do was knuckle down, So I went to a school across the street called Polytech, and they are very serious over there. They were a lot more serious than a community college. 3.0, 2.8, 2.6. Anybody see where this is going? My last semester of college, I was actually not doing too good. There wasn't quite enough donuts and women around to take care of what was really wrong with me. And I was just out of control. My attitudes was out of check. Attitudes were out of check. You caught me a little Brooklynism there. And never forget, a bartender called out sick. That's the day that changed my life. I'd been waiting tables in this place called Nightfall. This is being taped, right? This local neighborhood establishment that was owned by a local tough guy. Let me put it to you that way. Forget about it. If you know what I mean. So the bartender was off that night, and I'm behind a bar, and I'm cleaning the bottles, and I was thinking, you know what, I'm going to join the Navy. I better learn how to drink scotch. I don't know where that thought came. I don't know. To this day, I don't know what I thought. It was like this little black angel was sitting on my shoulder. Because I was thinking about, I'd seen some John Wayne movie or something where they hit a bottle of scotch in a torpedo tube. I'm going to be around torpedo tubes. I got to know how to handle the equipment. So let me see what this one tastes like. The next thing I know, my mother's leaning over me, screaming at me. I'm in a pool of vomit in my bed. You're just like your father. And I never went back to school again. I had never went back to school again, man. It was like gasoline on a flame, and I took off. And when I took off like this. I was 22, actually I was 23 years old because of the delay in high school. I was 23 years old when I left college. In the next 7 years, I lost 52 jobs. I went from job to job to job. I waited tables. I tended bar. I was a bar back. And I worked at some pretty swanky joints. I worked, this is being taped again, right? Okay. But I worked at 3- and 4-star restaurants. The line on David Robinson was this: David, great guy, great with the customers when he's sober, but you can't pay him. You can't give him any money. Because I didn't know, that was the deal. You can't pay him. If you pay him, he won't come back. Right? I didn't know you're allowed to go home with money in your pocket at the end of the night. I thought you had to go to Hurley's is closed. I can say that one. All right. I thought you had to go to Hurley's on 53rd Street or 51st Street and 6th Avenue, and you had to knock down 15 or 16 doubles before you went home. That's what I thought. And at 25 years old, what's the 16 doubles? Is a quart of scotch. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. It's a good man's fault, right? Burns your throat a little bit. What's the big deal? Nobody's getting hurt. Well, let's see. You dropped out of college. You got no money in the bank. Oh, and my requirements for a relationship were very high. For a woman to be involved with me, she had to drink enough so that my drinking wasn't so bad, but not quite so much, that she couldn't pay the rent for us. So that was my requirements for a relationship, That shows you what a suave and debonair kind of guy I was. So here we go. I'm romping through the 80s here. Not doing too good, thinking on the cat's meow, man. I thought I had it together. I just thought I had a string of bad luck. At one point, I was living in a YMCA driving a cab, and I couldn't pay the rent. That's where I was, And I used to say that's what alcohol did to me, but it's what I did to myself. Alcohol was the last weapon of choice in a long list of weapons I had used to destroy myself to fill that hole, right? So where are we going with this? So, a guy 12 steps me, right? I go work in a restaurant that's still open. I'm not going to say the name of it, but it's in the Time Life Building on 6th Avenue, Manhattan. And this guy, I come to work, and it's just getting harder and harder. God bless you guys for coming in so young. At 20, I'll tell you this, I was never so old as the day I came to Alcoholics Anonymous. That's the oldest day of my life. I never felt so old as my first day in AA. But I come to AA, and this guy's looking outside the office, and he's looking down at me, and he just shakes his head, and he goes back, and he starts laughing. And I have, my eyes are red. I haven't slept in 3 days. I have to work a double, and I got the heebie-jeebies and the whim-whams, and I don't see what's so funny. So I asked him, what's so funny? And he's like, dude, you don't got to live like this no more. Why don't you come with me? And on the way downstairs, I had one last drink. After I had that drink, I walked up to a manager, I kissed him on the lips, and I asked him if he could ever forgive me for sleeping with his wife. This guy was not the type of guy that was married, by the way, if you know what I'm saying. So I was out on the street with my locker. They cleaned out my locker, and that was it. That was my last day of work. And this was the only time, by the way, that anybody ever lied to me in Alcoholics Anonymous. The guy said, if you come to me for 3 meetings, I'll get you your job back. is what the guy said to me. It's the only time anyone ever lied to me. And, my story is really, I have two tales in AA. I have AA before, I got into the work, and I have the tale after I got into the work. This guy took me to a place on Midnight Street, on Houston Street in a city called Midnight Madness. And his attitude was, take what you need and leave the rest. That was his battle cry. Easy does it. Stay away from the God freaks. You're gonna meet these people. They're called big book Nazis. You want to avoid them at all costs. They're fanatics. They're going to shave your head and make you chant out of the big book. And go to here's a meeting list and call me if you need any help. And I found out later that this guy probably wasn't the best guy for me. I was 28 years old. And I used to blame him for that for years, especially after I found this message that we have in the first 164 pages of our book. I was very resentful that this guy didn't just grab me by the back of the hair and drag me through the book, with the pages on fire. But the reality is, I probably heard somebody, talk about the book. I just wasn't ready to listen. You know what I mean? And we were talking about this earlier today. I really believe God's grace falls evenly on everybody. It's up for us to reach out and embrace the grace if we want to get sober. So, I spent 6 months in AA, and I was amazed that I wasn't drinking. The desire to drink was ripped out of me. And I really believe that God graces everybody when we first come in here. He gives us just enough time to get into the work, just enough time to, to give us the opportunity to say, yes, I want this thing. I must have it too, like it says in our book. So I went to meetings for 6 months, and you know what? They became a little inconvenient. I started dating. Oh, it was love. This is it. That's what I was looking to fill a hole with. And I started dating this girl, and I started dating this girl when I was 6 months sober. And we started seeing each other more and more. 6 months turns to 7. 7 turns to 8. My sponsor dropped out of my life. I stopped calling him. I stopped going to meetings. 10 months sober. It's Christmas Eve, 1992. I think I got it going on, but inside I know I'm falling apart. I mean, the beautiful car I'd always wanted. I filled my life up with the if onlys. If only I had a nice car, if only I had a nice house, if only I had a nice girlfriend, if only I had a nice job, if only these things would make me full. And to my dismay, none of it was working. All the things I'd wanted my whole life were not working for me. I was just basically a kid who wanted a nicer room. That's really all I was, And this girl became the center of my life. And my sponsor likes to say anything, that's your number one priority in life is your higher power. So I made this girl my higher power. Did I mention she had a baby? I didn't mention that, did I? I never asked her where the baby came from, by the way. It just never came up in a conversation. I dated this woman for 4 months and never asked her where the baby came from. I found out, though. Christmas Eve, I'd left work, and I rented a Santa Claus outfit, and I got some gifts for the baby, and I went over to the house, and we were going to stay home and have a nice, quiet evening. No sooner than I get through the threshold of the house, the phone rings, and it's the baby's father, right? Just released from Dannemora State Prison, And for some pretty nasty stuff, by the way. We're not talking about trespassing and loitering. This guy was in for armed robbery with intent to kill or something. I don't know what he was in for, but he was a big guy, and he was outside the door. She made me go out, the back window. Thank God it was only the second floor, And I went out that back window, and my world ended the moment I went through that window. My world came crashing down. There was nothing left. And I went out that window. I didn't have a meeting list in my pocket. I didn't have a sponsor I could call. I didn't have a prayer in my heart. I had nothing except the same idiot I had brought into AA 10 months earlier and my bag of nonsense. I was without defense against the first drink. I had nothing between me and it. And we all know what it is. And it was like I was watching a movie. I walked out to my car. I put the car in drive. I went right into the city. I went to this, it's closed, I can say it now. I went to a place called Sally's on 6th Avenue, which was an adult entertainment establishment with alcohol. And I sat, and little Marie, the bartender, right, who'd been my bar mistress for whenever I had money in my pocket, actually. I actually hold a record. I'm the only guy in Billy's that was ever thrown out with money in his pocket, by the way. That shows you what kind of drunk I was, But I went in, and I went to my chair, and I wasn't going to drink. This is key. I wasn't going to drink. I was just going to go in, and sort of sort things out, and maybe say hello to the girls and say hello to the guys. I just wanted a place to, schmooze and just looking for some companionship and conviviality, I guess. And I go walk in, I sit down, and without saying a word, Marie slides a double Grand Marnier in front of me with the Rolling Rock back, says, "Good luck." And there it was. And I sat transfixed with this glass in front of me for about an hour. And I was staring at it, and, you know, my life flashed before my eyes. My life flashed before my eyes. I don't recommend this to anybody who's not prepared for the experience. I mean, there was no lying anymore. And I remember sitting down saying, no, I'm not an alcoholic. I haven't had a drink in 10 months. And I started thinking about it. Well, you know, maybe I am an alcoholic, but I'll tell you why. You know, I'm an alcoholic because my mommy didn't love me, and my daddy hit me, and I got fired from 52 jobs. Actually, make that 53 at this point, right? And my girlfriend threw me out of the house. And I did this for about an hour, and I reached out and I said the very last 2 words they said I would ever say if I picked up a drink again. And I'm a gentleman, I'm not going to say what those 2 words are, but I said those 2 words, and I inhaled it. And every little bit of good that AA had shoved in me in 10 months came sucking out of me like a vacuum. And I was right back. And the next 2 words were, I'm back. Those were the next 2 words that came, let's go. You know, I'll never forget that feeling. It was better than the, it was, so we can better start moving this along. Let's see. I met one of the girls. She came home for a visit, introduced me to something else which I had never experienced, and within 6 months, I was living in Owlshead Park in Brooklyn. And the last 6 months of that run, I was actually drinking Listerine and boosting car radios, right? And don't laugh when you hear Listerine. It's actually 86 proof. It's actually the same proof as Scotch. Okay, I got to fess up here. It wasn't Listerine, actually. It was Duane Reade mouthwash, which is the local drugstore. It's a little cheaper. It's, 99 cents. And my breath was not minty fresh, I assure you. My mother and various members of Alcoholics Anonymous attempted to throw a net on me. And I said, no, these guys are all suckers. Look at them. They get up, they go to work, they come home from work. It was the same nonsense as high school, except I was drinking, you know. What saved my life was May 25th, 1994, they found me face down in my box. They pronounced me dead at the scene, in the ambulance again. Apparently, I went into cardiac arrest 7 times. I was 117 pounds, and I was suffering from scurvy, if you can believe that, because I hadn't any fruit and vegetables in close to 6 months. I had lice in my eyes and my ears. I guess they call them ear mites, right? Is that within the ears? But, and I woke up in a hospital, handcuffed to the wall. Handcuffed to the wall. I should backtrack a little bit. My stepfather, who's going to kill me when he hears this, I got to be careful how I say this because it's being taped. Let's just say that my stepfather knew some boys in the neighborhood that had me constrained against my will for a couple of weeks. And one of these guys was a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous who stayed outside my door for 2 weeks. And Vito's job was to break my legs if I went out for a drink. So you might say I had an intervention. True story. So I woke up, handcuffed to the wall, and I remember my first time around in Alcoholics Anonymous, this is important, my first time around debating the various levels of surrender one must transcend through to get to the nirvana of the second step. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this kind of tripe coming out of somebody's mouth? But this is the way it was. I sat in the back with the psychologist in Inventory Row in the back, and this is what we talk about. And I remember looking up at the wall saying, okay, I get it. What's next? What's next? And I'm hanging on the wall here. I mean, I don't know if you try, trying to sleep with your arm up in the air like this. But in through the door walks Joe with a big book under his arms. Whoa, excuse me. With a big book under his arms. Now, I'll tell you something about Joe. Joe is the guy that used to sit in the front of the room and talk about God and scare the crap out of me. You know what I mean? I remember, one time sitting in a meeting with Joe at home group and getting really upset. The more he talked about God, the more I would hop my chair away from him. And I just harumphed myself literally to the other side of the room. See, I'm knocking the water around. I'm sorry about that, guys. And Joe comes up to me one day. He goes, "Kid, you look perturbed. What's on your mind?" I said, it's against my constitutional rights to hear about God in a country that professes, religious freedom. He goes, "Really? What's the matter? Don't you believe in God?" I go, "No." He goes, "For something you don't believe in, you're getting awful angry," is what he said to me. And all I could say was, oh. I could think of nothing really profound to say to him about that. So Joe comes into the hospital with the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous under his arms. And I was expecting to get a lecture from him, and he said, "Kid, how you doing?" And I said, "I ain't doing too good, obviously. What are you doing?" He goes, "I ain't doing too good either. I just found out I have throat cancer, and I'm going to die, kid. And I got to work with somebody, or I'm going to drink." He goes, "Do you mind if I tell you my story?" Do you mind? I still get goosebumps. "Do you mind if I tell you my story?" He did no preaching. He didn't speak down to me from any intellectual mountaintop. He told me his story, right? And Sarah, God bless her, she was talking this morning or this afternoon about being jealous of people that are able. This guy drank until he was like 50. I couldn't believe it. How do you do that? How do you drink till you're 50 and not wind up handcuffed to a wall? That's really what I wanted to know at that point. How can I do this and not wind up handcuffed to a wall? So Joe told me his story, and his story couldn't have been any different than mine, but they couldn't have been more similar. And finally, when we got to the end, they're like, "Wow, what do I got to do?" And he said, "I'm glad you asked." And he took out the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and we read the book, paragraph by paragraph. And you'd think the son of a gun would let me off the wall, but they were keeping a pretty close eye on me. We read the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous in 14 days. And God bless him for doing it. It changed my life. You know what I mean? He said, put a star next to everything in that book that reminds you of yourself. I had 267 stars in that book. I still have that book. First 63 pages basically asked me one question over and over and over and over again. "David, are you a moderate drinker? Are you a heavy drinker? Or are you a real alcoholic?" If a real alcoholic, Bill used all kinds of phrases: alcoholic of our type, alcoholic of our variety, alcoholic of our description, on and on. But are you one of us? If you are, you're screwed. Unless you may want to try what we found. That might help you. So we got to the jumping off place, page 63. Goes, "Kid, are you in it or not?" And, I did it. And here's the thing. Here's the big secret. Here's the thing I was looking for my first time around in AA. I said a third step prayer to a God I didn't believe in on page 63, but he believed in me. That's the miracle of this thing. I felt like a total fraud getting down on my knees and saying that prayer with him. I felt like a total fraud, And I got up from that, and he handed me the notebook, and we got to work. And we did that fourth step, and we did the 4 columns, just like it's outlined in a book. You know what I mean? And when it got time to do that fourth step, I thought I was going to get to tell this man my life story. And he's like, "Kid, I don't care about your life story because you've been telling your story your whole life. Read me that 4th column. Where are you? Selfish, self-centered, dishonest, and fearful. That's all I care about. Fear is the evil and corroding thread." And he beat into me over and over again, page 62. Selfishness and self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our problems. He beat that into me over and over again. And they let me out. 14 days later, I was out making 9-step amends. And I got to tell you, it's kind of difficult to make 9-step amends when you live in a Brooklyn men's shelter. I spent 6 months in the Brooklyn men's shelter and then 6 months in a furnished room. And Joe made it to just about my first anniversary before he passed on, but he got to give me my coin at my first anniversary, which was very cool. That's what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. Well, let me tell you a little story. I started working with another guy, a man by the name of David Joyce, who I mentioned earlier. And we've been working with David since 1995, so I guess he's been my sponsor for the last 11 years. And he was a real good influence on me, and he couldn't have been any more different than I was. David's a retired New York City lieutenant. You know what I mean? And I know some of you may not identify with this, but I got a little problem with authority. I don't get along well with cops, God love them. I'm not one of those idiot cop haters at meetings if there are any troopers or policemen around. I mean, no offense, but I just have a real problem with authority. And it's just like, again, our stories couldn't be any more different, but we couldn't be any more identical, and we couldn't love each other more. You know what I mean? So I worked with David a number of years, and we took a big book meeting into a correctional institution in New York City. And that alone was an experience because, every 3 months, we'd take 100 men, split them into 2 groups, read the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, go through the 12 chapters and go through the 12 steps, kick them out and do it again. And it was one of the most enriching experiences of my life. And the only way you can do that is if when you get to the fourth step, the fifth step actually, just look at that fourth column. And I'm not telling people not to look at the third column. Obviously, that's vitally important. But when you got to work with that many men, that's how you get through the work. Where you're selfish, self-centered, dishonest, and fearful. And it's very helpful. So we did this for a number of years, and my life began to change. I went from collecting bottles in sobriety to washing dishes to waiting tables again. I started tinkering around with computers. We got to remember something. 30 years old, I thought my life was over. You know what I mean? I thought it was the end of the line. I mean, wow, I couldn't get any worse than this. I'm 30 years old and I'm in AA. You know what I mean? And we don't have a young people's organization up north that I'm aware of. So, I was in there with, and now there's a lot more young people in AA, thank God, but there wasn't many around when I was getting sober. So I went from, really collecting bottles to washing dishes to waiting tables to tinkering around with computers to fixing them and then to repairing them professionally. And about 5 years ago, I got the job I have now, which is I work on Wall Street and I manage a computer department. And that's not bad for a guy who used to wet his pants and sleep in a box. And I owe that all. Well, not since I drank actually. About wet in the bed, but I owe that all to Alcoholics Anonymous. But I tell you, one of the greatest events of my sobriety was when I was 7 years sober, feeling very much the accomplished sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I got in front of my home group and I took my coin and I thanked my sponsor and I told everybody how wonderful it was to have gone through the steps so many times with so many men. And my sponsor interrupted me. It was about 150 people in the room, and he said, "Excuse me?" I said, it's wonderful to have gone through the steps so many times. He said, "Have you actually finished your ninth step, David?" I go, "What do you mean? Have you finished it?" And I go, "Well, no." He goes, "Then sit down," because he was getting pretty fed up. And the reality is, here's the reality. The reality is that I was coasting. And, I ride a bicycle. Any fellow bicyclists in here? Yeah, anybody like to ride the bicycle? I'm a cyclist. I'm an amateur one, but I love to ride. And the only way you can coast is downhill. You don't coast uphill. I had just bought, my first car in sobriety, and it was a luxury German automobile. And I bought it basically so I could, cruise in front of the sober coffee shop and look cool. That was really why I bought the car, to be perfectly honest with you. I can tell you that 5 years down the road. Talking about an ego. How'd you like to get sober with this guy, right? So that's where I was going. I just bought my own apartment, and my sponsor, I actually had to take a look at my ninth step again, and I still owed about $50,000 in ninth step amends. And all these people were on a $20 plan. Like I was saying, this one $20, that one $20. And my sponsor suggested that, I get honest financially, and I cleared my bank account out, and I paid back everybody I owed. And I got that back like 10 times. That's the amazing thing, in a few short years later. It's like this thing in AA, you put a quarter in a meter of sobriety, you get back $10. It's just unbelievable. No matter how much you give, you always get an overwhelming amount back, So I want to talk about a couple of my final ninth step stories real quick, if I could. The last wedding I remember my family inviting to was my cousin's wedding, and I got very drunk. And I don't remember anything except that my mother and my sister stopped talking for about 10 years as a result of my behavior at the wedding. And so about 5 years ago, I went to visit my sister. And you got to remember something. I'd been looking for my father my entire life. That was a very big point for me, not being separated from my dad when I was young. I didn't know my uncles. I didn't know my grandparents. So I went to visit my aunt and my cousin to apologize for the wedding. And at first, they didn't want to hear it. It took 3 phone calls to get in the door. This is why I'm so used to pointing at the steps, I'm sorry. This is why step 9's on the bottom. You have to be ready for it, good and bad. I did the easy ones first. The hard ones are the ones that really bring you home, So I went and I made this amends, and I went to the door. And at first they didn't want to let me in. Then they let me in, but they were hemming and hawing. And then they showed me the pictures of me. Any small children in here? Taking a leak on a wedding cake. And they had this in black and white and video, and they made me watch it over and over and over again. I don't even remember it. And the thing about crow is, crow is best eaten when it's fresh. When it's 10 years old, it's really ugly and it gets rancid. And I made the amends, and I told them that I was, a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and is there anything I can do to fix this? I mean, I know I destroyed your wedding, but is there anything I can do to fix it? And they were actually pretty cool about it after the point, and the night went, I'm not going to tell you it was peaches and cream, and they welcomed me back the first day, although that relationship has been repaired. But my Uncle Jimmy pulled me aside at the end of the day, and he goes, David, if your mother knew that I gave this to you, she'd kill me, but, your mother and I haven't spoken in a number of years. I know where your Aunt Margaret is. And he knew where my father's sister was. And she was in Jacksonville, Florida, as is the rest of the family. So I ran home with this number, and I sort of felt a little bit like the Dead Zone with Stephen King, like I had this number from 50 years in the past. You know what I mean? I didn't know if it was the appropriate thing to call it. So I called it, and I introduced myself to my Aunt Margaret, and she was really pleasant. She gave me the lowdown on the whole family. She goes, but I got something to tell you. It's kind of embarrassing, but you have a right to know. Your father had a twin brother, Uncle Gussie. I go, really? She goes, yeah, and today is his first day in rehab. And I said, oh, that's wonderful. You know what I mean? So she didn't get the joke, but I thought it was pretty cool. So I went down a few weeks later. I met the entire family, and it was wonderful, except for Uncle Gus, who was in rehab and washing school buses. Apparently, the state of Florida had a thing in him also. And I went down a month later. I met my Uncle Gus, and it was cool. I was spending every other month in Florida taking my Uncle Gussie to AA meetings, and it was a lot like taking my father to AA, because he looked like my uncle, like my father. He acted like my father, and he sounded like my father. You know what I mean? He actually was identical, except he's about this big. You know what I mean? The last 9-step amends I had, which was huge, was there's a deli I used to work for in Brooklyn back in the late 70s, and I wasn't a big time robber. I was a cash register thief. I used to go out on deliveries with change for 20, and I'd never bring the change back. You know what I mean? And the 12 and 12 talks about alcohol as being a rapacious creditor, and they were wrong. My sponsor's a rapacious creditor. My sponsor charges 30% interest on loans. So we sat down, we did the math, and we figured out that I owed this guy about $1,000, right? So I actually had to go look this guy up, and it turns out that this poor guy had passed away a couple years earlier. But I found his wife in Staten Island, and his wife agreed to see me after 3 phone calls. Again, think about 9-step. You got to be careful. I mean, we do wreckage in our past. These people aren't exactly happy to see us. You know what I mean? We have to make a case in some cases, except when to do so would injure them or others. But I didn't even tell her I was in AA initially. I just told her that I was, at a point in my life where I was re-examining my past behaviors, and I just wanted to clear things up, and would she mind, making some time for me? And I went and I saw her at a job in Brooklyn. She worked for the phone company, and she came over to me very trepidatiously. I can tell that she was a little concerned. Think about it. Some guy wants to see you with, what the heck does this guy want? And I told her what I had done to her. I offered her this money. And I asked her if there's anything else I could do to make things right, for the harms I had done them. It turns out that not only did they lose that delicatessen, but the father died a helpless and hopeless alcoholic. And she had a daughter and a son, and they had just canceled the daughter's prom because they didn't have any money for a dress or a car. So I was able to hand this woman money, and I'm not going to say she was grateful to see me, but I am going to say she was grateful to have that envelope in her hand. You know what I mean? And I went back to my car and I wept like a baby. I wept because I actually felt physically removed from alcohol. The desire to drink was ripped out of me. You know what I mean? Like our book says on, page, I think it's 84 or 85, we're placed in a position of neutrality, neither fighting nor afraid. You know what I mean? That the feeling will just come. We don't have to fight for it. I was recovered from alcoholism on that day. And AA to present day is, if I was any more serene, I'd be dead. You know what I mean? I got a terrific life. I just got my braces off 6 months ago. Just for the new people, when you're spiritually pure, your teeth straighten out. That's what happens. Actually, I stole that from Clancy, actually. That's not mine. I graduated from Pace University. I was the second oldest graduating student in the graduating class. I also graduated second in my class, and I just started Columbia University for my graduate degree, which I'm very pleased at. And it's not about the cash and prizes. Thank you. It's not about the cash and prizes, and it's not about the fancy cars. It's about my relationship with God. I walk with God. I got this. I try to walk with God. I do my best to be a loving example of His healing power. Again, this card and a dozen roses. Remember, faith. Faith is what got me here. Faith is what keeps me here. And faith is what keeps me coming back here. And I got to tell you, you guys have been so wonderful, so loving, so terrific, so supporting. I want to thank the committee. I want to thank the taper. Tapers never get thanked enough. And I want to thank you guys for letting me tell you my story. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
My name's Rick, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm going to take my jacket off. I'm melting here. I used to drink, Before I start telling my story, I want to thank Lori and the committee from the bottom of my heart. This is such a thrill for me to be here. I'm not highly educated. For the newcomers, I'm no authority on alcoholism or AA. I'm just a guy with a story. And I used to drink. Boy, did I used to drink. And it was the one thing I did really well. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you to the committee and Barry for dragging me around and pointing out every meeting room in town. Anyways, I used to drink, and I really loved booze. I loved everything about it. I was so crazy about booze that I remember a story where a bunch of us were about 18 and we were drinking whiskey one night. And every time we took a big drink of whiskey, we'd shiver and go, oh, like that. And we decided that that was a whiskey orgasm. And I made the mistake of going to my family doctor, a little fella from India, and I told him that I thought I was having whiskey orgasms. And this little East Indian fellow, Dr. J, he says, oh, Richard, you silly ass. That is your gag reflex. That's your stomach contents trying to come out your nose. But man, I still love booze, He later put me on antabuse and did all sorts of wonderful things for me. But man, I love booze. But I should tell you about me first. I'm one of 4 children from a family that was part Irish and part Scottish. And today that makes wonderful sense to me, because half of me always wanted to drink and the other half never wanted to pay. Never wanted. But I like booze. And this was an interesting family, and I didn't know it was interesting. I had a much older brother who was 14 years older than me. I had a sister who was 6.5, 7 years older than me, and then a younger sister who was 7 years old, or younger than me. And so my mother had babies 21 years, every 7 years. And so the joke in our house was my father got the 7-year itch and stayed home. And it was a different house than any of the other kids in the neighborhood, because I had a sister who was severely cerebral palsy. And she was confined to a wheelchair and wore braces. And our house was different because I'm old enough to know that healthcare as we know it today didn't start till 1964. So we had huge issues about income and feeding the family and dealing with braces and sustagen and brain surgeries. And my sister constantly had seizures, and she had to have physiotherapy every night. And it was just a different house. But we also had all sorts of fundraising activities going on in our house. My parents put on a thing called, with a television network, a cerebral palsy telethon. And it was on this global in those days. And so it was an exciting house to grow up in as well, because there was always a party. There was always excitement. There was always people coming and going. And they'd roll up all the furniture in the basement, and they'd have dances. And the mayor's wife would come over and get drunk and make a pass at my wife. Or my dad, I should say. And I'll have to talk slower. I am half Irish. Anyways, I guess for me, booze was always part of the family thing, and my house may have not been normal by most standards, but it was the only thing I knew. So it was normal. It was very normal, and there was lots of excitement. But the first time I drank, something happened to me. There was a bunch of kids in the neighborhood, and we got together, and we were going to go camping down at the river, and we must have been 12, 13 or whatever. And we got a great big peanut butter jar. I think it was Skippy. I'm not sure. And it was cleaned out, and we filled it with vodka and rum and rye and scotch, and it was brutal, I guess. But it went around the campfire, and all the other guys were spitting it out, and they were foolish. I mean, come on. And within an hour, the lights went out because I drank it all. And I came to in the back of a policeman's car in someone else's clothes. Why do people laugh at that, you know? Apparently I'd spit up on myself, and we'd gone carousing in the neighborhood, and the police picked me up and brought me home. And till the day I die, bleary-eyed and pimple-faced and a snot-faced kid, I remember exactly what my father said. He said, "Son, if you can't handle that stuff, you leave it alone." And I had a keen mind. I don't know that it was alcoholic or not. I now get into this stuff, whether I was born alcoholic or not. Who cares? I'm here. But my father said that to me, and I thought, I'll try harder. My keen mind said, I'll show you. And I got good at drinking. Now, it wasn't planned that I come here and stand up here in my best suit and tell my story. That wasn't the plan with this. The plan was I wanted to get high and listen to the fiddler, you know. I wanted to have a good time. And I had a lot of fun with AA, or with alcoholism. And I'm nervous. It must be important to me to be here. Yeah. Anyways, just about every time I drank, I'd have blackouts. And my behavior at first in the blackouts wasn't that bad, but it became more and more bizarre the longer I drank. And more embarrassing, and the stories got wilder and stupider. And I was the kind of drunk, if pink elephants drank, they would have seen me, you know. I was a goof. I mean, I was just out of control the whole time. My wife used to say, after I got married, she'd say, 1 minute you'd be fine. And then I'd look over, and apparently I'd become snot-bubbling drunk again, you know. And it was like flipping a light switch, and I'd go to overload. And I was always saying the wrong thing at the perfect time, you know, at the perfect time. You're talking about me bringing a chocolate cake through the airport. My one airport story is my brother drove me from London, Ontario to Toronto so that I could fly back to Vancouver, where I was living at that time. And we drank a bottle of whiskey between us on the way in a convertible and drove to Toronto. And when we got there, of course, it was back in the old Skybus days. And there was a huge lineup for Skybus. It was like a $99 flight type thing. And I said to my brother, I really got to pee. And he says, give me your ticket and I'll get your boarding pass. I thought, you know, whatever, it's going to take an hour. And I came back a few minutes later and he had a boarding pass. And I said, how did you get that? And he said, oh, little brother, I got pulled around here. Well, I didn't think much of it. And then he hugged me. And as he's hugging me, he leans in my ear and he says, and by the way, you've just had a heart attack. Here comes your wheelchair. And that was definitely not funny because I was going to get sober on an airplane on a 5-hour flight back to Vancouver, and they were not going to give me a drink because I went on a wheelchair. And as a matter of fact, they got very thin-lipped about that. Yeah. But I was, to tell you a little more about me, I was a child of the late 50s and early 60s, and I had a learning disability that today is no big deal. It's called dyslexia. And in those days, it was unknown. And so I was strapped a lot in school. So about the time I really started liking booze, I was working part-time in this little restaurant. And the short order cook had a stroke. And one night they handed me a hamburger turner and an apron. And I fell in love with the idea of becoming a chef, you know. I think I was, in my mind, I thought I was going to become a connoisseur. But by then I was already a common sewer. And I've never sipped a drink in my life. I've always guzzled. I've always chug-a-lug-a-lugged, and till it came out my nose. And so I went on this thing, and I got my papers. I became a papered chef. I have a Red Seal diploma thing, and almost got thrown out of chef school for being drunk and disorderly in class, and I had all sorts of problems and issues with trying to get along with the other kids. I was never a lover when I was a drinker. About the time it made sense, forget it. And I was never a fighter. In all fairness, I did have a medical problem. I didn't have any guts. And I always loved George Carlin's line. He always said, "Do what you want to the girl, but leave me alone." And that was me. I was not getting in any fights. It was not going to happen. I was a talker, and I talked myself out of quite a few bad situations that I talked myself into. But I really, did I like drinking. Man, I like drinking. And I had a buddy, and he and I we were constantly getting picked up by the police. You know, I was charged with underage drinking 3 times before I turned 18 years old. And I grew up in a nice city, a very nice town, and London, Ontario. For those of you who are from there, I know there's a couple. There you are. And but it was, I mean, I didn't have a bad childhood. I didn't have a bad family. I had the kind of father that in public, I never heard my father say anything unkind about my mom. You know, he treated her royally when he was out in public. Alone, he used to refer to her as that thin-lipped Presbyterian woman. And I recognize thin lips these days, trust me. But he treated her, they were in love. And in my life, I wanted to have that in my life. I really did. I'm not one of these guys that wanted to get rich and drive a Rolls Royce, unless she was rich and gave me one. The other part involved work, and I was allergic. I used to break out in sweat when I'd get close to it. But I was a drunk, and I never knew when the lights were going to go out. And that was terrifying to me, you know, because I wanted to perform well. I wanted to do this thing the right way. I was working in one of the most exclusive country clubs in Canada. I was working as the sous chef, that's second in command. And this little brunette bounces into my life. And she's Irish Catholic, and I was, you know, Protestant, so orange and green. I guess that's brown. And she was amazing because she laughed at all my jokes, you know. And we had a honeymoon partying. We went dancing and drinking and carrying on. And drinking in those days for me wasn't a bad thing. It was sweaty bodies thrashing around on dance floors. We went out and we boogied, and we had a ball. And then I got charged with impaired driving again, and I got really scared, so I proposed to her. But it was romantic. It really was, because I really wanted to be that guy that she'd look across the table and say, that's my guy. And she'd give me that look. Guys, you know that look? Me either. I think she's getting Alzheimer's. She starts to laugh at my jokes again, so I'm going to get her to a doctor. But really, I really wanted to be a whole guy. I wanted to be that kind of husband and that kind of dad, and not father knows best. You know, I wanted to have fun too. And we laughed a lot, and we really had a lot of fun when we're dating. And I'd take her home after dates, and then I'd go home and drink till I passed out. I was in heaven. It was a little schizophrenic. There was two little lives going on here. But I really, I wanted to be her old man. You know, I wanted her to be proud and hold my hand when we go out in public, you know. And inside I was just terrified because I knew I was going to screw it up. And so the date came. And I remember what my dad said. He said, oh, son, are you sure you want to do this to her? You know. And the day she walked up the aisle, she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life, young woman. And I used to joke. I was so insensitive. I used to joke that on the day we got married, we looked like a brand new house. She was all painted up, and I was freshly plastered. And that's not totally true. My wife's never worn makeup. And but then we started what I called for years was our dance of the wounded sparrow. Our marriage would flutter up and drop, and flutter up and drop. The dance of the wounded sparrow. And so yeah, by then I really had to drink. And my wife had, while I was dating her, she was in nursing school, becoming a registered nurse. And I was cooking, and telling everyone I was a chef, of course. I remember I worked at this little restaurant and was telling everyone how I was a chef, and this old Cockney waitress said, listen, Bob, you may think you're a chef, but you're nothing but a sweaty, hairy arse cook. I experienced that today with the hamburgers and hot dogs. Thank you, Barry. That was fun. Yeah. But it was like schizophrenia. It was me wanting to be someone, and with the pain and fear of actually who I was. And as it went on, she stopped laughing. And that hurt. Because I wanted it to continue. And I blame her, of course. You know, it was her fault, of course, because she was getting serious. You know, I'd come home 3 a.m. drunk, and she'd say, drunk again. I'd go, me too, you know. And she wouldn't laugh. Nothing I could do would bring her back, the girl I had been dating. And I used to tell everybody we have this love-hate relationship. The classic love-hate relation. What a load of bull, you know. I thought the opposite of love was hate. The opposite of love is not hate. I was 7 years sober when I discovered the opposite of love is indifference. And my wife used to look at me and she'd say, why do you lie? Why do you sneak around and lie? Because I'd get about a layer of 5 or 6 lies, and they're hard to keep track of, right? Especially with a hangover. And that oily sweat from the night before, you know. And that hard to grin, you know. And she'd say, if you really loved me, why do you lie? And I didn't know that I didn't love her, or that I did love her. I didn't understand. The reason that I'd sneak around and lie was because I didn't want to hurt her again. I didn't want to let her down one more time. I really didn't want to disappoint her again. And it tore my heart up between drunks. It really tore my heart up. And now I married Irish Catholic. Now there's Irish, there's Catholic, and there's Irish Catholic. And the problem with that is, if you don't have kids really quick, they think there's something wrong with dad. You know, And I wasn't even sleeping in the same room half the time, you know. And my wife and I had decided that it was probably in better interest of a child and both of us that we never have children, because we never knew when I was going to twist off and disappear for a couple days. I was a traveling drunk. I would come to at my steering wheel doing 90 going, where am I? And I was a terrible driver and drinker. And so what happened was I got an opportunity to change careers, and I became a coffee salesman. I worked for Maxwell House in Edmonton. I took a job in Edmonton. I was the last drip. I once went to a national sales meeting, and they brought me up at the front. In those days, traveling salesman, we had rapid drafts and travel letters. And a rapid draft was to do business. It was a checkbook to do business. And the travel letter was how you wrote up your expenses, so you didn't have to have your checks sent out. And I had a lousy year that year, and they asked me to come up to the front of this sales meeting in front of 300 people. And the gentleman said, we have a special award tonight for Rick Killen here. He had the highest expenses in November, and I forget what the amount was. He says, we have this holster for his rapid draft and his travel letter. Oh, and as well, he never left Edmonton. Not funny. And but I was the company was feeding me booze. And there came that fateful day. I got charged with impaired again. And I went to court. And I was, my lawyer and I was in a bit of a blackout. My lawyer and I were convinced that we could beat this case. So we get into courtroom, and he didn't do his work, and I didn't remember. And the cop got up there, and they have those little black books. And he opened it up, and he said, I pulled Mr. Killen over at so-and-so street and so-and-so avenue. He rolled down his window, handed me his driver's license, his ownership, rolled up his window, and drove away. So I didn't look at my lawyer, because I knew if he was laughing, I was screwed, right? And when I finally were able to look at him, he was giving me that funny look, and we're making eyes at each other, and the police officer went on to say, I subsequently pulled the accused over 4 blocks later. He leaped from his car, ran to my window, and yelled, what the F do you want now? So this time I did get the corner of my eye thing with my lawyer, and his shoulders were going, and he was looking at the floor. And so there were 2 words I had for him, and they were plead guilty. And so I came home to that house. We had a beautiful little house in the west end of Edmonton. And I came home to my wife, and for 8 years of marriage and 3 years of dating, we had played this Dance of the Wounded Sparrow, where I would get drunk and misbehave and do my stupidity thing, and she would get very sullen, very quiet, very hurt, and wouldn't talk to me. And so I'd wait till the precise moment, and I'd push her buttons emotionally, and she'd explode on me, and she'd get all this anxiety and energy out, and then I'd offer her alternatives. So in the big book where it talks about drinking wine only and all that stuff, you know, that wonderful stuff in the 3rd chapter. Oh, baby, I was there with my wife. But this day I thought, I'll try a new tact. And I had this plan, and it was perfect in my mind. I came home and I said, you know, this is really tough. Maybe I should move out. And I thought, she's going to say, oh, honey, you poor thing. She packed. Hour and a half later, I'm standing on the porch with my matching alcoholic luggage, a pair of green garbage bags, going, wait a minute. This is not what I planned. This is not quite what I expected. But I'll show her. And 5 or 6 weeks later, I'd lost 25 to 30 pounds. My eyes were yellow. I had those little sores you get on your back when you lay on a mattress and drink, and then wake up and then drink. And I think they're called wine sores. I was absolutely defeated. I owed a lot of money, and I knew I couldn't pay it back. I'd had a seizure. Anybody here not had a seizure? That's a really special thing. your whole world starts to look like it's wrapped in saran wrap, and you feel like a high voltage electrical wire with no insulation, and you know you're going down. And I went down. I tried to get to the grass, but I did it on the sidewalk, and I did one of these, the involuntary break dancing. And the whole side of my head had a scab on it. I had a half a Caesar look for about 3 weeks. But that was how I was coming to bottom. And I went through a treatment center, and then I had to drink a couple times after that and come back to AA and detox in the rooms. And the thing that happened to me that happens to so many people, my first meeting was 1975, and I got sober on August 8th, 1985. And the thing that happened to me that happens to so many people in AA is I ran out of gas. And when we tell our stories for the newcomers, when we tell our stories, it's what it was like, and you've heard a bit of that. What happens is hugely spiritually significant to me. I couldn't fight anything or anybody when I came back that last time. I was absolutely empty. Could not fight anything or anybody. And I came back to AA one more time. I didn't have anywhere else to go. And it was my old home group, and I was the Youngstown group in the west end of Edmonton. And there was old George was there, old tired George. And he wore this little brown leisure suit, looked like a blue jean jacket, and he had a pen protector in his pocket, and he talked real soft. And I come back to AA one more time, and he'd say, "What's your sober date this time, Rick?" And I wanted to puke, And then he looked at his pen, he went, "Oops," and he put it back in his pocket and took out a pencil, One more time. And when I kept coming back, it was like they were saying to me, "Rick, Rick, Rick," Oh man, not again. But I came back this one last time, and there was a little gal in that group just taking her 3rd birthday, and she'd been making coffee for 3 years, and she said something warm and fuzzy like, "Hey, stupid," or "Hey, you," or that's how it sounded like to me at that time. She probably said, "Rick, I'm tired of this. Can you help me out?" Now, I'm a Red Seal chef, and when I was a young chef, I'd been on a cooking team that had cooked for Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. I thought I had a resume, And I was the last drip. And they asked me to make coffee, and I went home and I became abjectly terrified that you would not like my coffee. If there were ever a group of people on the face of the earth that are more palate fatigued than us, right? So I went out and I bought Colombian coffee beans. That's before that was fashionable, long before Starbucks. And I ground them just right. And I made that coffee just right. And no one said one word. But I laid out the literature and I made the coffee and I started to live like I believed it might work. I didn't think it was going to work. I didn't think it was going to work for me. I'd been in and out for years. And the miracle in AA happens. And it happens a lot when we're doing that sort of thing, because I'd be setting up the literature table and setting up the coffee and doing all that stuff. And other guys just like me who weren't going to go home because their wife lived there too were there, and we started talking. And I started losing my fear of those people, And I was separated. We'd split the house. She had the inside and I had the outside. And if she was going to have that house, I wanted half the money or something, right? And so we got some counseling. And we discovered that for years we'd talked at each other. All our conversations started with you. You always, you never, you son of... You know what I mean. And we didn't talk to each other. And I didn't know how. And I didn't know how to be a husband. But I made a huge mistake. I came to AA and I started to talk. And if you don't want to stay here, don't talk, right? Because some poor slob job came up to me and said, "Will you be my sponsor?" And I said, "Why, of course." And then I thought I better get a sponsor and find out what the hell they do. So I picked this guy with a big Irish grin. He looked like a cop. And I know you think your sponsor is special, but God sent me as paint salesman, okay? And Terry was an amazing man, and I loved that man, and what he did for my life is amazing. And he didn't tell me to do steps. He didn't push me to do steps. He did steps with me. And I didn't take the steps anywhere. They're still there. I don't belong to the program of AA. I'm honored to be here, but I don't belong to the program of AA. I belong to the fellowship of AA, and that's the other thing he did to me. He gave me jobs. He gave me new best friends. He gave me purpose. And my purpose was there to clean damn ashtrays and to stack chairs. My purpose was to go over to the newcomers and help them. He noticed that I wasn't doing very well at home. Like before I got sober, I'd say to Terry, I'd say, if I don't get my wife, when I was first getting sober, if I don't get my wife back, I think we're going to drink. And then I got her back. For 5 years, I'd say, Terry, if she doesn't leave, I'm drinking, And it had nothing to do with her. It had absolutely nothing to do with her. And everything to do with my sickness. But I was so busy in AA and having a ball, I came to believe in AA by living like I believed it would work. In other words, I rolled up my sleeve and I became you. I got a fellowship. And then this sponsee comes to me one day and he says, I want to do a step 3. And I said, no problem. My wife's working Thursday night and I was back in my house by then. I said, come over Thursday night and we'll do a step 3. And I went home in a terror, a panic. I didn't want to tell my sponsor. I didn't know anything about it. So I looked it up, and it's right after how it works. And for me, that was where the program of recovery started, was after A, B, and C. Because the next line in that, it says, being convinced. We were now at step 3. Being convinced of what? And that's what we discussed, what we were convinced of. And then we got on our knees, and purely by mistake and by the grace of God, I did my first real step 3. And doing it with another human being turned out to be one of the most powerful things in starting my road to recovery, because it was no longer a secret that I was getting sober. No longer a secret at all. As a matter of fact, now I had to look good to this jackass or he was going to pass me. My first run at step 4 was brutal because to me it was a grocery list. Okay, if I do this, this, and this, I'll be wonderful. I won't have to wait till February to walk on the water. I'll be good. And it wasn't that at all. And to make that step spiritual, there's a real sneaky way about forgiveness in there. It suggested that I look at the people that had hurt me on my resentment list and come to see them as being perhaps spiritually sick, perhaps sneaky. Eh? When I prayed for them, I didn't realize what I was doing, but I was offering them their humanity. I was allowing them to be sick people. And when they were sick people, I woke up one day and I didn't feel so bad about me, and I was able to be a hell of a lot more honest about some of the secrets. And I was able to get a lot of the secrets out the first go-around, and then got them all out the second go-around. And then 6 and 7, I got careful. And at one point, and that's not what it says. It doesn't say make a decision to get really careful and drive everyone crazy and pretend you're wonderful. It doesn't say that at all. What it was an invitation for me to trust God and get on with the business of living and start living instead of existing and looking over my own shoulder. And what an amazing journey that's been. There's only one thing I suffer from in my program today, and that's not trusting God. Old CC used to tell a joke, and I love Irish jokes, and the joke is about a rabbi and a priest, and it's not dirty. And they're sitting beside the boxing ring, and there's a little Jewish guy and a little Irish Catholic boy, and they're about to box. And the priest and the rabbi are sitting there with their arms folded, looking at each other sideways, when the Catholic boy drops to one knee and he crosses himself. And the rabbi says to the priest, he says, so what's with that? What does that mean? The old Irish priest says, not a bloody thing if he can't fight. And in step 7, if I don't trust God, doesn't matter how much I think I can change me or how much I want to change me, I got to trust God to get on with the business of living. And I got to get out there and dance like nobody's watching. I don't dance, girls. But I got to get on with that. I really got to step out there and make it my life and trust God. And step 8 and 9, what miracles that is. When I got a list and I looked at it and I talked to my sponsor about it, there were people there I could never say anything to, I thought, because I would cause a hell of a lot more damage than I do good. A hell of a lot more. And so what I discovered was that I needed to take a deep breath in step 8 so that when I did look at step 9, I could do it with some sort of confidence and some sort of caring and not do it just to make me feel better. And the toughest step 9 in the world for me was my father, because my father was still drinking. Now, my dad was one hell of a guy. He was the funniest man I ever met. He used to say to me, he'd say, "Son, we really love you, but you had an older sister that was cerebral palsy. Please understand we love you, but buddy, you were strained through rubber, He had a strange sense of humor, but he was the funniest man I ever knew and a really warm-hearted guy. But he was drunk, and I didn't know how to make amends to him. And one night he called me and he said, "Son, I think I'm going to die." He says, "My liver's shut down and I'm swelling up with fluid." And I went to my meeting and I said to my sponsor, I said, "Terry, I don't know what to do. I think he's going to die." And I didn't make amends to my mom because I was still drinking when she died. And I know how empty that feels. What do I do about that? And he said, what sponsors give you those big long speeches, right? He said, "I don't know, he'll be dead for a long time." So I went home from my home group at 9:30 at night. I said to my wife, "We have the money, I have the time. I want to go see my daddy before he dies." And twice I brought my dad from London, Ontario, out to Edmonton, and I took him to the Camel Club. Now, my dad didn't get sober, but an interesting thing happened. I shared my story with him, and I shared it all. I let him know exactly who I really was. By then, I'd done a step 5, so none of that stuff scared me anymore. That's the real joy. I could share then once I was not afraid of it anymore. And what happened was, my dad felt comfortable enough when he understood I wasn't there to save him anymore, and I'd stopped trying to save him, and he shared his story with me. And here was a guy whose father had one arm. He had 6 brothers and 2 sisters. They lived through the Depression, and my father had 2 full-time jobs in the Depression. He went into the Second World War as a wireless air gunner and had a horrible job in the war. He bombed the Portuguese fishing fleet because there might have been submarines under it. Had nightmares all his life. I was an amateur as a drunk compared to my dad. I had nothing going on in my life. And I came to understand my real truth. And, when all the what ifs and the yeah buts and all that bad history is all cleaned up, the things I cling to today are the gifts my dad had and the gifts my dad was able to give me. And step 12 is a whole, 11 and 12 are a whole different new way of life. Step 11, I was the kind of guy, I'd get up in the morning and I'd hit the alarm clock about 4 times, that little button. An alcoholic designed that, I'm convinced. Because I'd be 20 minutes late, I'd run through a scalding shower, I'd get in my car, I'd be driving through traffic, waving at all my new friends with one finger. "You're number 1!" Yeah, and I get to work 20 minutes late, and knowing that today was the day I was going to be fired because I wasn't performing my job right. That's what I brought from AA, and I was sober like that. Prayer and meditation is a time for me to catch my breath and start over. Working with others has been not working. If there's one thing in the big book, if I had the power to change, would be take the word working out, because it's been the greatest joy. And to get to tell you that, I'm going to have to tell you a bit about my family life, and this is my favorite part of my talk. I married Irish Catholic, and the family thought there was something wrong with me. So she got smarter and prettier after I got sober. She did. There's no question in my mind she was damn near as pretty as when I married her. She might have had a little baggage, and we'll get through that, right? So we started trying to have a family. My wife is a nurse. She's a labor and delivery nurse. So she knows about that stuff. So after about 3 hours of not getting pregnant, I learned all about not wearing tight jeans, not sitting in hot bathtubs, alarm clocks, calendars, thermometers, midnight performances. And when we still didn't get pregnant, we had a heart-to-heart talk, and we decided that maybe we could adopt. So I went to my sponsor and I said, there's a social worker coming into my house. This is right around step 3 time. And I said, do I tell them I'm in AA? Do I risk everything and tell this social worker that I'm in AA? And he gave me one of those long sponsor speeches. He says, I don't know, Rick, what's the right thing to do? He never told me what to do. He was a strong man, you know. He resisted that temptation. And so I went home. I thought, you rotten old fart, you know. And I got home, and the night the social worker came over with her oversized purse and her pads and her pens, and she gets all settled in. And I walked in the living room, and I said, I'm in AA. Would you like a cup of tea? And I ran in the other room. And 3 weeks later, I'm sitting at the last drip's desk. My office phone goes off, and the woman says, hello. My name is Elaine R. Or she said her last name. She says, I am not your social worker. I am the department head. I understand you think you want to adopt. And then she paused, and it seemed like 3 days. Might have been 30 seconds. I don't know. She played with me for sure, because the next thing that came out of her mouth was, she says, as an adoptive couple, we think you're great. And I really liked what you said Saturday night at the Camel Club. And I thought, and you'd think I'd invented God for about a month, you know. Oh, yeah, he was on my team. And a short time later, my wife and I went into this private adoption thing, and we brought home a beautiful son, you know, and I was terrified. I didn't know how to be a dad. I didn't know how to be a husband, for God's sakes. You know, I just wanted to be the guy on the other side of the table, right? And now I learned all about diapers and all that stuff. And I didn't know anything about that. I was working as a sponsor by then. And what I discovered, one of the great truths in AA is there's no real right and wrong in AA. No offense if you think you've got it fixed, you know. But there sure are a hell of a lot of examples of what to do and examples of what not to do. And you got to pay attention to both, because they're all real important to you as you go along. Anyways, this kid started growing up, and the next thing you know, the phone rings. The adoption agency says, we've got a beautiful little girl for you. We brought her home. We named her Sarah. Her due date was January 28th, 1992. And she came home. And in Canada, a birth mother has 10 days to change her mind. 6 days later, the phone rang, and we gave Sarah back. And I'll never forget that day, because I was standing at my customer's desk, and my beeper went off. I had a beeper then. Cell phones were too big to carry. Cords were too long. And then, so I took the call, and I said to my wife, and she told me, she says, she wants Sarah back. And every fiber of my being wanted to hate and resent that young girl. How dare she do that to us, you know? Doesn't she know who I think I am? And I picked up the phone and I called my sponsor and I said, I don't know what to do. And he said, you give me another long speech. And Terry said, what's the right thing to do? And I thought, asshole. I'm never getting a straight answer from this guy, I guess. And what happened was I went home and my wife and I discussed it. And the right thing to do was we had no right putting any pressure on her. Good, sober people do the right thing, and we show grace and dignity. And we took Sarah back to the adoption agency, and we never saw that birth mom again, or Sarah. We took all the gifts that all my friends in AA had given us, and we took Sarah back. That May, old gray-haired lady comes to me, and she says, Rick, you're not going to believe this, but I'm pregnant. And I said, Joanne, you're right. I don't believe you. I walked over to the window, and I'm standing there staring out the window, and Joanne says, I just told you I'm 39 years old. I just told you I'm pregnant. You're looking out the window. And I said, well, honey, the last time this happened, there were 3 wise men and a virgin from the east, and I ain't missing it. We named him Luke. And Luke's just like Dad. He's got dyslexia. But we know about it, and we know how to treat it, and we know how to work with it. And my wife works a lot hard at it. See, we're not all that well yet. She's still the bad cop, and I'm the good cop, right? Yeah. And we're working on that, you know. I say I get tough now and then too, but he's an amazing young man as well. And the neatest thing is my kids would come home from school and they'd say, Dad, this kid picked on me, or this kid did that, or that kid did that. And I'd say, what is that an example of, son? Is that an example of what to do or what not to do? See, my boys, they got sponsored by a guy with a rush cut. They got their common sense from a paint salesman. Because that's how AA works, right? There are no real authorities in AA. We're just all hanging on to each other's ass and trying to get through the day. I guess if there's been a gift in AA that is totally undefinable for me, it's been the God thing for me. When I made amends to my dad shared a story with me. When I was 7 years old, my older sister, or 6 years old, my parents put my older sister in a crippled children treatment center because they could not physically do it anymore. My younger sister was coming. And in a very short time, my older sister got pneumonia and died. And my dad told me a story how he and my mom were sitting on this little phone station thing where they had this little, like a chair for two, kind of like the Friendly Giant, two to snuggle up in. And they were weeping openly because they'd just gotten a phone call that my sister had died. And then I came up and I said, I was 7 years old, and I said, what's the matter? And they said, your sister Judy has died. And I had no idea that I felt that way about God. But my dad said, I went on to say to them, isn't that great? Judy's with God now. She doesn't have to wear braces. She doesn't have to wear diapers. People don't have to feed her. She's not going to be screaming every night at 7 o'clock when people try to do physiotherapy with her curled up muscles and all. And she'll be able to run and play with the other kids. So there was a time in my life that there was a God that I understood that made me feel safe. It made me feel complete. It made me feel part of. And maybe it's a childish thing. Maybe it's a childlike faith. But when I'm with you people, I feel safe. I feel like I want to help. I want to be part of what you are. I want to be a fellow among fellows. I want the kind of feelings of security and community and love and life to continue going on. And I know only one way, and that's to remain active. I'm so thrilled that Barry let me cook some hamburgers and turn some wieners, you know. The really bad thing is I forgot to pack my shirts. I was so damn excited. So I had 2 shirts. So I was going to come here tonight in a T-shirt that smelled like a burned weenie, you know. And thank God there was another person from Edmonton. What a thrill for me when I walked in here, and I'm sitting there, and I look across the room, and there's Stu the Pooh. It's out now, ha! And Stu was one of those people that showed up at the Camel Club just after we opened it up. And I want to tell you another story about it. The second meeting I went to was in Vancouver. The first was in London. The second was in Vancouver. And the speaker that night was Stu's dad, Earl. That's how that works. And then when I moved to Edmonton, the very first meeting I went to was the world-famous Jasper Group. And the guy that sat beside me was Stu's cousin, Les. And I sponsored Les off and on for 14 years. So when I see Stu across the room, I get up and I go over there, and I'm so excited. I was excited enough getting out of Alberta. But to see Stu. And then as I'm talking to Stu, I look over his shoulder and I see Albert go by. And Albert and Irene are dear friends of my new sponsor and his wife Sophie. And I see him go by. And so last night I went outside in the parking lot and I called my sponsor, "You rotten old fart." And I said, "You should have told me they were here." And no, it's a surprise. And then to have Dick say, "Welcome," and tell your story, Rick. This has been a really amazing rally. It's a roundup, but we're going to let you off. My hope and my prayer for you is that you come to see some of the things I see being the same. I know absolutely for certain that I'm not afraid of the first drink. I'm not. I'm afraid of the mental and emotional state I get to when that starts to make sense, because by then it's too late. I hope you come to understand that this is a participation sport, Alcoholics Anonymous, that this is, I'm not here to be Mr. Wonderful. I'm here to save the front of my back. I almost said it, didn't I? Yeah. I'm here to save mine. That's my spiritual awakening. That I have to remain a fellow among fellows. I have to continue to be active. And I have to give away as much love as I can. That was probably one of the smartest things my sponsor used to say to me. He'd say, because I was trying to help everyone, and it was real important you did it my way. I was a cop at the Camel Club, and he used to say, "For God's sakes, Rick, will you do it with love? Will you do it with love?" The newcomer here doesn't need one more lecture, doesn't need to be told one more time. He already knows, or she already knows. A hand on the shoulder. Take the time to look them in the eye and say, "I'm glad you're here." Because that's what they did for me. Now, I came here and got up here tonight. I was so nervous I was stumbling over my words. And that's the other thing my sponsor taught me. He says, when you're nervous, it's because it's important to you. And tonight it really was. So thank you so much for having me. And God bless you all.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
All right. Are we ready for the third hour? Comedy Hour. Doug M. from Jacksonville, Florida. Did everybody enjoy their cigarette? This doesn't harm me. Everyone would just get off my case, right? Smoking. I'm trying to fix this. Okay. All right. We're good. We are good. We are good. We are working the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous here in Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm excited to be here. My name is Doug, and I am an alcoholic. All right. This is what I would like to do. Turn to page 20. Turn to page 20. Page 20. At the top of the page 20, I want you to highlight this. Our very lives. Circle the word very lives. So that means this is a life and death statement that they're about ready to make, isn't it? Our very lives as ex-problem drinkers depends upon the constant thought of others and how we may help their needs. This is not a selfish program, as you may hear sometimes. I work a selfish program. Well, that's good for you. Our very lives depend upon thinking about each other. Our very lives depend upon helping each other. I don't know if you hear, in the States you hear, something happens on 366th day. Wait 1 year. Wait 1 year before you sponsor somebody. I just told you our very lives depend on sponsoring people, and you got yahoos out there saying, wait 1 year to sponsor somebody. What happens on 366? All of a sudden we get this spiritual transformation. I mean, we could get divorced, we can get new jobs, we could sponsor people, 306. Thank God Bill Wilson, the original founder, never did that. It took him 6 days before he was able to sponsor somebody. And that was just because he couldn't write. He shook so much. All right? 6 days, he got up out of bed and he started sponsoring people. Because he knew his very life depended on helping others. Once you finish the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, once you have worked the steps as a newcomer, then you have something to share. Share it. 6 weeks, 10 years, 13 years, it doesn't matter. Okay? Start sharing it. The icing on the cake you're thinking of, okay? Now, I want you to go down to the first paragraph on page 20, and about 5 lines down it says, "We have recovered from a seemingly hopeless condition of mind and body." We have recovered from that. If you are an alcoholic who wants to get over it, you may be already asking, what do I do? In the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, they are going to answer the question in the next paragraph, always. So it says here, it is the purpose of this book to answer these questions vaguely. Or does it say specifically? It says specifically. To answer these questions, hey, how do I get sober? Oh, I'm going to answer it specifically. Okay? It's not too tough, is it? Specifically. I want you to go down to the, on page 20, 1, 2, 3. Third paragraph. Are you ready? Write this. 3 types of alcoholics. They're about ready to tell you the 3 types of alcoholics. All right? Number 1, let's do a little test here. Now, you don't have to get up and leave if you're not an alcoholic, but let's see if you pass this test. You ready? Number 1, moderate drinker. I want you to box it in. It's a moderate drinker. I never even understood what that word moderation was. But I'll read it. It says here, moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have a good reason for it. Okay? They can take it or leave it alone. Okay, so that's not me. All right? They can take it or leave it alone? Whatever. I guess there's people out there. All right? Let's go to the next paragraph. Then we have a certain type of hard drinker. Hard drinker. We are infiltrated with hard drinkers here in Alcoholics Anonymous. We are infiltrated with them. And they're killing us. And they don't mean to. So don't get upset with them. But they were people who are able to stop or moderate. Moderate? Doesn't that mean like, let's have a couple drinks? Let's have a couple drinks after work. Sure, then you'll go home and I'll stay here. On the bar stool or on the floor. It really didn't matter to me. When I fell on the floor, they stopped giving me 2 at a time.